The cruelest revenge is walking into a room and watching the very people who doubted you choke on their own disbelief. Now imagine this, chosen one. The same voices that once mocked you are frozen, eyes wide like glass, jaws cracked open because the universe has dragged their lies into the light. It's like watching someone who swore you'd stay a pebble, now standing helpless in front of a mountain you became. Their laughter has turned to silence, their whispers have turned into panic, and here's a fact that burns them alive. Psychologists say when people see someone they underestimated succeed, the brain reacts as if it's facing a threat. It triggers the same fear centers used for survival. That means your glow doesn't just irritate them, it terrifies them. They don't just envy you, they're panicking because their story about you is dead and buried. And thank you, chosen one, for being here. Don't forget to pay this message back by pressing the like and subscribe button so this fire spreads to more souls. It's our responsibility to spread the light, to keep tearing down illusions. And thank you, chosen one, for being part of this mission. You are part of a force bigger than their fear. Now let's come back. Whoa, chosen one, you are undeniably chosen. Jaws are dropping and people are panicking because the universe put you in a position they swore you'd never touch. You've got people stuck in shock right now. Some are whispering your name with wide eyes. Did you see what they just did? That's insane. But others, they're suffocating on their own bitterness, choking on disbelief because they never thought it would be you. They told themselves you were ordinary. And now they can't stop staring as the extraordinary slices through every lie they ever painted about you. This is the part that hurts them the most. They didn't just doubt you, they invested in your failure. They built their egos on the idea that you would never rise. They used you as their safety blanket, pointing to you and saying, "See, there'll never be anything, and neither will I." But the universe ripped that blanket away, and now they're shivering in the cold. Their panic isn't random, it's karma cutting through their comfort zone. They whisper, "I never thought it would be them. I never thought it would be her. I never thought it would be him." But the truth is, they never thought because they never wanted to see. And now they're forced to face you, undeniable. Chosen one, their panic is your confirmation. You have rattled cages. You've shattered illusions. People don't panic over the average. They panic over the unstoppable. They panic when they realize they can't contain you. You are living proof that the universe bends rules, flips tables, and hands crowns to the very ones society tried to bury. And every jaw on the floor is a receipt of their failure to keep you small. Look deeper when their mouths fall open. It's not admiration, it's fear disguised as shock. They are terrified of how far you've come because it exposes their laziness, their excuses, their lies. You've become a mirror, and when they look at you, they're not just seeing your success, they're seeing everything they could have been but chose not to. That's why they panic. That's why they mutter in disbelief. Their panic is not about you. It's about their own wasted potential bleeding through. So don't you dare shrink. Don't you dare soften. Every gasp, every whisper, every dropped jaw is the sound of your enemies being dismantled by the very sight of you. And the beauty is, you didn't have to lift a finger. You didn't have to argue. You didn't have to explain. You just existed. You just thrived. And that alone was the slap across their faces. The universe is using your shine as their punishment. Remember this, chosen one, the louder the panic, the greater the proof. The more jaws hit the floor, the more undeniable you are. You are not just making people talk, you are making people unravel. Their disbelief is your crown, their whispers are your applause, and their panic is your stage. Walk on it boldly. So, chosen one, before we go deeper, I need you to anchor yourself here. if this message is striking your spirit and you can feel the weight of it, drop a comment below with the number 777 to seal it in. That number marks the ending of their illusions and the beginning of your undeniable rise. And if this fire is speaking to you, bless the force behind this message with your support, because it takes energy, time, and real sacrifice to bring these truths to the surface. Whether it's small or great, your gift fuels this mission and keeps this light spreading across the world. Remember, every time you give back, you're not just supporting words. You're feeding a movement that's shaking the walls of doubt and fear. And now, let's dive in step by step. Believe me when I say this. If you are undeniably chosen, you won't be able to look away. You will feel the pull to stay until the very end, because this isn't just talk. It's confirmation of what the universe has been whispering all along. Jaws are dropping, panic is spreading, and your story is unfolding. Let's get started. Number 1. The word that haunts them: disgust, eating them alive. The sharpest blade isn't forged in fire, it's forged in their disgust when they realize you rose without their approval. Chosen one, let's get straight to it. The word echoing in their minds right now is disgust. They are choking on it. Some are disgusted with themselves for ever doubting you. Others are still trying to project disgust onto you because your success is too raw, too undeniable, too painful for them to digest. Imagine this for a moment. Someone who once spat on your name, someone who wrote you off as nothing, now forced to sit in silence as the universe places a crown on your head. Their stomach twists, their lips curl. They can't escape that word, disgust, because every time they see you, it reflects back their own failure, their own cowardice, their own blindness. It's ironic, isn't it? They once thought you would be invisible forever, that you would never amount to anything. They wore their smug smiles and threw their careless judgments. But every single day, you prove that lie wrong. Every step you take now is a slap across their faces, a reminder that you are not only everything you said you were, but so much more. Whether you call yourself a king, a queen, a warrior, or simply a survivor, the universe confirms it with the way you shine. You are walking proof that no one has the right or the power to dim what was always burning inside you. Now let's answer the question you might ask yourself in moments like this. Why does their disgust matter? Why can't they just ignore you and move on? The truth is simple. They can't escape you. They see your glow in places they never wanted to. You haunt their thoughts, chosen one. You are the reminder of every time they betrayed you, every time they mocked you, every time they said you'd never rise. And when they look at you now, they're not just seeing your success, they're staring at the evidence of their own failure. That's why their disgust festers. It's not about you. It's about them being disgusted with themselves, but too cowardly to admit it. Picture this. Disgust is like acid. It burns the one holding it, not the one it's thrown at. They can project their disgust onto you all they want, but the truth is, it's eating them alive from the inside. Every time they try to smear you with it, it splashes back on their own faces. Every insult they whispered behind your back, every smirk they wore when they thought you were down, now poisons their own minds because the universe forced them to eat their words. And let's be brutally honest, they hate your confidence. They're disgusted by the fact that you dared to stand tall, that you dared to keep going when they expected you to quit. In their twisted logic, you were supposed to collapse. You were supposed to stay beneath them, crawling for scraps. But instead, you soared, and that soaring disgusts them because it unmasks the truth. They're not angry at you for rising. They're angry at themselves for never rising with you. Now think about this, chosen one. Isn't it funny how disgust is a mirror? When they say they're disgusted with you, what they really mean is, I'm disgusted that I misjudged you. I'm disgusted that I wasted my life while you built yours. I'm disgusted that I'll never match your strength. Their disgust is their confession. They'll never admit it to your face, but their eyes, their silence, and their whispers scream it every time you walk into the room. But here's the part that makes you untouchable. What disgusts them is what makes you powerful. Their disgust fuels your fire. Their disgust proves you're not just surviving, you're thriving in ways they swore you never would. You've become the living embodiment of their worst fear, undeniable success in the hands of the one they wrote off. And that's the sweetest revenge the universe could ever orchestrate. So don't mistake their disgust as something negative for you. No, chosen one, it is the highest compliment they can pay. Applause can be faked, smiles can be forced, but disgust, that's raw, that's real. That's proof that your light is blinding them so badly they can't even hide their bitterness anymore. Their disgust is your trophy. Their panic is your applause. Their silence is your anthem. Now let's push this deeper. Have you ever noticed how the more you rise, the more their disgust grows louder? It's because your success invalidates the entire story they told about you. They swore you'd never climb, and now you've surpassed the mountain they said you couldn't reach. They told people you'd never shine, and now your glow lights up rooms they're too afraid to enter. Their disgust is proof you've shattered their entire narrative. Without that lie, they have nothing. And so, disgust is the only emotion they can cling to. But here's the lesson for you, chosen one. Do not internalize their disgust. Do not wear it like a weight on your shoulders. Instead, weaponize it. Let it remind you that you are a walking contradiction to their expectations. Let it fuel you when you doubt yourself. Because if jaws are dropping and disgust is spreading, that means you're doing exactly what the universe intended. You're breaking chains, exposing illusions, and standing as living proof that no projection can override destiny. Remember this quote and let it live in your chest. Their disgust is the tax they pay for watching you succeed. They don't get to enjoy the luxury of ignoring you. They don't get to sleep peacefully knowing they were right. No, chosen one. They have to live with the bitter taste of knowing you proved them wrong, and they'll never be able to swallow it. So the next time you feel their eyes on you, the next time you hear their whispers, smile, because every ounce of disgust they throw is proof of your rise. They're not disgusted by you, they're disgusted by themselves. And that's why, chosen one, you must keep moving, keep thriving, keep shining, because their disgust is not your burden, it's your badge of honor. Number 2. They played themselves into a corner they can't escape. The funniest revenge is silence, letting them choke on the sight of what you built while they laughed and walked away. Chosen one, let's tell the truth with no sugarcoating. They played themselves. Not you, not the universe, not fate. They did it to themselves. They thought they were so clever when they dismissed you. They thought they were smart when they mocked you. They thought they won when they walked away. But in reality, they played themselves straight into regret, and now they can't undo it. They saw you building brick by brick, day after day, but instead of recognizing the foundation, they sneered at the dirt and dust. They couldn't see the mansion forming. They couldn't imagine the empire rising. All they saw was struggle, and in their shallow eyes, that meant failure. So they left. They walked away at the ground floor, not realizing that the blueprint in your hands was bigger than their entire imagination. And now, they look back, jaws open, realizing that the mansion stands tall, unshakable, undeniable. Imagine this, chosen one. Imagine someone laughing at a painter who's only put the first brushstrokes on the canvas. They scoff. That's nothing, just random lines. But then, months later, they're standing in front of a masterpiece that the entire world applauds. They want to clap too, but the truth burns them alive. They mocked it before it was finished. That's exactly how they played themselves with you. Another picture. Imagine someone judging a seed buried in the soil. They step on it, kick dirt over it, laugh because it looks like nothing. But time passes, the sun shines, rain falls, and that seed bursts into a tree so massive it shades entire fields. Now the same people who mocked are begging for shade, pretending they always believed the seed would grow. But you know the truth. You saw how quickly they abandoned you when you were still in the dirt. And here's the third. Imagine someone quitting a marathon after mile 1 because they think it's pointless. They go home smug, thinking they saved themselves time. But later, they turn on the TV and see you at the finish line with a medal around your neck. The crowd is roaring, cameras flashing, and suddenly they're realizing they quit on the very race that could have crowned them too. That is how badly they played themselves. Now let's answer the question you might be asking in your heart. Why do they want to come back now? Because chosen one, success is magnetic. When you were struggling, they couldn't recognize the value in you. But the moment the universe revealed your shine, they suddenly remembered your name. They come crawling back with fake smiles, pretending they were always cheering for you. Hey friend, remember me? I always believed in you, but you know better. You remember the gossip, the whispers, the smirks. You remember when they mocked your dreams. You remember when they said you were wasting your time. And now they can't erase that. Here's another brutal truth. Many of them won't even reach out, not because they don't want to, but because their pride won't let them. They sit in silence, staring at your glow, wishing they could be part of it again. But they know what they said, what they did, how they treated you when you were building. Their shame shackles them. Their pride chains them. So they lurk in the shadows, suffocating on the realization that they played themselves out of access to you forever. Sometimes the universe doesn't punish your enemies. It lets them punish themselves with regret. And that's exactly what's happening here. They underestimated you, they dismissed you, and now they're paying the price. Their punishment isn't you getting revenge. It's you living so loudly, so undeniably, that they have no choice but to remember how wrong they were. Chosen one, don't ever mistake their silence for strength. It's not strength, it's fear, it's guilt, it's regret. They replay the moments they laughed at you like a bad movie they can't stop watching. And every time they see your name, your achievements, your face glowing with success, it cuts them deeper. They can't clap, they can't reach out, they can't even look you in the eye, because they know they played themselves and there's no reset button. Now ask yourself this: why should you care? The answer is, you shouldn't. Their regret is not your burden. Their guilt is not your weight. Their shame is not your problem. You owe them nothing. They didn't see the value in you when it mattered, and now they don't deserve to reap the rewards of what you've built. Their whispers of doubt were bricks you carried. Their mockery was fuel for your fire. Their abandonment was the wind beneath your wings. Without realizing it, they became the architects of your rise. They played themselves into becoming your unintentional stepping stones. They abandoned the construction site, but now they want to move into the mansion. That's the story, and the universe will never allow it. You can forgive them if you choose, but you don't have to hand them keys to what they walked away from. Their place in your story ended the moment they turned their backs. The mansion is full, chosen one, and their name is not on the guest list. Here's the sweetest irony. They thought leaving you was a statement. They thought walking away made them powerful. But in reality, it stripped them of access to the very greatness they mocked. They thought gossip would break you, but it built you. They thought leaving you would stop you, but it sped you up. Every move they made against you backfired, and now they're forced to sit in silence and watch. That's why we say they didn't just hurt you, they played themselves. So let this be your motivation, chosen one. Let their regret be your reminder that the universe never wastes pain. Every betrayal becomes proof, every abandonment becomes evidence, and every time they think of you now, the word that burns their tongue is regret. They played themselves, and now you are the one with the victory lap. The loudest applause you'll ever hear is the silence of those who doubted you. Chosen one, remember this. They can't undo what they did. They can't erase how they laughed. They can't rewrite the past. And the beauty is, you don't need them to. The universe already handled it. Their role was to doubt, abandon, and gossip. Your role was to rise, and you did. Number 3, the underdog who turned the tables. They laughed because you were the underdog. Now they cry because the underdog outran the pack. Chosen one, let's rip the mask off. You've always been the underdog, the one nobody bet on, the one they smirked at during your missteps, the one family and so-called friends whispered about, saying you'd never pull it off. They boxed you in with their shallow expectations. They saw your quirks, your struggles, your stumbles, and wrote you off like you were a finished story. But here's the truth they could never stomach. Growth is slow. Mastery is hidden. Transformation isn't flashy in the beginning. Imagine this, a sculptor standing over a block of marble, chipping piece by piece. The crowd walks past, scoffing. That's nothing but a rock. But months later, they return to see a masterpiece so detailed it takes their breath away. That's you, chosen one. They judged the stone while you were sculpting, and now the finished statue makes them choke on their own words. Here's a fact to burn into your mind. Research shows people consistently underestimate long-term growth while overestimating short-term results. That's why they mocked you early, because they couldn't see what time, discipline, and consistency were doing behind the scenes. They quit after chapter 1. You stayed long enough to finish the book, and now you've risen. Every day you kept showing up was a nail in the coffin of their doubts. Every small step became the bricks of a foundation they never thought you'd build. And the rise? It wasn't luck. It was sweat, grit, and relentless authenticity. That's why jaws are dropping and panic is spreading, because the underdog they dismissed has not only risen, but overtaken them. You might wonder, why did it have to be this way? Why did those closest to me doubt me the most? The answer is bitter but real. People who think they know you often freeze you in the version of yourself that's easiest for them to handle. They couldn't imagine your evolution, because if you rose, it would expose their own stagnation. So they clung to the old version of you. And now they're terrified by the new one standing before them. Underdogs don't just rise, they embarrass every fool who bet against them. So hold your head high, chosen one, because your rise isn't just your victory, it's their reminder that dismissing you was the biggest mistake they ever made. Number 4, blindsided by a storm they never predicted. They couldn't see it coming because their own vision was chained to mediocrity. Chosen one, let's call it what it is. They never saw you coming, not because you were hiding, but because their eyes were too clouded with their own stagnation. They've been stuck in the same patterns for years, clocking into the same job, making the same excuses, living the same small cycle. When you stepped into the arena and dared to stumble, they mistook your struggle for defeat. They laughed at your bruises, pointed at your falls, and told themselves you'd never rise. But what they didn't understand is this: struggle is not the end. It's the process. Every stumble was training. Every misstep was strategy. Every setback was you sharpening claws they didn't know you had. Imagine this: someone standing on a treadmill, running in place for years. They think they're moving, but they're going nowhere. Then they look out the window and see you on a mountain trail, tripping on rocks, sliding on mud, but always climbing higher. To them, it looks messy. To you, it's progress. And by the time they realize the difference, you're already at the peak, looking down at their treadmill that never moved an inch. Here's a fact. Psychologists have proven that people anchored in routine are threatened by change because it reminds them of what they're not doing. That's why your growth blindsided them. They couldn't recognize it because they've never lived it. They thought failure was falling. They never learned that true failure is staying down. You might ask yourself, why couldn't they see my resilience? Why couldn't they see I'd always land on my feet? The answer is brutal. They didn't want to. To admit your resilience would mean confronting their own weakness. So it was easier to label your process as failure than to admit they were too stagnant to even try. They judged your climb by their crawl, and that's why they never saw the summit coming. So let them panic, chosen one. Let them whisper in disbelief, because the truth is, they couldn't see it coming, not because you were invisible, but because their world was too small to contain your rise. Number 5, they waited for the crash, but you turned it into a show. They prayed for your fall, but the universe handed you balance they'll never understand. Chosen one, let's get brutally clear. They sat there waiting for your downfall, like vultures circling in the sky. Every slip, every wobble, every shaky step had their eyes locked in, hungry for the moment you'd finally collapse. They were convinced your missteps would break you. But instead of falling, you caught yourself every time. And not only did you catch yourself, you turned it into a performance they'll never forget. Imagine this: a man dancing on a table, his foot sliding, the whole crowd gasping, certain he's about to hit the floor. But at the last second, he flips the stumble into a move so smooth that the crowd erupts in applause. That was you, chosen one. What they thought was disaster became your art form. What they saw as weakness became your weapon. You turned their predictions into proof, their doubts into standing ovations. Here's the fact that eats them alive. Resilience isn't about never stumbling. It's about never staying down. Studies even show that people who face setbacks and recover build more strength than those who never face obstacles at all. That's why you're stronger than them. They never dared to stumble, so they never learned how to rise. And I know the question that crosses your mind: why did they enjoy watching me stumble so much? Because, chosen one, your stumble made them feel safe. It confirmed their belief that you weren't special, that you were just like them. But when you refused to fall, when you turned slips into steps, their comfort shattered. They couldn't laugh anymore. They could only stare as you kept moving forward. They don't clap for your balance. They choke on it. So let them watch, let them whisper, let them panic. Because every time they thought you were done, you proved you were just beginning. They wanted a crash, but the universe gave them a show. And now the same people who leaned in waiting for failure are stuck in the crowd, forced to stand and applaud the very resilience they doubted. Number 6, drowned out by applause. They can't silence. 1,000 whispers of hate will never outweigh a single roar of love that's real. Chosen one, here's the truth that shakes your enemies to the core. For every hater spitting venom, there are dozens quietly cheering you on. The noise they make feels loud because hate is desperate. It screams to be heard. But love? Real support? It moves like a tidal wave, silent at first, then unstoppable. You may not even know their names yet, but people are rooting for you in rooms you've never stepped into. Strangers are inspired by you, drawn to your energy, and some will stand in your corner before you ever meet them. That's the part your enemies can't handle. The love surrounding you is bigger than the hate they throw. Imagine this, a few rotten apples at the bottom of the basket. They stink, they spoil, they want to spread their rot. But above them, piles of fresh fruit, untouched, waiting to nourish and sustain. That's your reality. The rotten ones get attention because they reek, but they're outnumbered, outshined, and ultimately irrelevant compared to the abundance of good that surrounds you. Here's a fact to stamp in your mind. Psychologists confirm that negative voices stick louder in memory because of something called negativity bias. But that doesn't mean there's more hate. It just means the hate feels sharper. In reality, the crowd on your side is far larger, even if they don't scream as loud. And maybe you've wondered, why do the haters seem louder than the supporters? Because chosen one, hate is fueled by insecurity, while love is grounded in strength. Insecure people have to shout to mask their weakness. Strong supporters don't need to shout. They just keep showing up for you. And trust me, you haven't even met half of the people who will love you yet. Hate is loud, but love is loyal. So don't waste your time staring at the rotten few. Focus on the wave of love that's building behind you. Even now, there are people waiting to cross your path, waiting to admire, support, and celebrate you. Your enemies? They're just background noise. The applause, the admiration, the love. It's already drowning them out. Number 7. They branded you wrong, and now they choke on the truth. They tried to bury you under labels, but the universe made those labels your fertilizer. Chosen one, let's cut to the bone. They misjudged you from the start. They sized you up by your zip code, your clothes, your struggles, the slang you spoke, and thought they had you figured out. They slapped labels on you. Ghetto, lost, average, nothing special. They boxed you in because of where you came from, convinced that your environment was your prison. But what they didn't realize is this: labels don't define destiny. They never did. And you were the living contradiction they couldn't predict. Imagine this, a cracked sidewalk in the middle of the city, ugly, ignored, dismissed, and yet through the concrete, a flower pushes its way up, blooming bright where no one expected life. That's you, chosen one. They saw the cracks and dismissed the possibility of beauty. Now, every time they walk past, the bloom reminds them how wrong they were. Here's another picture. Imagine someone laughing at a caterpillar, crawling slow, overlooked, dismissed as nothing. Then they wake up one morning, and that same creature is flying above them as a butterfly, untouchable, out of reach. That's what happened with you. They mocked the crawl, but now they envy the flight. Fact. History shows countless people rose from the projects, from poverty, from broken systems, and outshined those who mocked them. Why? Because hunger sharpens ambition, struggle builds strength. The very trenches they thought would drown you gave you the grit to climb higher than they could ever dream. And maybe you ask yourself, why did they misjudge me so badly? The answer is brutal. They needed you to stay small to justify their own stagnation. If someone from their neighborhood, their family, their circle rises above it all, it forces them to face the truth. They could have risen too, but they didn't. Labeling you was their shield against their own shame. They thought your background was quicksand, but it was your launch pad. So let them whisper. Let them choke on the labels they once hurled at you, because every breath of success you take is proof that they misjudged you, misunderstood you, and underestimated the very power that now terrifies them. Honey, they were wrong. And nothing eats them alive more than knowing they can't rewrite that truth. Number 8. The name that'll outgrow your city limits. They laughed when you said you'd make it out. Soon they'll tell stories of how they once knew you. Chosen one, hear this loud and clear. You're not just rising. You're about to be the biggest name from your city. The streets that once whispered your name in mockery will soon shout it with pride. The same people who ignored your talent will scramble to claim they always believed. But the truth? They never saw it coming. They thought your gifts were just hobbies, distractions, or pipe dreams. They never understood that those very talents were the seeds of an empire about to shake the world. Imagine this, a small fire burning in the corner of a dark room. Everyone dismisses it as harmless, insignificant, but suddenly it spreads, filling the entire house, then the neighborhood, until it's impossible to ignore. That's your talent, chosen one. What they once brushed off is about to set the world ablaze. Or picture this, a local athlete running laps on a beat-up track, barely noticed by the crowd. Then one day, the same runner is standing on the Olympic stage, gold medal in hand, the anthem playing. The hometown that mocked them is now bragging, "That's one of ours." That's the shift your city will feel when your name bursts beyond its borders. Fact. Every city has its legends, the ones who outgrew the concrete that raised them. From artists to innovators to leaders, greatness often starts in overlooked corners. And you're next. You're the one whose story will be told in barbershops, classrooms, and street corners. I knew them before the world did. You might wonder, why me? Why am I the one chosen to carry my city's name higher? Because chosen one, the universe knew your back could bear the weight. You weren't just given talent, you were given grit, survival, and vision. Where others saw limits, you saw possibilities. Where they stopped, you kept pushing. That's why your city can't contain you anymore. They thought you'd just be a product of your city. Instead, you became the pride of it. So get ready, because soon your name will outgrow every block, every street, every boundary, and the same ones who doubted you will be forced to watch as your city rides your wave into history. Number 9. Stamped and sealed. Your greatness can't be denied. Doubt whispers, but destiny roars louder, and your enemies can't silence it. Chosen one, let this sink in. This is confirmation. You are not imagining the fire in your chest. You're not crazy for feeling that quiet pull that keeps you moving, even when nothing around you makes sense. That's the universe screaming that greatness is not a possibility. It's your path. You may doubt it at times. You may question it when storms rage. But here's the truth. Doubt doesn't cancel destiny. You are climbing, and whether they like it or not, you are headed straight for the top. Imagine this, someone scaling Mount Everest. The climb is brutal, freezing winds, thin air, and steps so heavy they feel impossible. The crowd at the bottom scoffs, they'll never make it. But hour after hour, day after day, the climber keeps moving until suddenly the summit is reached. They plant the flag, and the world is forced to look up. That's you, chosen one. You've been battling through storms, but the peak has always been waiting for you. Here's a fact that seals it. History's greatest achievers were once doubted the most. Einstein was called slow. Oprah was told she wasn't fit for television. Jobs was fired from his own company, but every single one of them carried that same fire in their chest, the same quiet knowing. Just like you. their doubt became the evidence of their destiny. And maybe you ask yourself, but what if I fail? What if this fire burns out? The answer is simple. You can stumble, but you can't fall. You can slow down, but you can't stop. Because this isn't just ambition, it's alignment. The universe stamped you with greatness long before they labeled you with doubt. You don't chase greatness, you carry it, and the world is finally catching up. So take this as confirmation. You are not just climbing, you're ascending with Everest energy. Soon you'll be on top of the world, and the same people who doubted will have no choice but to crane their necks to see you. Greatness isn't coming, it's already yours. Number 10. The announcement that shakes your entire world. Some news doesn't knock, it kicks the door off its hinges and drags your life into a new chapter. Chosen one, get ready, because what's coming isn't just news, it's a bombshell. It's the kind of revelation so massive that your body won't know how to contain it. For some of you, the moment it arrives, the tears will flow before you can even understand why. For others, laughter will explode out of you, wild and uncontrollable, because joy like this doesn't fit into neat reactions. Some of you will sprint outside in the middle of the night, arms open, heart racing, as if you need the entire sky to witness what just happened. And some of you will just sit there, numb, staring at the wall, whispering, "What's next?" because the weight of it will be too heavy for words. Imagine this, a lottery winner staring at the ticket, double-checking the numbers with shaking hands, whispering, "This can't be real." That's the energy. Or picture a soldier hearing the war is over, dropping to their knees, overcome by the relief that the battle has finally ended. That's what this news will feel like: release, validation, transformation. Here's the fact. Psychologists say life-changing events trigger the body in the same way as shock. Your pulse quickens, adrenaline spikes, and your brain scrambles to process what reality just dropped on you. That's exactly what this will be. A shockwave through your system, but a beautiful one. You might wonder, what kind of news could shake me that deeply? It could be the call, the letter, the opportunity, or the message that flips your entire path overnight. What matters isn't the form, it's the impact. The universe is about to hand you confirmation so undeniable, it forces you to step into the next version of yourself. Life-changing news doesn't arrive quietly, it erupts, and nothing is ever the same after. Chosen one, brace yourself, because when this hits, it won't just be information, it will be transformation. And the world you knew yesterday will not be the world you live in tomorrow. Number 11. September, the month that buries their doubt and crowns your work. The season they mocked you in is not the season they'll meet you in. This one is harvest, and your hands are full. Chosen one, September isn't just another page on the calendar. It's the chapter where everything shifts. This is the month where your long nights, your hidden grind, your sweat and your tears break open into visible rewards. You've been sowing in silence, watering your dreams while others scoffed, and now the universe is pulling back the curtain. September is breakthrough season, and the seeds you planted are ready to roar into harvest. Imagine this: a farmer bent over cracked soil for months, mocked by neighbors who saw nothing growing. "Wasting your time," they sneered. But then September comes, and the same fields burst into golden crops, so vast they can't be ignored. That's your story, chosen one. They judged you in the planting season, but they forgot that harvest doesn't come overnight. Or picture this: an artist covered in paint, their work dismissed as scribbles by people too blind to see. Yet in September, that same piece hangs in a gallery, selling for more than the critics could ever afford. That's what this month will feel like. The tables turning, the whispers silenced, the proof undeniable. Here is a fact. In nature, harvest seasons are predictable. You reap after a set time of growth. In life, it's the same law. Effort compounds, work stacks, and consistency pays back in waves. September is the month the math catches up to you. If you've been writing, creating, building, or innovating, your breakthrough isn't a maybe, it's inevitable. And maybe you wonder, but what if I haven't seen results yet? That's the beauty of September. Results don't trickle, they flood. What looked stagnant yesterday will erupt tomorrow. One call, one message, one opportunity can flip the script, and this month is saturated with those turning points. They saw the grind, but they never saw the glory coming. Chosen one, September will silence the laughter. It will choke the gossip. Because when your rewards show up, they won't just prove you right. They'll expose every doubter as wrong. This month is where the underdog stops being underestimated and starts being celebrated. September is your harvest, and the world will have no choice but to watch you reap. Number 12. Harvest season. The payback. They can't stop. They called it luck, but harvest never lies. It only returns what was planted in sweat and sacrifice. Chosen one, this is it. The season they can't deny, the season they can't spin, the season they can't touch. You believed when they doubted. You kept giving your talent to the world, while they gave nothing but whispers and mockery. And now the rewards are coming back multiplied, so heavy that even your enemies will have to watch you carry what they swore you'd never hold. This isn't luck. Don't let them twist it. This is the payback of discipline, the interest on every late night, the return on every ounce of perseverance you poured into the ground when no one was looking. Imagine this, a farmer walking through a barren field, empty hands, mocked by neighbors. Nothing's growing, they laugh, but harvest season hits and suddenly the same field explodes with crops so plentiful they spill over. The farmer's arms can't even contain it all. That's you. What they dismissed as wasted time has now multiplied into a blessing that outnumbers their doubts. Here's a fact to burn into their memory. Psychologists say consistency compounds like interest. The small, unseen actions you repeat over time explode into results that look like miracles to outsiders. But chosen one, you know it wasn't a miracle. It was math. It was inevitability. The harvest had no choice but to come because you refused to quit. And maybe you wonder, why now? Why all at once? Because the universe knew when to release it. Too soon, and you would have been surrounded by leeches, parasites, and fake supporters trying to drain your fruit. But now you're wiser. Now you're stronger. And when the world recognizes what you've been quietly building, you'll know exactly how to protect it. They thought your seed would rot, but it grew roots too deep for them to touch. So let them choke on their words, chosen one, because harvest season is here, and you're reaping what they swore would never sprout. Your rewards aren't just proof of your greatness, they are punishment for their disbelief. This is payback, multiplied. And chosen one, this is your moment, your rise, your harvest, your undeniable confirmation. Let the doubters choke, let the haters panic, because your light cannot be dimmed. If this message hit you, press that like button right now if you haven't already. And if you're still not part of our family, make sure to press subscribe and step into this force with us. Together, we spread the truth, wider, louder, stronger. This is just the beginning, Chosen One. Your story is unfolding, and the world will have no choice but to watch. Stay locked in, because your breakthrough is here. Your silence is louder than their screams, and your refusal to fight on their terms is the very thing that breaks them. Now imagine this for a moment, Chosen One. Picture a bully who spends all day trying to provoke someone into swinging back, throwing insult after insult, waiting for the reaction that will give them power. But when the target doesn't move, doesn't flinch, doesn't even step into the ring, that bully starts to unravel. Their strength was never real. It only existed in the chaos they created. And when you choose not to play their game, their entire power collapses like a house of cards. That's exactly why folks are mad at you. Not because you wronged them, but because you refused to feed their hunger for conflict. And here's the fact that proves it. Studies show that people who thrive on drama get a rush of dopamine, the brain's pleasure chemical, every time they drag someone into their chaos. When you step back, you're not just removing yourself from their game, you're literally cutting off their supply. That's why they shake, why they gossip, why they suddenly band together to take you down. You've pulled the plug on their life support. Another fact. History has always shown that those who stand firm, who refuse to be baited, terrify people far more than those who lash out in anger. From quiet leaders to silent visionaries, the ones who stood on business without needing to swing fists were always the ones who left the deepest mark. And thank you, Chosen One, for being here. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe button to help spread this message to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. And thank you, Chosen One, for being part of this mission. You are not alone. You are part of a force. Now let's get back to it. Folks are mad because you're not fighting them. You terrify them because you stand on business. That phrase right there, stand on business, what does it mean? It means you don't bend for nonsense. You don't play with distractions. You don't entertain people who want to knock you off your path. While they're throwing shade, you're building. While they're whispering rumors, you're stacking wins. And that scares them, because deep down they know you're proof of what self-control and self-respect can do. There have been people in your life who went out of their way to make you doubt your worth, to make you believe you had to put them first and leave yourself behind. They tried to dim your shine, to make you feel less beautiful, less confident, less connected to the unique fire inside you. Why? Because they couldn't handle the weight of your presence. By downplaying you, they thought they could keep you near, hoping you'd view them as important. But this wasn't just about romance. It showed up in family, in friendships, in anyone who felt threatened by your glow. Sometimes it was subtle. They skipped your milestones, they downplayed your wins, or made it seem like you always had to be the one giving. And when the time came for them to give back, suddenly they were too busy, too tired, or had something more urgent. This was the reality of being you, someone with a rare energy, someone the universe stamped as different. You were expected to overgive, to over-apologize, to shrink so others could stand taller. Even when they recognized your spirit, they treated you with distance, coldness, or disdain. You found yourself saying sorry for simply existing, for daring to be yourself. But now, the story has flipped. The same people who once tried to box you in are left scrambling because your self-love is unshakable. Your confidence is not a phase, it's a lifestyle. You terrify them because you're no longer trapped in their cycle. They thought you'd play by their rules forever. They never imagined you'd walk away, keep walking, and never look back. And what shocks them the most is this. You didn't just survive without them. You're thriving. You're standing on business, handling your path, and refusing to be dragged into meaningless battles. The universe has a way of exposing the truth, and right now it's exposing the weakness of those who tried to control you. They're mad because their tactics no longer work. They're scared because they see you're untouchable. And they're confused because the more they throw at you, the calmer you get. You've mastered something they'll never understand, winning without swinging. So, Chosen One, before we go any further, I want you to pause for a moment and really think about what we're stepping into here. This isn't just another message. It's a mirror being held up to your life, showing you why so many people can't stand the way you move. They're not mad at you because you failed them. They're mad because you refuse to fight on their terms, and that terrifies them. If you feel this truth in your spirit, drop the number 777 in the comments to let the world know you stand on business. And if you want to keep this fire burning, consider supporting the team behind this message. Every single gift, whether it's small or large, fuels this mission and keeps these truths alive for the ones who need them most. Your support is what pushes this light further into the world. And now, Chosen One, let's dive deep into it, step by step. And believe me, if you're really standing on business, you'll feel the pull to stay locked in till the very end. Let's get started. Number 1, they never saw you coming when you put yourself first. They built their castles on your silence, but now that you've spoken with action, their walls are collapsing. Chosen One, let me hit you with this truth. They never thought you'd actually choose yourself. They banked on your loyalty, your softness, your willingness to bend until you broke. They fed off the idea that you would always prioritize them, even at the expense of your own soul. But when you turned the tables, when you started standing on business, valuing yourself like the rare gem you are, it shook them to their core. They didn't expect you to rise. They didn't expect you to leave the battlefield untouched while they were swinging at shadows. They never prepared for the day you'd stop apologizing for being who you are. Now imagine this for a moment. A puppeteer jerks strings, making the puppet dance. The crowd claps, the puppeteer smiles, believing he's in control. But what happens when the puppet cuts the strings and walks away on its own? The puppeteer doesn't know what to do with his empty hands. That's your story. They thought they could pull your strings forever, demand your time, your love, your energy, while giving you scraps in return. But when you cut those strings, when you stood up and said, "I won't dance for you anymore," they were left with nothing. And here's the gut punch for them. They were never the star of the show. You were. They just never admitted it. Let's be real, Chosen One. They didn't lose control because you fought them. They lost control because you refused to fight. That's the paradox. People who thrive on chaos need you to argue back, to defend yourself, to beg, to stay tangled in their mess. When you don't play the game, they're exposed for what they are, weak, dependent, and terrified of standing alone. That's why they're mad. That's why they whisper your name with bitterness, why they throw shade behind closed doors. They can't handle the fact that you pulled the plug on their power source. You might wonder, but why are they so angry if I just chose myself? Shouldn't they respect it? No, Chosen One. They can't respect it because respect requires a level of self-awareness they don't have. People who thrive off controlling others don't want you independent. They want you desperate. They don't want you glowing. They want you dim. They don't want you moving forward. They want you stuck in their orbit, spinning around their ego. When you walked away and chose yourself, you shattered the fantasy they had built. They thought they were the prize, but you showed them the truth. They were just a distraction, and you were always the treasure. Here's another reality check for them. Regret cuts deeper than rejection. When they look back now, they don't see the puppet they once manipulated. They see the one that got away, the one who stopped dancing for them. To some, you've become a dream, a memory too sharp to touch. They replay conversations, nights you laughed together, moments they thought they owned your loyalty. And each replay ends the same, you slipping further from their reach. That regret eats at them, chosen one, because they realize too late that you were never theirs to control. You belonged to yourself, and you finally acted like it. Others don't sit in regret. No, some sit in bitterness. These are the ones who plot, who whisper, who look for ways to pull you back under. They imagine scenarios where you return, broken, needing them again. They fantasize about reminding you of your place. But here's the dagger to their ego. You're not coming back. Not because you hate them, but because you outgrew them. And there's nothing more terrifying to a controlling soul than realizing their grip is gone forever. Think of it like this. A caged bird sings, and the captor grows used to the music. They assume the bird will never leave, because the cage has always been there. But when the door swings open, and that bird finally flies into the sky, the silence left behind is deafening. The captor realizes the song was never theirs. It was the bird's gift. That's you. Your love, your loyalty, your presence. It was never theirs to own. It was a gift you offered. And they mistook it for property. Now they sit in silence, replaying the music they'll never hear again. Here's the fact, chosen one. Psychology tells us people don't grieve the loss of others. They grieve the loss of control, the loss of comfort, the loss of their own reflection in someone else's eyes. That's why they're mad at you. It's not about love. It's not about friendship. It's about the ego hit they take when they realize you're not orbiting around them anymore. You stepped out of their solar system, and without you, their world feels empty. And let me ask you this. How many times did you overextend yourself just to keep peace? How many times did you shrink so others could feel tall? How many times did you bite your tongue, swallow your needs, play small just to keep them comfortable? Too many. And now the script has flipped. You're not the small one anymore. You're the giant they underestimated, and your refusal to fight on their terms is the hammer that crushes their pride. You terrify them because you stand on business. You terrify them because you're not chasing validation. You terrify them because your silence speaks louder than their screams. Every time you refuse to engage in their drama, you prove a point. You're untouchable. And what's left for them now? Regret, bitterness, endless reruns of memories that once made them feel powerful. But you're building, you're growing, you're walking forward with a calm that they'll never understand. Chosen one, remember this. Their anger is proof of your growth. Their bitterness is confirmation of your elevation. Their regret is the universe's way of showing you that your self-love was the right choice all along. You don't need to fight them to win. You've already won by valuing yourself. That's why they're mad. That's why they whisper. That's why they tremble when your name comes up, because you chose you, and they never saw it coming. Number 2, your self-love is the earthquake that shook their world. They wanted you small because your shine reminded them of everything they lacked. But the moment you chose yourself, you became the storm they could never cage. Chosen one, let's put it plain, your self-love terrifies them, not annoys them, not frustrates them, terrifies them. Why? Because when you finally turned inward and poured that love into yourself, you stripped them of their last weapon. They can't guilt you anymore, they can't shame you anymore, and they can't keep you chained to their opinions. That's the real horror for them. They thought you'd always be starving for their approval, waiting for their crumbs of validation. But the moment you realized your own worth, you closed their bakery forever. Imagine this for a moment. A starving person begs at a door, hoping for scraps. The owner throws out old bread, and the beggar survives, grateful for the bare minimum. But one day, the beggar discovers a feast inside themselves. An endless supply of food they never knew existed. Do you think that beggar will ever return to the scraps? That's you, chosen one. You feasted on self-love, and now their crumbs can't tempt you. That terrifies them because they know they can't bargain with you anymore. And here's a brutal truth they won't admit out loud. Your glow is undeniable. Self-love shows. It changes how you walk, how you speak, how you carry yourself. It radiates in your confidence, your smile, your silence. And they feel it, even from a distance. They scroll through their memories of you, and those old moments look different now. Back then, they saw someone they could manipulate. Now, they see someone who grew into a force they'll never touch again. It's like watching an old photo develop into a masterpiece. You were always that, but they never saw it until it was too late. Your silence is now their loudest memory, and your growth is the ghost that won't leave their mind. You might ask, but if they see my value now, why didn't they treat me right back then? Because, chosen one, they were blind on purpose. They assumed you'd always be there. They assumed your loyalty had no end. They thought you'd sit quietly on the shelf, waiting to be noticed, until they decided to use you again. They underestimated you, thinking your heart was theirs to toy with. And when you started loving yourself, you proved them wrong in the cruelest way. You didn't need them at all. Imagine this. A miner digs for gold, but tosses away shiny rocks, thinking they're worthless. Years later, he discovers those worthless rocks were pure diamonds. By then, the diamonds are polished, displayed in museums, admired by thousands. He can only press his face to the glass, wishing he hadn't been so blind. That's exactly what they're doing with you. They held you in their hands and dismissed your value, only to see you now shining in a way they can't touch. And here's another quote that slices deep. They thought you'd beg for their approval forever, but now they're the ones begging for your presence in their thoughts. They don't understand why they can't stop thinking about you. It eats at them day and night. Why do they suddenly feel the urge to reach out? Why do they replay old conversations? Why does their chest tighten when they see something that reminds them of you? The answer is simple. You flipped the script. They were addicted to the version of you that needed them. Now, they're haunted by the version of you that needs no one. And here's the kicker. They could have cherished you, but they didn't. Why? Because comfort breeds arrogance. They assumed you'd always stay within reach. They thought you were too good to ever walk away, too forgiving to ever close the door. They took your presence for granted because they believed you'd never value yourself enough to leave. That's the mistake they'll replay forever. Imagine this, chosen one. A moth flutters carelessly around a candle, taking its light for granted. But when the flame is suddenly blown out, the moth is left lost in darkness, desperate to find the light again. That's what happened when you pulled back. Your love was the light. Your presence was the warmth. They mocked it, ignored it, dismissed it. And now, without it, they're stumbling in the dark, realizing too late what you were all along. The glow they tried to dim is now the sun that blinds them, and they can't stand the brightness of their own mistake. Self-love rewrites everything. It makes the old version of you unrecognizable to the people who thought they had you figured out. That's why they feel like something unreal has happened. It unsettles them because they can't fit this new version of you into the box they built. The confidence, the peace, the radiance, it doesn't match the image they created. they can't reconcile the fact that you're flourishing while they're still caught in the past. You might ask, why do they feel the urge to connect now when they ignored me then? Because, chosen one, absence magnifies value. People only count the stars when the night is dark. They only appreciate warmth when they're cold. They only miss you when you're gone. They're realizing too late that the love they dismissed was the rarest gift they ever had. And now they can't get it out of their mind. Here's the harsh fact. People don't regret losing you because they loved you right. They regret losing you because your self-love proved they never had power over you. That's the real wound. Your growth showed them that all along the control was an illusion, and nothing terrifies them more than realizing you were never trapped. You were just patient. Imagine this last one. A magician pulls tricks on stage, dazzling the crowd with illusions. The audience gasps, thinking he holds real power. But then someone reveals the trick, exposes the strings, the mirrors, the sleight of hand. The magic disappears. That's what your self-love did. It exposed them. It revealed that their power was never real. It only existed in your willingness to play small. Now that you've stepped off the stage, the crowd isn't looking at them anymore. All eyes are on you. Chosen one, let these truths sink in. Their fear of your self-love is proof of your transformation. Their obsession is proof of your glow. Their regret is proof of your power. They will never admit it, but you terrify them because you finally chose yourself. And remember this quote as you walk forward. The day you loved yourself was the day they lost the only war they thought they were winning. Number 3. It wasn't love. It was a leash. They didn't want your heart, they wanted your obedience. And the day you broke free, they realized they never owned you. They only rented your presence. Chosen one, let's get this straight. What they offered you was never love. Love doesn't chain you, it doesn't shrink you, and it doesn't demand that you bow just to be tolerated. What they called love was nothing more than possession, a leash disguised as affection. They wanted to humble you, to make you dependent, because your independence threatened their fragile sense of power. They saw your worth, yes, but instead of cherishing it, they tried to cage it. Imagine this, a collector keeps a rare bird in a golden cage. They show it off, boasting about its beauty, but they never let it fly. Why? Because the moment that bird spreads its wings, the collector becomes irrelevant. That was their fear. You outgrowing them, soaring beyond their reach. And chosen one, that's exactly what happened. You grew, you evolved, and no cage on this earth could hold you. You might wonder, but if they saw my value, why didn't they just love me honestly? Because being genuine requires strength, and they were weak. Control was easier than vulnerability. Possession was safer than real connection. They didn't understand that the only thing that could have kept you close was truth, respect, and authenticity. Instead, they gambled on manipulation, and they lost you in the process. Here's the brutal fact. What they called love was really fear. Fear of losing you, fear of being exposed as less than you, fear that someone else might see the treasure they had and actually treat it right. So they tightened their grip, hoping to control what they could never truly own. But possession always backfires, because the harder you squeeze, the faster sand slips through your fingers. And here's the irony, they thought they were teaching you humility. Instead, you taught them reality. You became their lesson, chosen one, a living reminder that love is freedom, not control. Now they're left staring at the ruins of what they thought was power, realizing too late that if they'd only been real, they wouldn't have lost the one thing they couldn't replace, you. Number 4. You left them alone with their shadows. They tried to run from themselves by chasing you, but when you walked away, you became the mirror they can't escape. Chosen one, nothing unsettles people more than silence that forces them to confront their own truth. When you moved forward, you didn't just leave them behind, you left them with themselves. And for some, that's the most terrifying punishment of all, because deep down, they know every manipulation, every dismissal, every time they tried to hold you back wasn't about you. It was about their own emptiness. Without you as the distraction, they're stuck staring at their own shadows. Imagine this for a moment. Someone avoids a cracked mirror because it reveals the flaws they don't want to see. Instead, they stand in front of yours, soaking up the reflection of beauty, strength, and light. But the moment you take that mirror away, they're dragged back to their own cracked glass. That's what happened when you left. They can no longer hide behind you. They can only see themselves, and it burns. You might wonder, why does my absence affect them so much? Because your presence once made them forget what they lacked. Your energy was a shield, a distraction, even a lifeline. They thought by attaching themselves to you, they could bypass their own growth. But you leaving showed them the brutal truth. They were never whole to begin with. Here's the fact. People project their desires onto those who shine. They thought you were holding the missing piece to their puzzle, when in reality, you were the whole picture they couldn't comprehend. You weren't seeking happiness, you embodied it. And instead of learning from your light, they tried to steal it. That theft has consequences, because now the universe handed them back the one thing they were running from, themselves. And here's the gut punch. You are no longer their excuse, and without you, they are left naked in front of their own truth. Chosen one, carry this truth with pride. The feeling of being misunderstood or weighed down by others isn't permanent. It was only the stepping stone to your freedom. You're living fully now, embracing everything you are. And while they sit haunted by reflections they can't bear to face, you will meet others who don't just see your light. They honor it because they've faced their own shadows too. Number 5. Your light burned holes in their shadows. They wanted you dim because your glow exposed everything they tried to hide. But the truth is, your light was never made to fit in their darkness. Chosen one, the reason they betrayed you, mocked you, or tried to pull you down was never because you were weak. It was because you were too much for them. Your very existence unsettled them. Through every betrayal, every painful moment, you weren't breaking. You were being forged. You were becoming something unshakable, a presence too undeniable to be ignored. That's what terrifies them. No matter how much they whispered, no matter how much they tried to chip away at you, your strength only grew brighter. Imagine this, a room full of people squinting as the curtains are suddenly pulled open, sunlight flooding in. Some people smile, grateful for the warmth. Others shield their eyes, angry at the brightness. That's you, chosen one. Your light doesn't change. People's reactions to it do. Some are blessed by it, while others resent it because it forces them to face what they lack. And here's the brutal fact. Kindness, empathy, and grace leave deeper marks than cruelty ever could. Even when you distanced yourself, you did it with elegance. You didn't throw mud. You didn't beg for attention. You simply walked away, and that quiet exit screamed louder than any goodbye. Now they're stuck replaying it, realizing too late that your presence was a gift, not a guarantee. Your absence became their mirror, and in it they finally saw how beautiful your presence had been. You might ask, if I was such a blessing, why didn't they honor me when I was there? Because people often mistake light for something permanent, like the sun. They think it will rise again tomorrow, no matter what they do today. But when you finally stepped back, they felt the cold. That's when they understood. You weren't just another source of warmth. You were the only one that reached them in places they didn't even know were frozen. Chosen one, don't ever doubt this. Your light was never too much. It was exactly what it needed to be. It just revealed who was never ready to stand in it. And now, while they wrestle with awe and regret, you're free to shine even brighter, unbothered, unstoppable, untouchable. Number 6. You made them doubt their own reflection. They built their lives on noise and chaos, but your silence echoed louder than all their storms. Chosen one, let's be clear, you didn't just walk away from them, you shook the foundation of how they see themselves. People who live in harshness, who thrive in cycles of conflict, expect everyone around them to play by those same rules. They throw anger like weapons, waiting for you to throw it back, because that's the only language they know. But when you refused to respond with fire, when you stood calm, composed and untouchable, you shattered their script. That's why they're questioning themselves now. Imagine this for a moment. A fighter walks into the ring, fists raised, ready for a brawl, but their opponent doesn't lift a hand, just stands there, calm, unshaken. The fighter punches the air, grows frustrated, and eventually tires themselves out. Then comes the haunting realization. They weren't in control. That's exactly how you left them, swinging at shadows, realizing they were never as powerful as they believed. Your restraint became their torment, and your calm became the mirror they can't turn away from. You might wonder, why does my peace affect them so deeply? Because peace is power most people can't grasp. They expected you to crack, to yell, to match their chaos. Instead, you showed strength they've never possessed. And now, every time they think of you, they're forced to confront their own lack of discipline, their own broken patterns. Here's the fact. Psychologists know that when someone is faced with a reaction they don't expect, especially one rooted in calm strength, it forces them into self-reflection. It sticks in their mind, repeating like an echo they can't shut off. That's why your image lingers. That's why your silence plays in their memory long after you're gone. Imagine another scene. A storm rages, lightning tearing the sky apart, but in the middle of it stands a mountain, still, immovable, untouched. The storm eventually passes, but the mountain remains. That's you, chosen one. They were the storm, loud and destructive. You were the mountain, unmoved. And now they're left wondering why they wasted so much energy trying to destroy what could never be broken. You've become their question mark, their unsettled thought, the ghost of what strength really looks like. And that, chosen one, is a power they can never erase. Number 7. You became the thought they can't evict. They tried to bury your name in whispers, but now it echoes inside their heads, louder than their own pride. Chosen one, let's not sugarcoat this. You live in their minds, rent-free. No matter how hard they try to distract themselves, your presence stalks their thoughts like a shadow they can't outrun. Every quality they once mocked, your patience, your kindness, your quiet strength, has become the very thing they crave. You are now the reminder of what they lack, the reflection of what they could never measure up to. Imagine this. Someone tries to erase a permanent marker with their bare hands. They scrub and scrub, but the more they try, the darker the smudge becomes. That's what you are in their mind. The harder they work to forget you, the stronger your imprint grows. It's not because you're holding on, it's because their conscience won't let you go. You might ask, but why am I thinking about them at all when I've moved on? The truth is, chosen one, sometimes their energy lingers because they're obsessing over you far more than you ever could over them. Thoughts are powerful. When someone fixates on you, replaying memories, regretting choices, fantasizing about what they lost, you feel it like a faint knock on the door of your spirit. That's not you missing them, that's them drowning in you. Here's the fact. Studies in psychology show that regret rewires memory, making the past feel sharper and more consuming. They're not just remembering you, they're rewriting you into the standard they can't reach. That's why you haunt them. Imagine another picture. A cracked record spins on repeat, stuck on the same note, unable to move forward. That's their mind with you, replaying the same what-if questions, the same memories, the same regrets, over and over. Meanwhile, you've left the room, the music no longer yours to endure. Your absence became louder than your presence, and now their own mind has turned into your billboard. Chosen one, understand this. You're not the one clinging. They are. You're not the one replaying the past. They're stuck in it. You're free, moving forward, building new chapters. But them? They're paying rent on a space in their head. And the landlord is your memory. And no matter how much they want you out, you're not leaving, because you never asked to be there. Their own regret put you there. Number 8. The trap they set snapped on their own hands. They thought starving you of love would make you crawl, but instead it made you feast on yourself, and now they choke on the hunger they created. Chosen one, this is the bitter irony. Their manipulation backfired. They thought they were clever, giving you crumbs, sprinkling just enough attention to keep you hooked. They dangled affection like bait, convinced you'd always reach for it. But instead of breaking you, their scarcity pushed you into abundance. Instead of making you weaker, it forced you to build a strength they never imagined you'd carry. Now that same game is devouring them from the inside. Imagine this. A fisherman casts a net, thinking he's captured the prize. But the net tears, and instead of pulling the catch to shore, the fisherman is dragged into the water himself. That's what happened here. Their tactics, once used to control you, turned into the very weight drowning them. They never thought the one they tried to trap would grow wings, and yet here you are, flying while they choke on their own rope. You might ask, why are they crushed if they never gave me their best? Because withholding was their power play. Their ego lived in your longing. They fed on the idea that you'd never realize you deserved more. But the moment you discovered self-love, the script flipped. You no longer craved what they held back, and that destroyed the illusion. Here's the fact. Psychology calls this intermittent reinforcement, the most manipulative form of control, where someone gives just enough reward to keep you hooked. But what they didn't calculate was that the human spirit, once awakened, can't be caged. You broke free, and now their trick feels like poison in their own mouth. Imagine another scene. A gardener withholds water from a plant, expecting it to wither and depend on his mercy. But instead, the plant grows deeper roots, tapping into an underground river the gardener can't touch. That's you, chosen one. What they withheld only drove you deeper into yourself, into a well of love and strength that never runs dry. Now they're left staring at a garden they no longer control, wondering how the flower bloomed without their rain. They wanted you addicted to their scraps, but you became addicted to your own power, and that's a withdrawal they'll never survive. Number 9. Your love became the flood. They couldn't stop. They tried to dam the river, but all they did was force the water to rise higher until it broke through and drowned their illusions. Chosen one, the love they withheld from you didn't die, it multiplied. What they thought they were stealing, what they believed they were keeping from you, has come rushing back in a tidal wave of abundance. And here's the part that crushes them the most. You no longer need their approval, their crumbs, or their counterfeit affection. The universe filled every gap they left behind with something purer, stronger, and overflowing. Imagine this. Someone cups their hands to block a spring of water, laughing as they think they've stopped it, but the water doesn't vanish. It builds pressure, forcing its way out in every direction until it bursts free, unstoppable. That's your love, chosen one. They thought holding back affection would make you desperate. Instead, it made you a river that no dam can contain. You might wonder, but why didn't I see it back then? Because manipulation blinds us. You thought maybe they were the right people, maybe it was bad timing, maybe you just had to give more. But the truth is simple. They were never capable of matching your love, and where they lacked, your spirit overflowed. Here's the fact. Studies show that when people are deprived of affection, the mind adapts by building resilience, often turning inward for strength. That's what happened to you. Every drop they withheld became fuel for your self-respect. Every rejection became a brick in the foundation of your confidence. What they meant as subtraction turned into multiplication. Imagine another scene. A thief steals seeds from a farmer, certain they've ruined his harvest. But what the thief doesn't know is that the farmer already had a hidden field, blooming with crops far richer than the stolen ones. That's you. What they took never mattered, because your abundance was always destined to outgrow their greed. They wanted you empty, but you became overflowing, and now your river of love not only fills you, it drowns their memory in waves of regret. Number 10. You've stepped into a chapter they can't touch. They tried to write your ending, but all they did was hand you the pen, and now you're authoring a story they'll never be invited to read. Chosen one, here's the raw truth. You're stepping into a phase they can't follow you into. This isn't just growth, it's transformation. You've shed the weight of their betrayal, the trauma of their control, the poison of their doubt. What once chained you has become fuel, and now you're standing in a wholeness they never wanted you to find. You've entered a new phase of self-discovery, one where your depth, your confidence, and even your sensuality radiate stronger than ever. And nothing, absolutely nothing they do can take that from you. Imagine this. A snake sheds its old skin, leaving behind what no longer serves it. The skin lies there on the ground, brittle, forgotten, while the snake moves on, glistening, renewed. That's you. They are the brittle skin, lifeless and discarded. You are the living proof that pain doesn't break you, it remakes you. And here's the brutal fact. The universe won't let emptiness stand where fullness is meant to be. They tried to keep you small, tried to limit your power, but in doing so, they carved out a space for something greater to pour in. Now you walk forward with an inner fullness no one can touch. They stare at you and see the glow of freedom, the power of someone who isn't shackled by the past. And it gnaws at them because while you've expanded, they're left shrinking into their own emptiness. Your new life is their punishment because it proves you never needed them to be whole. You might wonder, but why does this new phase feel so different? Because this time, it's real, it's yours. You're not moving from pain, you're moving from strength. You're no longer chasing happiness outside yourself. You've become happiness in motion. That's what terrifies them. They can't insert themselves into your story anymore, can't make themselves the center of your growth. They're spectators now, forced to watch you rise while they sink in regret. Chosen one, walk boldly. This new chapter isn't borrowed, it isn't given, it's earned. And as you step forward, remember, their emptiness is no longer your burden. You've crossed a line they'll never be able to follow. Number 11, you've become the force they can't move. They tried to shake you, but you turned into the earthquake, and now it's their world that trembles when you walk in. Chosen one, this is the era where your presence speaks louder than any words. Nothing is holding you back anymore. Every scar, every betrayal, every hardship has been pressed into you like coal under pressure. And the result is a diamond they can't ignore. That's why people act differently around you now. They can't explain it, but they feel it. Your presence is heavier, stronger, unshakable. It's not about how you look. It's about the energy you radiate, the aura you carry like armor. Imagine this. A mountain stands unmoved while storms crash against it. Lightning strikes, rain pours, winds scream, but the mountain doesn't bow. Instead, the storm exhausts itself, and the mountain still towers, untouched. That's you, chosen one. Your healing, your strength, your stillness. It unnerves people because they realize they can't shake what was built to last. And here's the brutal fact. When people can't understand your strength, they start projecting. Some stare in shock, wondering how you survived. Some feel inspired, secretly wishing they had your resilience. Others, they simmer in envy, because your glow reminds them of their own lack of growth. But no matter what, they all feel it. You've become undeniable. Your calm has become their chaos because your very existence proves survival isn't enough. You turned survival into power. You might wonder, why do they look at me like I've changed when I've always been me? The truth is, you didn't change, you evolved. The version of you they once knew couldn't be broken, but now you can't even be touched. That's what shocks them. They thought the pressure would destroy you. Instead, it polished you. Chosen one, never underestimate the impact of simply standing in who you are. Your presence alone bends the atmosphere. People feel it before you speak, before you move, before you even look their way. That's what makes you unshakable. Your strength isn't loud, it's undeniable. And whether they respond with awe, jealousy, or fear, the result is always the same. They know they're standing in the presence of someone who cannot be moved. Number 12. Their grip slipped and you slipped away. They tried to chain you with doubt, but you turned the chains into armor, and now the clinking they hear is their own shackles. Chosen one, this is the truth they can't face. They can no longer control you. The version of you they once knew, the one they could guilt, silence, or manipulate, is gone. You've outgrown their grip, and they feel it in the pit of their stomach. Your absence isn't just empty space, it's a haunting silence that exposes how much of their power depended on you staying small. Imagine this, a puppeteer jerks strings, making the puppet dance. The crowd claps, the puppeteer smirks, believing he's in command. But when the puppet cuts the strings and walks on its own, the stage goes quiet. The puppeteer is left with nothing but limp strings in his hands, realizing the power was never his. It was the puppet's life all along. That's exactly what you did. You walked away from their stage, and now they sit with silence they can't fill. Here's the fact. Control isn't about love, it's about fear. They downplayed your shine, withheld support, and tried to minimize you because your fullness threatened them. Now, in the emptiness you left behind, they're forced to face themselves piece by piece. Every quality they tried to suppress in you, your strength, your independence, your vision, is now staring back at them in their own reflection, and it's unbearable. Your freedom became their prison because the moment you stopped needing them, they started needing you. You might wonder, why does my distance rattle them so much? Because your silence is louder than any argument. They can't spin it, can't twist it, can't manipulate it. You gave them nothing to fight against, and in that nothingness, they discovered their own weakness. What they tried to control in you is now the very thing controlling them: regret. Chosen one, remember this. Their walls are crumbling because you no longer hold them up. Their mask is cracking because you no longer validate it. Their grip is gone because you stopped pretending it existed. And now, the very person they thought would always bend has become the reminder that true strength cannot be owned. You stand on business, and they can't stand at all. And there we are, chosen one. Everything we've shared today is proof of your growth, your power, and the truth that terrifies those who once tried to control you. You are untouchable now, standing on business with a presence they can't shake and a light they can't dim. If this message hit home, press the like button if you haven't already, and if you're still not part of our family, make sure to press that subscribe button. Together, we'll keep spreading this light, this truth, and this unstoppable energy. You're not just watching, you're part of a movement. Nothing burns more than realizing the person you once dismissed is now the one you can't ignore. That's the sting they're feeling right now. They laughed, they doubted, they tried to put you in a box that never fit. But today, chosen one, the box has shattered. Now imagine this for a moment. Someone builds a house of lies about you, brick by brick, thinking it will stand forever. But the moment truth walks in, that house crumbles into dust, leaving them exposed in their own falsehoods. That's exactly what's happening. People are realizing you're the real deal, and no illusion they created can hide it anymore. Studies in psychology show how the human mind hates being wrong. It reacts almost like it's under physical threat when reality clashes with its beliefs. That's why they're restless right now, because your existence is proof that their judgment failed. You've outgrown their imagination, and that fact alone leaves them shaken. And thank you, chosen one, for being here. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribe so this light can reach more souls who need to hear it. It's the responsibility of all of us to spread the truth and to make sure those who stand in the shadows don't silence what's real. Thank you for being part of this mission. You are not just a listener, you are part of a force that's reshaping the way the universe balances lies with truth. Now, back to the heart of this message. People know you're the real deal, and they can't deny it anymore. They thought they had you figured out, but their entire picture of you has collapsed under the weight of your reality. They assumed you'd be ordinary, easy to overlook, maybe even destined to stay in the background. But here you are, chosen one, standing in a position they swore you'd never reach. The shock in their eyes isn't just surprise, it's fear. Fear of how wrong they were, fear of how much power you carry now, fear of the fact that they can no longer define you by their labels. They wanted you to remain where they left you, but you moved far beyond that line. Now, their whispers, their gossip, their doubts, they all sound hollow because they no longer align with what everyone can see. This is the part they can't handle. The universe itself seems to back you up. Every step you've taken has revealed layers of strength they didn't know you had. Every win, every comeback, every quiet moment you refuse to quit has built proof they can't argue with. That's why people are switching sides now. Some who once doubted you are slowly sliding into admiration, some even into loyalty. The shift is real because truth always forces people to choose. Stay blind or accept what's in front of them. And deep down, they know you're not just another face in the crowd. You see what's going on. You understand what they tried to hide. You know what's up, and they can't keep pretending you don't. The interesting part is how fast people turn when truth becomes undeniable. Look through history and you'll find the same pattern. Those who were mocked often became the ones admired. Galileo was laughed at until science caught up. Innovators were doubted until their ideas reshaped the world. And now, chosen one, your life is echoing that same principle. They thought you were out of touch, but now they're realizing you've been ahead of the curve all along. You didn't need validation because reality was always going to catch up to your vision. The problem for them is they weren't ready for it to happen so soon, and now they're scrambling, asking themselves if they should resist you or stand beside you. But don't miss this. Switching sides doesn't always come from respect. Sometimes it comes from survival. They see the tide turning in your favor, and they don't want to be left behind. That's why the same mouths that once doubted you now speak in praise. Some of it is real, some of it is fake, but either way, it proves your impact. When people who never believed in you are forced to align with you, it's because the universe is showing them that truth cannot be buried forever. And that's your victory, chosen one. You didn't have to scream for recognition. You didn't have to prove yourself to anyone. You just had to keep walking, and eventually the world had no choice but to notice. So here we are, in this powerful moment where masks are falling, where loyalties are shifting, where those who swore they'd never admit your worth are now left speechless. They may not like it, but they have to face it. You are the real deal. You've always been the real deal. And now, the very same people who underestimated you are the ones losing their balance, because the truth about you is undeniable. So, chosen one, before we dive deeper into this truth, let me ask you, are you feeling that shift in the air? Can you sense how people who once doubted you are now forced to see you differently? If you know you're the real deal and you can feel the universe exposing it, drop the number 777 in the comments right now. That's your stamp, your sign that you're aligned with this message. And if this word hits home, remember to bless the team behind it with your support, whether it's a like, a share, or a super thanks. It all fuels this mission forward. Every single action you take keeps this light spreading to those who need it most. Because, make no mistake, chosen one, you are part of this force. You are not just listening, you are standing with a movement that refuses to let lies win over truth. And now, let's step into it, piece by piece. Stay with me until the very end. Because if you really are who I know you are, you'll feel that pull to see it all unfold. Let's begin. Number 1. When the spotlight burns, they can't hide anymore. They laughed when you were grinding in silence, but now they choke on their own words when your light blinds them. That's the pain echoing through their chest right now. Chosen one. They never expected you to shine like this. They thought you would fade into the background, swallowed up by the noise of mediocrity, just another nameless face lost in the crowd. But the universe has a cruel way of flipping the script. You became the one they can't ignore, the one who glows so bright it exposes every lie they ever told about you. And now they're left standing in the ruins of their own arrogance, watching you rise where they swore you would never stand. Imagine this for a moment. They spent years painting you in dull colors, as if they had the right to define your canvas. They dipped their brushes in assumptions, in gossip, in shallow judgments, and they thought the portrait they painted of you would last forever. But then reality walked in like fire to old paper, and the picture they built burned to ashes before their eyes. That's what it feels like for them right now. Every rumor, every underestimation, every smirk they threw your way, it collapses under the weight of undeniable truth. And here's the fact they can't stomach. You never needed their permission to stand out. You never needed their validation to prove you're the real deal. You carried your own proof, and now it screams louder than their lies ever could. Why does it sting them so deeply? Because human nature hates being wrong, especially about someone they look down on. Psychology even proves it. When people realize their judgment is shattered by reality, it feels like a direct threat to their identity. It rattles their sense of control. And right now, Chosen One, that's exactly what's happening. They feel threatened by your very existence, because every time you succeed, it forces them to confront how wrong they were. And that's brutal for them, because admitting they were wrong about you means admitting they are not the great judges of character they pretend to be. It means they were blind while you were awake. Let's flip the question. Why did they ever believe you wouldn't make it? Was it because you didn't fit their mold of what success should look like? Was it because your path didn't match their shallow checklist? Or was it simply easier for them to believe you were weak, because believing in your strength scared them? The answer doesn't even matter anymore, because every assumption they built has now shattered under the weight of your glow. They called you average, but you became the exception. They thought you'd quit, but you outlasted their doubt. They thought your voice was too small, but now it echoes in rooms they can't even enter. And don't think for a second that their shock is innocent. This isn't just surprise. It's envy dressed in silence. It's jealousy hiding behind forced smiles. You stand out not because you tried to, but because the universe never designed you to blend in. And the more you rise, the more their insecurities crack open. They can't stand that your light exposes their shadows. They can't stand that every time you step forward, it reminds them how stuck they are. And worst of all, they can't stand that people are starting to switch sides, because deep down, others see the truth too. People who once fed into their lies are now quietly drifting toward your corner, pulled in by the undeniable force of authenticity. Here's the part that breaks them the most. They thought standing out was about flash, about pretending, about playing a role. They never understood that standing out is about resilience. It's about refusing to bow to false images. It's about showing up every day when nobody clapped for you, when nobody believed in you, when nobody thought you'd make it. That's what makes you shine brighter than all of them combined. And now, Chosen One, your glow has become their torment. Because no matter how much they try to downplay you, no matter how much they whisper behind your back, they can't erase what's already carved into reality. You are undeniable. Let me give you another image. Imagine a room filled with candles. Most of them flicker weakly, struggling to keep their flame alive. But then, in the corner, one candle burns so fiercely it lights the entire room. That's you. And those weak flames? They resent your fire because your brightness reminds them of everything they lack. They can't dim you, but they'll hate you for making them feel small. Yet here's the irony. They can't survive without your light, because your presence is what keeps the room alive. That's the paradox they live with. They can't live with you, and they can't live without you. So what's left for them now? Some will try harder to drag your name down. They'll invent new lies, new stories, anything to convince themselves you don't deserve your shine. Others will quietly switch sides, pretending they always believed in you, hoping you don't remember the doubt they once spread. And then there are those who will simply drown in silence, too proud to admit they were wrong, too broken to face the truth. But all of it is proof of one thing. They see you now. They see that you're not just another face in the crowd. They see that you are the real deal, and the reality of that truth will haunt them more than any rumor they ever spoke. And Chosen One, let that fuel you. Let their disbelief become the gasoline that pushes you even further. Every doubt they threw was a seed, and now it has grown into proof they can't deny. Your shine is not an accident. It's not luck. It's the result of every night you didn't quit, every setback you turned into a lesson, every time you kept walking when they swore you were finished. That's why you stand out. Not because you wanted to prove them wrong, but because proving yourself right was always enough. So let them choke on their shock, let them wrestle with their envy, let them sit in the discomfort of their failed assumptions, because at the end of the day, you don't just stand out, you stand above, and every step you take forward is another reminder that their lies never defined you. The truth did, the universe did, and now the world has no choice but to see it. Number 2, the truth they can't bury anymore. They mocked the climb, but now they're choking on the view you've reached. That's the gut punch they feel every time they see you now. For so long, they convinced themselves that you were going nowhere. They wrote a story about you in their heads, a cheap, second-rate version where you stayed stuck, small and silent. But here you are, chosen one, standing in a place they swore you'd never touch. The facts are undeniable, and no matter how they twist the narrative, the evidence of your rise is written in reality, not in their gossip. Imagine this for a moment. They built a cage for you, bars made of lies and low expectations. They thought you'd rattle around in it forever, trapped by their judgment. But while they wasted their time watching, you found the key in your own hands. You stepped out, and now you're running free across a field so wide they can't even see the edges. That image alone eats them alive. Because the truth they can't stomach is this: you weren't trapped, you were training. Every limitation they tried to impose became resistance, and resistance only made you stronger. Here's another truth that makes their chest tighten. The human mind clings to its stories, even false ones, because it hates change. That's why they're so angry, so baffled, so restless about your growth. It destroys the lies they built to keep themselves comfortable. They ask themselves, how did you outwork us? How did you rise above? How did you achieve what we said was impossible? And every time they ask, the answer slices deeper. Because you didn't stop. Because while they were busy watching you, doubting you, or mocking you, you were too busy building, too busy grinding, too busy becoming. First they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, and then they watch you win. That's not just a saying, it's the rhythm of your story. You've already moved through those stages, and now you're at the point where they can't deny your victory. They may not clap, they may not admit it, but their silence is loud enough. Their eyes betray them, their envy exposes them. They see your work, your results, your elevation, and it clashes with the image they once sold about you. And that clash feels like a mirror shattering in their hands. Imagine this: they set the finish line far ahead, assuming you'd never get there. They thought they had time to laugh, to mock, to spread their false stories. But while they were distracted, you didn't just reach the line. You ran past it, crossed 3 more, and now you're standing on a mountain they didn't even know existed. That's the power of consistency, the fire of a chosen one. You didn't stop at their limits. You built your own map and left them scrambling in the dust. They wonder now, was it luck? Was it timing? No, it was neither. It was persistence. It was you refusing to collapse under the weight of their disbelief. It was you carrying scars like armor and lessons like weapons. The truth that breaks them is that your rise wasn't magic. It was earned, and that's exactly why they can't explain it away. If it were luck, they could dismiss it. If it were a fluke, they could ignore it. But when the evidence screams work, discipline, and resilience, they have no escape. Reality doesn't care about your lies. It only bends to effort. That's the fact that destroys their comfort. You worked when they rested. You built when they mocked. You kept moving when they tried to hold you still. That's why you're here now. And that's why they're choking on disbelief. They thought the universe would side with their gossip, but the universe only sides with truth, and truth has chosen you. Let's answer the question they keep whispering to themselves in the dark. How did we miss it? They missed it because they never looked closely. They only saw what they wanted to see. They were blind to your hunger, your focus, your silent fire. They assumed comfort equals strength, but you thrived in discomfort. They assumed setbacks meant endings, but you turned every setback into fuel. They assumed silence meant weakness, but your silence was strategy. That's why they're shocked now, because the facts show a different story, and it's not the one they told. Imagine them holding a deck of cards stacked against you, certain the game was rigged in their favor. But you walked into the room, flipped the entire table, and revealed that the game was never theirs to control. That's what it feels like for them now. They thought they had you cornered, but the truth exposed their bluff. And now they sit in disbelief, watching you rewrite rules they thought could never change. And here's the irony, your rise doesn't just challenge their lies, it exposes their laziness. They hate that you outworked them because it shows them who they could have been if they'd moved like you. Your success holds up a mirror, and the reflection burns. That's why their silence turns into bitterness, why their envy grows sharper by the day. They can't say you didn't earn it. They can't say you don't deserve it. They can only sit there, angry that the facts scream louder than their fiction. Truth is heavy, that's why so few people can carry it. And chosen one, you've carried it all along. You carried it when they laughed, when they doubted, when they tried to bury your name. And now it shines through everything you are, undeniable, unshakable, unbroken. That's why some of them are switching sides, because when facts stand this strong, even your enemies can't help but admit the truth, even if it eats them alive. So let them squirm, let them choke on their disbelief, let them sit in the ruins of the lies they built around you, because while they wrestle with shattered illusions, you're still rising, still moving, still building. And every step you take forward is another nail in the coffin of their false narrative. They can hate it, they can deny it, but they can't change it. The facts are undeniable, and the truth has already chosen you. And number 3, the blade of your mind cuts them open. They thought your silence meant stupidity, but little did they know, a quiet mind is the sharpest blade. That's the wound they're nursing right now, chosen one. They underestimated the very thing that makes you unstoppable, your intelligence, not the kind they measure with diplomas on a wall or letters after a name, but the kind that adapts, that observes, that evolves. You carry a mind that sees through deception like glass, that dissects problems others can't even name, that grows stronger every time it's challenged. And for them, that truth is unbearable. Imagine this for a moment. They were reading from a children's book while you were silently writing your own library. They thought you were behind because you weren't speaking their language, but the truth is, you were operating at a level they couldn't even comprehend. That's why they feel blindsided. Because while they were busy mocking, you were busy learning. While they were clinging to their fragile sense of superiority, you were turning knowledge into ammunition. And now, when your mind slices through the lies they built, they realize too late. They never stood a chance. Here's the fact they choke on. Intelligence isn't about memorizing rules. It's about knowing when to break them. It's about asking the questions they're too scared to ask. It's about seeing patterns in chaos while they only see noise. That's what separates you, chosen one. They thought you'd be predictable, but your ability to adapt makes you untouchable. And that adaptability terrifies them because it means they can't trap you in the cages they set for others. Ask yourself this, why did they misjudge your mind so badly? Was it because you didn't flaunt it? Because you didn't waste your energy proving yourself to those who never wanted to understand? Exactly. Your restraint made them assume weakness, when in reality it was strategy. And now every move you make exposes the gap between your depth and their shallowness. That's why they're scrambling. That's why they whisper. Because your brilliance doesn't just illuminate you, it reveals their ignorance. Knowledge is the fire that turns shadows into ashes. You carried that fire, and now it burns so bright that no one can deny it anymore. They can't rewrite this fact. They can't bury this truth. Your sharp intelligence has carved a place for you that no enemy can erase, and every time they try to deny it, they only end up cutting themselves on the blade of your mind. Number 4, the mask they made for you is shattering in their hands. They built a puppet version of you, but now the strings have snapped and the truth stands tall. That's the panic setting in, chosen one. They spent years crafting an image of you out of thin air, an image designed to shrink you, to flatten you, to make you look ordinary. They painted you as average because it comforted them. It allowed them to feel safe, superior, in control. But here's the problem with false images. The moment reality steps into the room, they crumble like cheap plaster. And that's exactly what's happening right now. Imagine this, they sculpted a clay figure of you in their minds, fragile, breakable, easy to dismiss. But while they were busy shaping lies, you were becoming steel. Now, every time you move, every time you speak, every time you succeed, that clay figure explodes into dust. And what replaces it is a reality they can't control. A sharper, stronger, more intelligent version of you that they never prepared for. That's why their hands shake. Because what they created in their heads no longer matches the truth staring them down. They wonder, how could we have been so wrong? How did we miss this? The answer is simple. They never really saw you. They saw only what they wanted to see. They built a mask and forced it onto your face, ignoring every sign of your brilliance, your resilience, your uniqueness. It unsettles them now because the gap between their fantasy and your reality is too wide to cross. And that dissonance eats at them like acid. Here's the fact they can't deny. Lies may last for a season, but truth always has the final word. They wanted you to blend in, to disappear in the sea of mediocrity. But you weren't designed to be hidden. You weren't built to dim your fire. And now that your light is undeniable, their narrative collapses. The truth doesn't need defending. It simply stands while lies fall apart. That's the brutal lesson they're learning as they watch the mask they made for you dissolve in their own hands. So let them choke on the dust of their false images, chosen one, because while they're left scrambling in confusion, you're standing tall, unshaken, the undeniable proof that their version of you never existed. The mask is gone. Only the real deal remains. Number 5, you were never meant to disappear in the crowd. They wanted you to be wallpaper, quiet, forgettable, but you turned out to be the whole damn mural. That's the blow they're feeling right now, chosen one. They thought you'd be another shadow in the crowd, another voice echoing the same tired thoughts, another face fading into the background. But the truth has smacked them hard. You don't blend in, you never did, and you never will. Your very existence disrupts the pattern, and it gnaws at them because they can't cover it up anymore. Imagine this, a field full of grey stones, lifeless and predictable. Then, out of nowhere, a diamond glitters under the sun. That's you. They wanted you to stay as dull as the rest, but your sharpness, your clarity, your brilliance refuses to stay hidden. And every time your mind sparks with an idea, every time you move in ways they can't predict, it reminds them that you're not like them. That difference exposes their mediocrity, and it burns. They whisper to themselves, "What makes this person so different? Why can't they just be like everyone else?" The answer is simple: because you never needed their labels, their titles, or their empty badges of approval. You don't need to be a professor to think beyond limits. You don't need a stamp of validation to know your worth. What sets you apart is your hunger to keep growing, your courage to see what others ignore, your refusal to let fear cage your mind. That mindset is rarer than any certificate, and it terrifies them because they can't replicate it. Originals disturb the comfort of imitators. That's why you stand out wherever you go. You don't just walk into a room, you shift the atmosphere. Your presence forces people to confront the truth that they're stuck while you're expanding. They can't box you in, they can't predict your next move, and they sure as hell can't blend you back into the crowd. You're too bright, too sharp, too alive. So let them squirm, chosen one. Let them stew in their discomfort as your uniqueness rattles their illusions. You were never meant to blend in. You were always meant to stand out, to disrupt, to be the undeniable proof that the universe doesn't reward conformity. It rewards authenticity, and you, chosen one, are living proof. Number 6. The core they can't touch, no matter how hard they try. They judged your surface, but it's your depth that drowns them. That's the ache in their chest right now, chosen one. They thought they had you mapped out, reduced to a label, a job, or a role. They believed your worth could be boxed into categories they understood. But what defines you isn't any title you hold, any paycheck you earn, or any spotlight you stand under. What defines you is the core, the raw essence of who you are when all the noise is stripped away. And that, chosen one, is something they can't measure, can't control, and can't break. Imagine this. They skimmed the surface of an ocean, thinking they knew its secrets. They laughed at the waves, mocked the ripples, and assumed that was all there was to see. But beneath, hidden from their shallow gaze, were depths so vast they could never comprehend. That's you. And now, when pieces of that depth rise to the surface, your insight, your wisdom, your relentless hunger to grow, it shakes them. Because it forces them to admit they never knew you at all. They ask themselves, how did we miss it? How did we not see how powerful this person really is? The truth is simple. They never looked deeper than their own comfort allowed. They were content with assumptions because assumptions kept them safe. If they told themselves you were simple, they didn't have to confront the threat of your complexity. If they believed you were ordinary, they didn't have to acknowledge the brilliance that made them feel small. But now, their illusions are cracking, and what's underneath leaves them unsettled. Depth is dangerous to the shallow. That's why your growth rattles them, because while they chased surface validation, you chased expansion. While they settled for being known, you settled for knowing more. Your drive to evolve has carried you past every limitation they imagined for you, and it leaves them choking on disbelief. They thought they had you figured out, but the truth is, they barely scratched the surface. So let them drown in their shallow waters while you keep diving deeper, chosen one, because what defines you is untouchable, unshakable, and undeniable. It's the core of who you are, and that core is something they will never have the power to rewrite. Number 7, the game they played backfired in their face. They thought you were a pawn, but you turned out to be the player who flips the whole board. That's the sting eating at them now, chosen one. They believed you were simple, easy to manipulate, someone they could string along like a puppet without resistance. They looked at you and saw weakness because they mistook your patience for ignorance. But patience is not stupidity, it's strategy. And while they were busy plotting, you were already 10 steps ahead. watching, calculating, letting them write their own downfall. Imagine this: a hunter sets a trap, smug in their confidence. They bait it, hide it, and wait for you to step in. But when they return, they find the trap snapped shut on empty air, while you're standing behind them, holding the map of every move they made. That's exactly how it feels for them now. They thought you were the prey, but you were studying them the entire time, and nothing terrifies a deceiver more than being exposed by the very person they swore was blind. They whisper to themselves, "How did we miscalculate so badly? How did this person see through us?" The answer is brutal, because you've lived too much, learned too much, and endured too much to be anyone's fool. Every scar sharpened your instincts. Every betrayal trained your eye. Every lie you endured became a lesson you now use to cut through deception like glass. That's why their games don't work anymore, because you've mastered the rules they tried to use against you. Deception dies in the presence of clarity, and you, chosen one, are pure clarity. You don't need to expose their every move. Your very awareness is enough to shake them. They can feel it in your gaze, that weight of knowing, that silent recognition that strips their power away. And that silence terrifies them more than words ever could. So let them tremble, let them stew in the fear of being seen for what they are, because the truth is undeniable now. They can't fool you, they can't use you, and they can't touch you. The game is over, and the player they underestimated has already claimed the win. Number 8. The pushback proves your power. They don't throw stones at trees with no fruit. That's why the resistance comes, chosen one. They see you thriving, they see your strength, they see your mind cutting through illusions, and it burns them. It shakes their foundation, because you were never supposed to reach this level. In their eyes, you were meant to stay silent, stuck, invisible. But now you're living proof that their judgment was worthless, and that truth makes them restless. So what do? They resist, they push back, they try to silence you because acknowledging your rise would mean admitting their failure. Imagine this: a storm gathers, not because the sky hates the mountain, but because the mountain stands tall enough to block its path. That's you. Your very presence disrupts their comfort zones. Your success exposes their stagnation. Your courage reveals their cowardice. And like a storm, their resistance isn't random. It's a direct reaction to your height, your strength, your refusal to bend. That's why they gossip, why they undermine, why they attempt to pull you down. It's not about you being wrong. It's about you being undeniable. They ask themselves in whispers, why them? Why not us? How did this person break through when we couldn't? The answer cuts deep. Because you worked while they wished. You built while they doubted. You kept moving when they froze. Every victory you've earned carries the weight of your discipline, your focus, your refusal to settle. That fact unsettles them more than anything. It forces them to confront that their excuses were never truth. Just comfort blankets they clung to while you outgrew the cold. Opposition is the tax you pay for being real. That's why you can't escape resistance. It follows every chosen one who dares to rise. But here's the secret. Resistance isn't proof of weakness. It's proof of strength. It means you're shaking systems they thought were untouchable. It means you've become a mirror reflecting everything they don't want to see in themselves. And the harder they push, the clearer it becomes that you're already ahead. So let them resist, chosen one. Let them throw their stones. Let them spit their venom. Let them try to drag you into their shadows, because their resistance is the loudest confession of all. You are thriving, you are strong, and you are everything they swore you could never be, and nothing they do will ever change that. Number 9. Their whole picture of you was a lie. They drew a cartoon of you in their minds, but reality handed them a masterpiece they can't erase. That's the sting they're living with now, chosen one. From the start, they misjudged you, not by accident, but by choice. They took whispers, assumptions, and fragments of envy and glued them together to create a version of you that never existed. It was easier for them to believe their own fiction than to face the truth of your strength. But lies are fragile things, and now those lies are breaking under the weight of undeniable proof. You are nothing like the shadow they tried to paint. Imagine this. They stood outside a fortress, staring at the walls, and assumed they knew everything about what was inside. They judged the exterior, threw insults at the stone, and convinced themselves they understood the foundation. But once the gates opened, they realized they were clueless. That fortress was deeper, stronger, and more unshakable than they could have ever imagined. That's you. They never had the facts, never had the insight. They only had their envy. And envy doesn't tell the truth. It distorts it. They ask themselves now, how did we get it so wrong? How did we fail to see who this person really is? The answer is simple. They never cared to look deeper. They didn't want the truth because the truth would have forced them to face their own weakness. They preferred the lie because it kept them comfortable. But now comfort has collapsed, and all they're left with is the humiliation of being exposed. Assumptions are the graves where truth gets buried. They dug your grave in their minds, thinking that false image would hold forever. But you climbed out, alive and unshaken, and now their narrative lies in ruins. Every success you claim, every step you take forward, every ounce of strength you show, tears down the flimsy version of you they built. And the shock on their faces is the sweetest proof that they never knew you at all. So let them wrestle with their confusion. Let them drown in the lies they told themselves, because the truth is standing right in front of them now, undeniable and unbreakable. They misjudged you completely, and that mistake will haunt them every time they see you rise. Number 10, they chose the shallow end and drowned in it. They skimmed your surface, but depth drowns the ones too scared to dive. That's the brutal truth here, chosen one. They never dared to see beyond the obvious. Their envy blinded them, so they stayed in the shallow waters, where everything feels safe, where nothing challenges their limited perspective. They thought they could size you up in an instant, slap a label on you, and walk away convinced they knew who you were. But you're not a puddle they can step over. You are an ocean, layered, complex, and vast. And now that truth crashes against them like a wave they can't withstand. Imagine this. Someone stands at the edge of a sea, staring only at the ripples on the surface. They mock the water, saying it's small, predictable, unthreatening, but beneath, unseen to their eyes, are currents strong enough to sink ships and depths filled with life they'll never understand. That's you. And their mistake was assuming that because they didn't explore, nothing else existed. Their ignorance doesn't erase your complexity. It only exposes their fear of it. They ask themselves now, why didn't we see it? How did this person slip past us? The answer is simple. They never looked with honest eyes. They stayed on the surface because the surface was comfortable. They avoided depth because depth requires courage, and courage is something they've never had. You were never ordinary, but calling you ordinary made them feel safe. You were never predictable, but pretending you were helped them sleep at night. Now, those illusions are gone, and they're left choking on the truth. Depth terrifies the shallow because it forces them to admit how empty they are. That's why they avoided diving into who you really are. They couldn't handle the weight of your layers, the sharpness of your mind, the strength of your spirit. And now, when those depths reveal themselves in your success, your growth, your undeniable brilliance, they're rattled, because every achievement you earn reminds them of how shallow they chose to remain. So let them cling to the surface, chosen one. Let them circle in their shallow pools, pretending depth doesn't exist. Because you're the ocean they'll never be able to map, the force they'll never comprehend, and the truth that keeps proving them wrong every single day. Number 11. Shattering the cage they built for you. They tried to press you into their mold, but you broke it into pieces sharp enough to cut their hands. That's the sting they feel every time your name comes up, chosen one. They expected you to fall in line, to mimic the same tired patterns they cling to live inside the safety of routines that suffocate growth. They wanted you to be predictable because predictability makes people easier to control, but you were never made to be predictable. You were made to break patterns, and in breaking theirs, you've exposed just how fragile they always were. Imagine this: they pour molten metal into a cast, expecting it to take the shape they want, but instead, the fire grows hotter, the pressure builds, and the mold explodes. What's left is not their design, but something uncontainable, stronger and more valuable than they could ever imagine. That's you. They thought you'd fit neatly into their categories, their labels, their definitions. Instead, you shattered them all, and now they're standing in the wreckage, confused and bitter. They whisper in frustration, "Why can't this person just be like everyone else? Why can't they just follow the rules?" The answer is simple: because the rules were never meant for you. You don't think in straight lines. You don't walk the paths they hand out like instructions. You carve your own road, and that terrifies them because it shows everyone else that conformity is a choice, not a requirement. Your refusal to bend reveals how much they've been bowing to limitations that never truly existed. Those who don't fit the mold become the fire that melts it. That's why your very presence unsettles them. You prove that life isn't about staying inside boundaries. It's about expanding them. Your journeys aren't just physical, though they may take you far. They are mental, emotional, and intellectual. You push deeper, ask sharper questions, and reach for truths they don't dare to touch. That hunger for meaning, for growth, for knowledge sets you apart in ways they'll never replicate. So let them stew in their broken molds, chosen one. Let them cling to the shards of their expectations while you continue to rise beyond them. You weren't made to fit in their frame. You were made to break it, to expand beyond it, and to prove that the universe never rewards the comfortable, only the courageous. Number 12. The core they can never take from you. They can strip away titles, possessions, and status, but they'll never touch the essence of who you are. That's the truth that rattles them, chosen one. The world taught them to measure worth in things that fade: cars, clothes, houses, empty symbols. But you are living proof that true value doesn't live in material possessions. It lives in the core. It's the essence of who you are, the depth of your mind, the fire of your determination. That's what sets you apart, and that's what they can never buy, borrow, or steal. Imagine this. Two houses stand side by side. One looks polished, flashy, perfect from the outside, but inside it's hollow, falling apart. The other looks simple, modest even, but its foundation is unshakable, built on bedrock. You are that second house. While others scramble to decorate the exterior, you invested in what holds everything together. That's why storms that break them only sharpen you. That's why your worth is untouchable. It isn't hanging on the surface, it's rooted in the core. They wonder, why won't this person bend to fit our expectations? Why don't they care about impressing us? The answer is simple. You've seen the emptiness of chasing approval. You've lived through being misjudged, through being defined by assumptions that never matched the truth. And you realized something powerful. People who live on the surface will never understand depth. They don't dive because they're afraid of what they'll find. So they stay shallow while you keep sinking deeper, finding strength, meaning, and purpose in places they'll never reach. Authenticity is the currency the shallow can't afford. That's why your existence unsettles them, because you refuse to play the game of masks. You refuse to shrink yourself for approval. You choose connection over performance, meaning over noise, and growth over comfort. And every time you stand firm in that truth, it exposes how fragile their definitions of worth really are. So let them keep their hollow possessions, chosen one. Let them cling to their shallow measures of value, because what truly defines you is untouchable, unshakable, and eternal, the depth of your essence, the strength of your core. And that is something they will never be able to replicate. Number 13. Rise beyond their limits. Elevate beyond their reach. They tried to freeze you in the past, but growth has a way of breaking chains. That's what burns them the most, chosen one. They wanted you stuck, predictable, easy to label, easy to dismiss, but you refused to stay where they left you. You went deeper, pushed past their boundaries, and found meaning where they only saw appearances. They were wrong about you from the start, but their blindness is not your burden to carry. Imagine this: they planted you in shallow soil, thinking your roots would never spread. But instead of withering, you broke through the ground, stretching wider, taller, reaching light they never thought you'd touch. Every leaf, every branch you grow now is a reminder of their miscalculation. And it drives them mad, because your elevation exposes how little they've moved in their own lives. They ask themselves quietly, why didn't we see this coming? Why didn't they stay small like we expected? The answer is simple. You were never meant to stay surface level. Growth is written in your essence. You've always carried the hunger to expand, to learn, to elevate, while they clung to comfort. Their fear kept them still, but your courage keeps you rising. Elevation exposes stagnation. That's why your climb unsettles them so deeply. Every time you grow, it forces them to face how little they've changed. But that's not your problem, it's theirs. Your duty is not to make them comfortable. Your duty is to keep moving, to keep elevating, to keep proving that the universe favors those who refuse to stand still. So love yourself, chosen one. Care for your spirit, nurture your mind, and pour your energy into building something real, not just for you, but for the people who are ready to rise beside you. Some will never understand you, and that's fine. Their hesitation, their fear, their shallow sight has nothing to do with your mission, because you know who you are and you know where you're headed. Keep growing, keep elevating, keep stepping into spaces they swore you'd never reach. And remember this: every time you rise higher, you remind the world that their limits were never yours to begin with. Power hates one thing above all else: the moment it realizes it can't touch you anymore. Chosen one, sit with that for a moment. Imagine an enemy sharpening their knives, certain they've got you cornered, only to strike and find the blade bouncing off an invisible shield. That's the world you're living in right now. You're not standing alone in this battlefield, no matter how much they want you to believe it. Quiet hands, hidden in places higher than your enemies could ever reach, are already moving the pieces on the board in your favor. That's not a fantasy. It's a fact. History has always shown us that survival is never just about strength. It's about alliances. Behind every untouchable figure, there was always an unseen circle. Protectors who had access to rooms the enemy couldn't break into, power they couldn't bribe, and influence they couldn't challenge. Now, imagine this for a moment. Chosen One. Your name whispered in conference rooms where decisions shift the course of entire communities. Your safety placed on the agenda of people you will never meet in person. This is not about being lucky. It's about being marked by the universe itself as someone worth protecting. And here's a fact that will make your enemies choke on their bitterness. 90% of the battles in history were won before the first punch was ever thrown. Not on the battlefield, but in the back rooms, in secret conversations, in alliances that never made the headlines. That's where your story is being written right now. Before your enemies can even launch their next attack, their plans are already being dismantled in those high places. And thank you, Chosen One. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe, helping spread this truth to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. Thank you for being part of this mission, because you're not just a listener, you're part of a force. Now, let's return to the truth at hand. Chosen One, your enemies can't stomach this reality. They thought they were fighting you alone, but they never factored in the unseen allies, individuals who carry weight in spaces your enemies can't even dream of entering. If your enemies knew who was quietly standing behind you, half of them would collapse from shock and the other half would scramble, begging for forgiveness. Because here's the brutal twist. The protection around you isn't just about safety, it's about strategy. These allies aren't wasting energy on defense alone. They're building a structure that ensures you rise while your enemies sink under their own schemes. Think about the irony here. The same people who once mocked you as irrelevant are about to choke on the sight of doors opening for you that even their wealth, charm, or connections couldn't unlock. The universe has placed powerhouses in alignment with your path. People with access to information that can't be leaked, systems that can't be bribed, and authority that can't be challenged. And while your enemies are busy gossiping in circles of jealousy, these allies are moving silently, shifting entire agendas just to keep you untouchable. This is why your enemies are restless. They can sense something bigger than you is at work, but they can't put their finger on it. To them, you look like an ordinary person. But the reality is, you've become a classified subject in an unspoken hierarchy. You're no longer just a target. They're up against forces they cannot see, cannot threaten, and cannot outmaneuver. And the bitter truth, the harder they push, the more obvious it becomes that the walls around you aren't just walls, they're fortresses. Chosen One, let me be brutally honest. What is coming next will not just shock your enemies. It will shock you too, because the scale of what's being planned in those high places is far greater than anything you imagined. You think you've seen protection? You've seen nothing yet. What's unfolding isn't simply a shield. It's a grand strategy. And when the final move is revealed, your enemies won't just be defeated. They'll be humiliated, left staring in disbelief at how powerless they really were against the allies standing behind you. That's the reality, Chosen One. Powerful allies in high places are protecting you, and what they're planning is about to shake everything. Chosen One, before we move forward, I want you to take a moment and ground yourself in this truth. Powerful allies in high places are already moving on your behalf, and what they're planning will shake you to your core. If you've ever felt like the universe has been shifting pieces behind the scenes just to keep you standing, then this message is for you. Drop a comment below with the number 777 if you know deep down you're being protected in ways your enemies will never understand. And if you feel called, bless the team behind this message with your support, whether it's a like, a share, or even a super thanks. Every gesture, no matter how small, fuels this mission to reach more chosen ones like you who need this confirmation. You are not just a viewer, you are part of a force that spreads light in a world that feeds on shadows. So stay with me until the end, because what I'm about to reveal isn't just information. It's a key to understanding the strategy unfolding around your life. And now, let's dive into it step by step. Believe me, chosen one, if this message is meant for you, you'll feel that pull to stay until the last word. Let's begin. Number 1. When their power becomes your shield. The cruelest punishment for an enemy is watching their own weapons defend the person they wanted destroyed. Chosen one, let that sink in. Imagine the fury burning in their chest when they realize every tool, every resource, every connection they thought belonged only to them is now working in your favor. That's the gut punch they never expected, the one they'll never recover from. They wanted to hoard the keys, but the doors are opening for you anyway. They wanted to shut you out, but the very walls they built are crumbling into bridges beneath your feet. That's not an accident. That's the universe rearranging the board. Think about it. How many times did they tell themselves you'd never make it because you lacked their network, their wealth, their insider access? They laughed, they mocked, they told their circles, that one will never touch what we've got. But here's the bitter truth. Their wealth was never built for your destruction. Their systems were never designed to deny you forever. The universe has a way of flipping the script so violently that the very same doors they swore you'd never walk through are now opening without their permission. And it eats them alive. Now imagine this for a moment, chosen one. An enemy spends years building a fortress, filling it with resources and guarding it with loyal dogs. But then, when the time comes, the gates swing open, not for them, but for you. Their soldiers bow, their treasure is rerouted, and their fortress becomes your sanctuary. That's the nightmare they can't wake up from. And here's the question that lingers in their minds. How? How did the one they counted out become the one protected by the very forces they thought they controlled? The answer is simple. Power doesn't respect ego. Influence doesn't obey arrogance. The universe never allows resources to be hoarded forever. It redistributes them where they are needed most. This is why your enemies are restless. They can't stop pacing the floor at night because deep down they know the tide is turning. They see opportunities drying up for them while doors are being built for you. They feel their grip slipping, and every time they try to tighten it, the rope burns their own hands. That's the poetic justice in this season. The harder they cling, the more obvious it becomes that their power was never truly theirs to begin with. It was borrowed, temporary, and now it's being redirected piece by piece to strengthen you. Let's be brutally honest here. What truly enrages them is not just that you are protected, but that the protection is coming from their own side, from high places they thought were locked down for themselves. It's like watching their own generals defect to fight for you, their own strategies rewritten to benefit you. And when you stand tall, unshaken by their attacks, it isn't because you fought harder. It's because you were surrounded by shields they couldn't see, shields they couldn't break, shields forged from their own resources. That's humiliation on a scale they can't stomach. You might ask yourself, why me? Why would such powerful allies shift to protect someone like me? The answer is sharper than you think. Because you're not ordinary. You carry what they can't buy, can't fake, can't steal. Authenticity, integrity, strength carved from struggle. Those things attract protection the same way gravity pulls the planets. And when you carry that, chosen one, the universe aligns the pieces in ways no enemy can undo. So yes, their money might have been stacked high, their networks wide, their influence deep, but none of it was strong enough to stop the redirection. Here's a fact to drive it home. History has always shown us that empires fall not because outsiders stormed the gates, but because insiders shifted allegiance. Rome collapsed not from barbarians alone, but from betrayal within its own walls. Kings lost crowns because their armies suddenly refused to fight. And in your story, it's no different. The same insiders your enemies trusted are now moving in silence for you. The very channels they believed were theirs alone are now carrying your name, carrying your cause, carrying your protection. And the irony is so sharp, it could cut glass. They once mocked you as powerless. They told themselves, this one has nothing, this one can't touch us. But now their most prized possessions are defending you. Their influence is clearing paths for you. Their connections are sealing the cracks that could have exposed you. They're watching the very fortress they built become a fortress for you. And here's the punchline. There's nothing they can do about it. So let's answer the question burning in your mind. What happens next? Chosen one, what happens next is the unfolding of a strategy so brutal in its beauty that it will leave your enemies stunned, because every move they make only speeds up their own downfall. Every door they try to slam shut only makes the slam echo louder when it reopens for you. They can't fight it. They can't outbid it. They can't silence it. Their resources were never meant to destroy you. They were meant to serve as the scaffolding for your rise. Picture this. A thief spends his whole life stockpiling treasure, convinced he'll live forever to enjoy it. But when the moment comes, the treasure is stripped from him and placed in the hands of someone he swore would always be empty. That's you. You are walking proof that the universe doesn't allow hoarded power to rot in one corner. It circulates, it finds balance, and right now the balance has tilted in your favor. That's why they're panicking. That's why they're lashing out, because deep down they know the shift is irreversible. So don't doubt it, chosen one. Don't question whether you're really protected by allies in high places. The proof is in the reaction of your enemies. Look at their confusion, their rage, their silence when their attacks fall flat. That's not coincidence. That's evidence. Evidence that their resources have already been reprogrammed, redirected, and repurposed to work for you. The cruelest punishment for them is realizing that the more they try to destroy you, the more their own power ends up shielding you. And here's the final twist. This isn't just about defense. This is strategy. It's not only about blocking their attacks, it's about turning their very tools into stepping stones for your rise. What they thought would crush you is now what carries you higher. What they meant for control is now fueling your freedom. And when the full picture is revealed, when they finally see just how much of their arsenal has been rerouted for you, the shock won't just break them, it will haunt them, because nothing cuts deeper than realizing they were never in control to begin with. That is the brutal reality, chosen one. Their resources were never meant for you, but now they've become your shield, and that truth will be the very thing that destroys them. Number 2. When your name unlocks doors they swore were sealed. The deadliest power is not the sword in your hand, but the whispers of your name in rooms your enemies cannot enter. Chosen one, let that pierce through you. Nothing rattles your enemies more than realizing that while they're wasting breath gossiping about you in their little corners, your name is already echoing in the high chambers they'll never be invited into. Think about it. Your very name has become a password, a key, a secret code that grants you protection and opportunity in places you've never even laid eyes on. That is the kind of influence that terrifies them, because it means you're moving without moving, winning without showing up, and being protected by voices they can't silence. Now imagine this for a moment. Picture a grand council room, walls lined with power, where the fate of thousands is decided with a single nod. You are not there physically, chosen one, but your name enters like a command. It slides across the table, and suddenly doors are opening, resources are shifting, and strategies are being rewritten, all in your favor. This is the brutal irony. You don't need to be in the room for the room to bend toward you. And that's what your enemies will never understand. They believe influence comes only from presence, from being loud, from being seen. But the truth? The most unshakable power is when your name works for you in silence. What they fear most is not your presence, but your absence that still carries weight. Chosen one, that's the truth they choke on. They can't wrap their heads around the fact that your name, not theirs, has become the key that unlocks decisions. They ask themselves late at night, how is it possible? How did their name become a password when mine is just an echo? The answer is simple. Authenticity carries resonance. You don't need to bribe or force your way in. The universe amplifies the name of the one it favors, making it travel further, strike harder, and open doors that money, status, or threats could never budge. Let's be brutally honest. They never expected your name to mean anything beyond your neighborhood, your workplace, your small circle. They thought they had the monopoly on reach. But here you are, chosen one, watching your name ripple into rooms you've never stepped into, building alliances you didn't even ask for, gathering shields around you without lifting a finger. That's the kind of divine irony that leaves them stunned, because it proves the game was never theirs to control. Now imagine this. A vault locked tight with the strongest steel, guarded by men who would die before handing over the key. And yet, when your name is spoken, the bolts click open as if they were waiting for you all along. That's the level of access you now carry. Not through force, but through the quiet authority your name holds. This is why your enemies grind their teeth. They built walls, only to discover your name was the master key all along. Your name is the one currency that never loses its value. Chosen one, remember that. They can hoard money, manipulate connections, flaunt influence, but their names rot in silence while yours spreads like wildfire. And here's what burns them the most. The very people they thought would never notice, you are the ones speaking your name with respect, urgency, and commitment. The same doors your enemies bang on desperately are the ones quietly opening for you, triggered by your absence that somehow weighs more than their presence. They ask themselves, why them? Why does their name hold so much power while mine gets ignored? The answer is hidden in plain sight. Influence doesn't belong to the loudest voice in the room. It belongs to the voice that carries truth, resilience, and integrity. That's why your name travels where theirs cannot. Because your enemies' names are tainted by deceit, while yours carries the resonance of someone who has earned their place through struggle and authenticity. And the universe always favors the name that cannot be corrupted. Now imagine another metaphor, chosen one. Think of a chessboard. Your enemies thought you were just a pawn, easily sacrificed and easily replaced. But now, the players in high places are whispering your name as though you were the queen. The piece with the most power, the one that dictates the flow of the game. And the best part, you didn't even have to move yourself there. Others moved on your behalf, sliding you into position, shielding you with strategies your enemies could never predict. That's the terrifying beauty of your current reality. The most dangerous weapon is a reputation that walks into the room before you do, and that's exactly what you've become. Your reputation, your name, carries a weight that no smear campaign, no whispered lie, no cheap trick can dilute. They tried to stain it, to bury it, to make sure no one ever took it seriously. But instead, every attack only amplified it. Every attempt to silence your name only carved it deeper into the walls of rooms you've never entered. That's why your enemies are losing their minds, because no matter how hard they try, your name keeps resurfacing like a password they can't override. Let's address the thought in your mind. What if I don't feel that powerful? What if I don't see it yet? Chosen one, the truth doesn't always scream in front of you. It works behind the curtain. Influence is invisible until its effects show. You may not see the rooms, but you will feel the results, the opportunities, the shields, the sudden breaks that appear at just the right time. That's the evidence that your name is moving where your feet haven't. And when you look at the frustration of your enemies, that's the second piece of proof. Their confusion, their bitterness, their inability to explain why you keep rising. That's confirmation enough. Now imagine a storm, chosen one, lightning strikes, winds rage, waves crash. Your enemies are out there, tossed and battered, while you sit safe in a harbor you didn't even know was secured for you. You didn't build the harbor, you didn't call the storm, but your name ensured that safe passage was prepared. That's the level of protection moving for you now. That's the shield they can't crack, no matter how violently they thrash. So let's close with this brutal truth. Your name has become a password in rooms you've never stepped into, and that fact alone is destroying your enemies more than any battle could. Because every time your name is whispered with respect, every time it opens a door they couldn't unlock, it reminds them that they've lost the influence, lost the control, lost the ability to decide your fate. The very thing they thought was powerless, your name, has become the weapon that haunts them. Chosen one, you don't need to beg for access. You don't need to knock on their doors. Your name is already inside, already doing the work, already unlocking the future they swore you'd never touch. And when the full scope of this protection is revealed, it won't just shock your enemies, it will shock you too. Because the greatest power isn't walking into a room, it's knowing the room moves for you before you arrive. Number 3, destroying you means destroying their system. The quickest way to collapse a kingdom is to strike down the one pillar holding it up. Chosen one, that's you. They don't protect you out of charity or sentiment. They protect you because if you fall, the entire framework around you begins to crack. Your existence is woven into something much larger than yourself, and your enemies can't stand that truth. To them, you look like one person, but to those in high places, you're a vital piece of the system they serve. And tampering with you would send shockwaves through everything they're trying to maintain. Now imagine this, a single bolt holding a massive bridge together. Remove that bolt and thousands of lives are at risk. That's why you're untouchable, because breaking you would cause a chain reaction too costly to risk. Your enemies don't see this because they think in small terms. They believe hurting you would only silence one voice. But those in higher places know better. They know your fall would collapse the balance that keeps even their own agendas standing. What terrifies them most is not your power alone, but the consequences of taking it from you. That's why, no matter how much your enemies try, their hands are slapped away before they get close. The system itself rejects their attempts, because you are not expendable. And here's a fact to settle in your bones. History proves again and again that when the wrong person is targeted, revolutions erupt, governments fall, and entire empires disintegrate overnight. That's why they won't risk you being broken, because breaking you means breaking themselves. You may ask yourself, why would I matter that much? Chosen one, it's because you carry influence that threads into hidden structures. People rely on you more than you realize. Your voice, your actions, your very presence are intertwined with movements bigger than you. Remove you, and the gears jam. The system falters. That's the reality. So let your enemies rage. Let them plot. Because every attempt to destroy you only reminds the powerful why you must be shielded. You are not protected out of kindness. You are protected out of necessity. And that necessity is the very shield your enemies can never penetrate. Number 4, the eyes on you stretch beyond flesh and bone. The enemy's greatest frustration is realizing they're being outwatched by forces they cannot see and cannot bribe. Chosen one, understand this. What shields you isn't limited to human allies sitting in offices or councils. The surveillance protecting you runs deeper, wider, and far more advanced than anything your enemies could imagine. Their eyes are small, their reach is short, but the eyes guarding you, they operate on levels far beyond their comprehension. Now imagine this for a moment, a thief creeping in the night, convinced no one can see him, only to find out he's being tracked by cameras, satellites, and watchtowers he never noticed. That's your enemies right now. They plot in shadows, but their shadows are lit up under a system of protection that stretches beyond human capacity. Every whisper, every plan, every secret move they think is hidden, already exposed, already intercepted, already countered. Surveillance isn't about watching the obvious, it's about catching what thinks it's unseen. And chosen one, that's exactly why you're still standing. Because what your enemies don't know is that the universe itself has set alarms around you. They can't make a move without triggering consequences. They can't launch an attack without being seen before they even strike. And here's the fact they'll never admit. No empire, no army, no ruler in history has ever truly won against a surveillance system that outwatches them. Their downfall always comes from being seen before they act. You might wonder, why so much attention on me? Because you're a linchpin in a much larger design. If you fall, chaos spreads. If you stand, balance holds. That's why you're guarded not just by human allies, but by invisible networks. Forces that monitor every attempt against you. Forces your enemies can't comprehend, much less escape. So let them stalk, let them scheme, let them believe their moves are secret. Every step they take is already under watch. Every plot they whisper is already known. That's the torment, realizing their enemy isn't just you, but an entire unseen surveillance system guarding your every step. Number 5, you're not just safe, you're a high-value investment. The strongest protection isn't given out of pity, it's given out of profit for the future. Chosen one, hear this clearly. You're not just being shielded because someone feels sorry for you. You're being guarded like a vault, like a priceless asset, because your value doesn't stop at the present moment. Those in high places see what your enemies can't. They see that your future holds weight, influence, and outcomes that affect far more than just your own life. Now imagine this. A bank doesn't hire armed guards to protect loose change. It locks down what will multiply, what carries lasting value, what could change economies. That's you. The system protecting you isn't wasting its resources on someone who doesn't matter. You're surrounded because your future is worth more than your enemy's present, and that reality eats them alive. What enrages your enemies most is not that you're guarded today, but that your tomorrow is already secured. They wonder why doors keep opening for you, why you're never fully cornered, why their attacks only bruise but never break. It's because you are being treated as an investment whose worth increases with time. Breaking you now would cost too much later, so instead, unseen forces ensure you stay intact, positioned, and prepared. You might ask yourself, why would anyone see me as that valuable? Because, chosen one, you carry seeds of change. Your words, your influence, your resilience. It plants futures bigger than your own. Systems see that. Power recognizes it. And so, the shield around you isn't temporary. It's long-term strategy. Now picture this. An oak tree surrounded by fences, not because it's fragile, but because its future shade will cover generations. That's why you're guarded. Your growth protects more lives than you realize. Your rise benefits more agendas than your enemies could ever calculate. And that's why their rage turns to despair. They're realizing they're not fighting a person, they're fighting an investment already too valuable to lose. So let them throw stones, chosen one. You're not just protected, you're insured by the future itself. And when the full value of your life matures, the same enemies who mocked you will choke on the sight of the return you bring. Number 6. Your shield isn't weak. It's a fortress with layers they'll never breach. The dumbest mistake an enemy can make is mistaking a fortress for a tent. Chosen one, that's exactly where your enemies keep failing. They look at you and assume the shield around you is thin, fragile, and easy to pierce. But what they don't realize is that your protection is stacked, multi-layered, reinforced from angles they can't even imagine. That's why their attacks fall flat, again and again. They're fighting against walls within walls, doors behind doors, and defenses they'll never even reach. Now imagine this. A thief approaches a mansion, thinking one locked door is all that stands in his way. He cracks it open, only to find another steel door, then another, then motion sensors, then guards, then cameras. By the time he realizes how deep the defenses go, he's already trapped. That's your enemies. They plan one strike, but every strike only exposes them to the next layer of protection, waiting to crush them. Your enemies don't fail because they're weak. They fail because your shield was built for a war they can't fight. Every layer serves a different purpose. Some guard your physical steps. Others guard your reputation. Some block attacks before they reach you. Others expose the attackers so they collapse under their own schemes. It's a system designed not just to defend, but to exhaust every attempt against you until your enemies have nothing left but frustration. And here's the fact they'll never say out loud. Multi-layered shields are why empires last. Castles weren't protected by just one wall. They had moats, towers, archers, hidden escape routes. You're no different. The protection around you is built with depth, precision, and redundancy. Even if one layer bends, 10 more stand tall. That's why you're still here, chosen one. That's why their best shots feel like pebbles bouncing off stone. You might wonder, how deep does it go? How many layers are there? The answer will always surprise you, because the shield adjusts to the attack. For every plot, there's already a counter. For every ambush, a trap waiting in return. That's why they can't predict your downfall, because you're not shielded by one fragile wall. You're encased in a fortress designed to adapt and survive. So let them keep underestimating you, chosen one. Every failed attempt is just another reminder that your protection runs deeper than their imagination. And when they finally realize it, it won't just break their strategy, it will break their spirit. Number 7. The real horror is when they discover who's backing you. The cruelest blow to an enemy isn't your strength. It's the revelation of who's standing behind you. Chosen one, that's the moment they'll choke on their own arrogance. It's not the fact that you're protected that haunts them. It's the shock of who is providing that protection. They thought your allies were small, powerless, irrelevant. They thought you had no one. But when the curtain lifts and they see the true faces behind your shield, their pride will collapse. Now imagine this. A predator circles what it thinks is easy prey, certain the kill will be quick. But just as it lunges, it freezes, because behind that prey, hidden in the shadows, a lion steps forward. That's your reality. Your enemies thought they were circling someone defenseless, only to discover that the powerhouses standing behind you make their efforts laughable. The real nightmare for your enemies isn't losing to you, it's realizing they were never fighting you alone. That's why their plans keep failing. They thought they were dealing with your strength, your resources, your moves. But the truth is, the allies working on your behalf are bigger than their entire arsenal. Allies with access to places they'll never reach, influence they'll never hold, and strategies they'll never anticipate. You might be asking yourself, why would such powerful forces stand behind me? Because, chosen one, you carry what money can't buy and status can't fake. Integrity, purpose, potential. Power always aligns with what ensures its survival, and your survival ensures balance, progress, and order that even those in high places rely on. They can't afford for you to fall. That's why their watchful eyes stay fixed on your enemies, ready to crush any hand that reaches too close. Here's the brutal irony. Your enemies once boasted about their connections, their networks, their supposed allies. But when the truth is revealed, they'll see that your allies outrank theirs 1,000 times over. The people or systems they thought they had in their pocket will be the very ones dismantling their attacks and securing your rise. So let them laugh now. Let them call you weak, alone, unimportant. Because when they finally discover who's really standing behind you, it won't just silence them, it will shatter them. The shock won't just break their pride, it will break their will to ever challenge you again. Number 8. Your untouchable status is a decree they can't rewrite. The most painful truth for your enemies is realizing your downfall isn't up for negotiation. Chosen one, this isn't about bargains, backroom deals, or temporary favors being pulled for your safety. You've been classified as untouchable, and that label isn't a suggestion, it's a decree. It comes from a place beyond money, beyond politics, beyond every weak influence your enemies try to lean on. And that's what drives them mad. Because no matter how loud they shout, no matter how much they scheme, the answer is always the same. You cannot be touched. Now imagine this. A soldier is told before battle that there is one figure on the field they are forbidden to strike. Doesn't matter if they hate them. Doesn't matter if they think they can win. The command is absolute. Touch them and you pay the price. That's the energy surrounding your life right now. You've been marked off limits, chosen one, not because of favoritism, but because removing you would collapse too much. You are embedded into systems and futures in ways your enemies will never understand. What enrages them most is not that you're protected, it's that your protection is permanent. This isn't something they can outbid, manipulate, or wear down with persistence. Status like yours doesn't expire. It isn't temporary armor. It's written into the very framework of the structures that surround you. And history shows us this. Those who are decreed untouchable, from rulers to revolutionaries, could not be taken down without the very system imploding around them. That's the exact bind your enemies face. You might ask yourself, but why me? Why would such a decree exist for me? Because, chosen one, you are not a random piece on the board. You're a cornerstone. You're the figure whose removal would destabilize more than just your personal life. It would destabilize agendas, balances, and futures that others depend on. That's why the decree is final. So let your enemies foam at the mouth. Let them waste their time plotting. They'll never cross that line, because the moment they do, they're not just fighting you, they're fighting the entire system that classified you as untouchable. And that system doesn't negotiate, it doesn't bend, it doesn't compromise. That's the brutal truth, chosen one. You are untouchable, and your enemies will spend the rest of their lives choking on that reality. Number 9, they're not just losing, they're under watch. The worst defeat isn't losing the battle, it's realizing every move you made was recorded as proof of your failure. Chosen one, that's exactly what's happening to your enemies right now. They aren't just falling short, they're being watched, tracked, and documented in ways that make their downfall inevitable. Every scheme, every trap, every whispered lie they thought was hidden is being logged like evidence in a courtroom. And the cruelest part? They don't even realize the walls are closing in until it's too late. Now imagine this. A thief breaks into a house, convinced no one is home, only to discover later that every step he took, every drawer he opened, every move he made was caught on hidden cameras. That's your enemies right now. They think they're clever, sneaky, untouchable in their plotting, but their every move is being preserved as ammunition for their destruction. They are not free. They're under surveillance, and their own actions are building the case against them. Your enemies aren't just failing, they're digging their own graves with every attempt. That's why their downfall will be so brutal, because it won't be based on rumors, suspicions, or guesses. It will be based on undeniable evidence of who they really are. The same plots they thought would bury you are the receipts that will bury them. You might ask, why does this matter for me? Because, chosen one, it means you don't have to fight every battle head-on. The very forces that protect you are also collecting the proof needed to strip your enemies of their false power. Every lie they spread, recorded, every setup they planned, exposed, every trap they tried to set, documented as their own undoing. And here's the fact they'll never admit. Surveillance has always been the enemy of corruption. History proves it. Tyrants didn't fall because they looked weak. They fell because evidence piled up against them until even their allies couldn't cover it anymore. That's what's happening with your enemies. They're not just losing, they're being cornered by their own track record. So let them whisper, let them scheme, let them try to bury you. Every move they make is another nail in their coffin. They're not just fighting a losing battle, chosen one. They're being watched, and their exposure is guaranteed. Number 10, you're the spark that's splitting their alliances apart. The fastest way to destroy an army is not to fight it head-on, but to make it fight itself. Chosen one, that's exactly what your presence has done. You are the reason powerful people who once moved like a united front, are now snapping at each other's throats. What once looked like unbreakable unity is rotting into suspicion, paranoia, and betrayal. and nothing terrifies your enemies more than realizing it's you who lit that fuse. Now imagine this, a pack of wolves circling prey, snarling in unison, but suddenly they stop looking at the prey and start growling at each other. Teeth bare, eyes shift, and within moments the pack is tearing itself apart. That's your enemies now. The alliances they bragged about, crumbling. The trust they swore would never break, turning to dust. And the most brutal part, they can't trace how it started because the seed of paranoia was planted the moment they came against you. Your enemies aren't just losing power, they're losing each other. The people they thought would always cover their backs are now questioning motives, second-guessing plans, and pointing fingers. That's the beauty of it. While you remain steady, they implode from within. And here's a fact to carve deep. History has shown us that no empire falls because of outside threats alone. It collapses because of betrayal on the inside. Rome didn't burn from invaders first. It crumbled because its leaders turned against each other. You might be asking, why would my enemies turn on one another when their target is me? Because, chosen one, your shield makes you untouchable, and that frustrates them. When every attack fails, when every plot backfires, suspicion grows. Someone must have leaked information. Someone must be protecting you. And in their paranoia, they start accusing each other. That's how alliances snap, not from your strike, but from their own mistrust. So let them keep plotting in circles. The longer they try, the more their so-called unity fractures. They'll never realize until it's too late that their downfall didn't come from your hand, it came from their own. And that's the cruelest justice of all, watching their empire collapse, not because you attacked, but because they couldn't stop attacking each other. Number 11. Their schemes collapse before they leave the table. The cruelest defeat is when your enemy's blade snaps before it ever leaves the sheath. Chosen one, that's the agony your enemies live with every day. Their plans against you aren't just failing, they're being dismantled before they even see daylight. That's what drains them. Not that you survived their blows, but that most of their blows never even made it to you. The universe rewrites their blueprints before the ink dries, leaving them staring at scraps of strategy that turn to dust in their hands. Now imagine this. A general draws up battle plans all night, convinced victory is guaranteed. But at dawn, every page of his strategy has already been altered, every troop position reversed, every weapon sabotaged. By the time the first horn sounds, his own army is marching in circles. That's your enemies. They sit in their secret corners, whispering schemes, but by the time they rise to act, the plan is already dead. What terrifies them isn't that you fight back, it's that you don't even have to. Your shield moves before you do. Forces greater than their imagination intercept their plots at the root. Their traps collapse before they're set. Their alliances fracture before they're signed. It's as if the world itself conspires against them while conspiring for you. And here's a fact they'll never admit out loud. History shows us that the greatest power isn't in fighting battles, it's in preventing them. Wars weren't always lost on the battlefield. Many were lost in the planning rooms where betrayal, leaks, and sudden shifts rewrote entire strategies. That's exactly what's happening with your enemies. Their downfall begins long before they face you. You might ask, why would their plans collapse before reaching me? Because, chosen one, you've been positioned in a way that makes you too vital, too protected, too connected for attacks to be allowed through. To strike you would mean destabilizing far more than they realize. So the system itself erases their strategies before they ever touch you. That's why they're exhausted, bitter, and restless. Every time they scheme, they're confronted with the same outcome. Nothing works, and nothing will, because their plans don't even fail. They vanish. And watching that vanish over and over again is a torment far worse than losing a battle. It's losing the fight before it even begins. Number 12, you're being placed, not just preserved. The true mark of power isn't survival. It's being moved into position while your enemies watch helplessly. Chosen one, understand this clearly. You're not just being protected like a fragile object locked away in a glass case. You're being positioned like a chess piece, shifted into places where influence multiplies and opportunities collide in your favor. Protection alone would only shield you. Positioning makes you unstoppable. Now imagine this, a king on a chessboard surrounded by threats. A shield could hold back attacks for a while, but what changes the entire game is when the queen is moved into place. Suddenly, the same enemies who thought they had you cornered are staring at a checkmate they never saw coming. That's you. Every move around you is strategic. Every redirection of energy, every closed door, every unexpected shift in circumstances isn't random. It's allies maneuvering you into the exact place where your power expands. What unsettles your enemies most isn't that you're safe. It's that you keep advancing without effort. They expect protection to mean stagnation, as if you'll be frozen in place, shielded, but still. But instead, they watch you climb. They watch opportunities bend toward you. They watch doors swing open that even their money, influence, or schemes couldn't unlock. And that eats them alive, because it proves you're not just untouchable. You're being prepared for something larger. You might be asking, why position me? Why not just protect me? Because, chosen one, safety is temporary, but position is permanent. Allies don't waste their strength keeping someone in place. They invest it in moving you forward. And here's a fact to carve deep. History shows us that the most powerful figures weren't merely survivors. They were placed, guided, and elevated into roles that shaped eras. You are no different. Picture this. A seed isn't protected by soil just to sit in darkness forever. It's placed there, nurtured, aligned with sunlight and water, until it bursts upward, breaking through. That's what's happening with you. You're not buried. You're planted. You're not hidden. You're being aligned. And when you rise, it won't just be survival on display. It will be strategy fulfilled. That's why your enemies despair. They thought their job was to destroy you, but instead they're being forced to witness your positioning. And the hardest truth for them to accept, this positioning can't be undone. You're being moved like a piece they'll never control, into a destiny they'll never touch. Number 13. What they truly fear is what you're about to unleash. The greatest fear of your enemies isn't your fall, it's your rise, because your rise releases a force they can't contain. Chosen one, understand this. The real terror in their hearts isn't about what you might lose, it's about what you might unlock. They know the energy within you isn't ordinary, it's catalytic. It doesn't just lift you, it disrupts everything tied to those who stand against you. Your power isn't contained, it radiates outward, rewiring the systems around you in ways they can't predict or control. Now imagine this, a dam holding back millions of gallons of water. For years, your enemies have hoped cracks would appear, praying the pressure would finally break you. But instead, the dam holds, and the moment the gates are opened, the flood doesn't just free the river, it wipes out every obstacle downstream. That's you. You're not just surviving, you're building pressure, and when you release, it won't be a ripple. It will be a flood that drowns every scheme and leaves your enemies gasping for air. What unsettles them most is not your weakness, it's your potential. They see glimpses of what happens when you step fully into who you are. They see the way your presence alone shifts conversations, disrupts plans, and exposes lies. They don't fear your silence, they fear your voice. They don't fear your pause, they fear your momentum. Because they know once unleashed, your power doesn't stop at you. It spreads, igniting others, shifting dynamics, overturning systems that once seemed unshakable. You might be asking, but why would my rise shake them so badly? Because, chosen one, they've built their stability on the assumption that you'd remain small, quiet, contained. But your rise destroys that illusion. It forces people to choose sides. It forces masks to fall. It forces weak alliances to crumble under the weight of your influence. Your power isn't just about survival, it's about transformation. And transformation terrifies those who cling to control. Picture this: a match doesn't fear being struck. It fears what happens once fire catches. That's what you are, chosen one. A spark, yes, but a spark capable of setting entire structures ablaze. And the truth your enemies can't escape is this: they're not scared of losing to you in the present. They're scared of what your unleashed future means for everything they're desperately trying to protect. That's why they whisper your name in fear, why they scramble in chaos, why they lash out in desperation, because they know what you carry is not just personal, it's explosive. And when you finally release it, the shock won't just shatter them, it will change everything. Number 14, they act like they owe you, even when they don't. True loyalty isn't bought, it's chosen, and that's what drives your enemies insane. Chosen one, here's the truth: the forces shielding you don't owe you a thing. They're not bound by debts, contracts, or bargains. They move for you because they choose to, and that choice shakes your enemies to their core. Because in their world, everything is transactional. Money buys loyalty, favors secure alliances, fear keeps people in line. But your allies? They move as though your survival is their personal mission, even though they could walk away at any time. That's what makes your protection unshakable. Now imagine this: a soldier standing guard, not because he's paid, but because he believes in the one he's guarding. That's power money can't buy. That's the kind of shield you carry. Your enemies can't comprehend it, because they've built their lives on manipulation and coercion. They can't process why anyone would fight for you without an invoice attached. And that's why they're losing their grip, because your protection doesn't run on the currency they understand. What unsettles them most is not just that you're guarded, it's that your allies are loyal by will, not by force. That kind of allegiance is dangerous. It's unpredictable. It can't be broken with bribes, blackmail, or threats. And that makes you nearly impossible to touch. Every time they try to strike, they're met with resistance they didn't see coming, because your allies aren't motivated by what they can get from you. They're motivated by what they see in you. You might ask, why would anyone stand for me without obligation? Because, chosen one, real power recognizes value. They see the force you carry, the potential you hold, and they align with it voluntarily. They don't owe you, but they see you as worth protecting. That's a force stronger than contracts, because it's rooted in belief. Picture this: a crowd rushing to hold up a wall, not because they're told to, but because they refuse to let it fall. That's the energy surrounding you. Your shield isn't a transaction, it's a conviction. And conviction, chosen one, is something your enemies will never be able to buy, control, or destroy. That's why your allies move like they owe you everything, because in truth, they see you as everything worth defending. And that truth is the dagger that keeps your enemies bleeding in silence. And chosen one, now you understand the shield surrounding you, the allies moving for you, and the unstoppable rise that your enemies can't block. Every attempt against you is failing, every scheme is backfiring, and every layer of protection is pushing you closer to your destiny. If this message resonated with you, press the like button if you haven't already. And if you're still not part of this family, make sure to press subscribe. Stay with us, because your journey is only beginning, and what's coming next will shock not only your enemies, but even you. Here's the truth that cuts deeper than a knife. Nothing makes people feel dumber than realizing the one they tried to play refuses to play at all. Now imagine this for a moment, chosen one. They spent hours, days, maybe even years plotting moves against you, like actors rehearsing for a stage play that never opened. They set the traps, sharpened their words, gathered their little audience, only to find out you never showed up. That's not just rejection, that's humiliation with a spotlight on it. And here's a fact that screams your power. Studies show people hate losing control more than they hate losing money. So when you refused to be controlled, you didn't just win. You left them standing there with empty hands, bitter and embarrassed, while you kept walking in peace. That's why they can't stop thinking about you. That's why the games they thought were so clever now look foolish. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe button to help spread this message to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. And thank you, chosen one, for being part of this mission. You are part of a force much bigger than these petty games. Now, back to the truth. You didn't just walk away from their drama, you shattered their illusion. Because when you remove yourself from the circus, the clowns lose their purpose. When you step off the chessboard, their strategies turn into wasted energy. You showed them the game was never real power. It was smoke and mirrors. And the moment you refused to play, you ripped the mask off, and everyone saw them for what they really were. Chosen one, this is why they're bitter. This is why they feel dumb as fuck. You didn't argue, you didn't beg, you didn't try to prove yourself. You just detached. That's the ultimate checkmate, not by winning their game, but by proving the game itself wasn't even worth your breath. Think about it like this. Imagine someone standing in the middle of a street, shadow boxing against thin air. They're sweating, grunting, throwing punches, but the opponent they wanted is nowhere to be found. That's what happens when you don't engage. They look ridiculous, like fighters with no fight. And the crowd, life itself, is laughing at the performance. Here's another fact that confirms your position. Psychologists say that indifference is more powerful than hatred. Hatred still gives energy to the other person. Indifference leaves them starving for attention, like plants left in a desert with no water. That's why they keep circling you, replaying conversations in their heads, and trying to figure out how you slipped out of their grip so easily. Chosen one, you didn't just say no to the games. You rewrote the rules of the arena. While they chased fake power through gossip, lies, and manipulation, you built real power through peace, clarity, and silence. You showed the universe that your energy was too precious to waste on battles that lead nowhere. And that truth alone makes them feel exposed. They thought you would wrestle in the mud with them, but you stayed on higher ground. They thought you would grab the rope they tossed you, but you cut the rope and walked away. They thought they had you figured out, but instead, you became their unsolved riddle. That's why they're restless. Chosen one, you left them with questions they can't answer. And let's not forget, every time they tried to pull you in, you taught them a lesson they weren't ready to learn. You taught them that silence is louder than noise. You taught them that self-respect is stronger than manipulation. You taught them that the one who walks away with peace is always the real winner. And whether they admit it or not, they know this truth stings. So here's the beauty of your position. You don't have to lift a finger to prove anything. Your very absence speaks volumes. Your refusal to play their games left them sitting in the wreckage of their own strategies. And when they look at you now, they see someone they can't reach, can't control, and can't break. That's what drives them mad. That's what makes them bitter. That's what makes them feel dumb as fuck. Chosen one, the universe works in ways people don't always understand. Energy never lies. When you pull your energy back, it shakes people more than any words ever could. And the truth is, people fear silence from the strong more than they fear attacks from the weak. That silence you carry, its power, its authority, and it's the very reason they can't let go of the thought of you. So keep walking with your head high. Keep protecting your peace like it's treasure, because it is. Let them sit in their bitterness. Let them replay their failed strategies. Let them feel the sting of being ignored. Your path is bigger than their games. Your vision is wider than their schemes. And your energy is brighter than their shadows. And if they're sitting there right now, scratching their heads, wondering why they feel so dumb, it's because you proved the greatest truth of all. You win, not by playing harder, but by refusing to play at all. Chosen one, that's the power that makes them bitter. That's the power that makes them feel foolish. And that's the power that proves you were never part of their circus to begin with. So, chosen one, before we dive deeper, let's pause for a moment. If you've ever seen the look on someone's face when their games fell flat, when their tricks failed to pull you in, you already know how powerful your silence is. And if this message is striking a chord, take a second to show love back. Drop a comment below with the number 777 to let the world know you're one of the chosen who refuse to be played. And if you feel called, bless the team behind this mission with your support. It doesn't matter if it's small or big. Every bit of energy keeps this light moving forward, helping us spread these truths to more souls who need it. Chosen one, this isn't just about listening, it's about standing in your power. When you engage, you remind yourself and others that you're not alone in this journey. You're part of a force bigger than the games they tried to trap you in. And now, let's dive into it step by step. Believe me, if you are truly chosen, you'll feel the pull to stay with me until the very end. Let's get started. Number 1. They thought your silence was surrender, but it was the knockout punch they never saw coming. Nothing crushes the ego faster than realizing the quiet one in the room was the strongest one all along. Chosen one, let's be brutally clear, they mistook your silence for fear. They thought your lack of interest meant you were weak, unprepared, or intimidated. They wanted to believe you didn't have the strength to keep up with their games, so they built their little illusions around that fantasy. But when the dust settled, the truth cut like glass. You weren't avoiding their games because you were scared. You were avoiding them because they weren't worth your time. That's the gut punch they'll never admit out loud, but it keeps them awake at night. Now picture this. They were like gamblers at a casino, stacking their chips, smiling smugly, thinking they had the upper hand. They rehearsed every move, convinced they would watch you fold under pressure. But then you did something they didn't expect. You pushed your chair back, walked away from the table, and took your piece with you. That's when it hit them. All their planning, all their posturing, all their scheming was nothing but wasted energy. They were left staring at the cards in their hand, realizing they weren't playing a genius game. They were just shuffling nonsense with no opponent to challenge. This is what they can't stand. You didn't fight them and lose. You didn't fight them at all, and that made them lose everything. Because manipulators, liars, and game players thrive on your energy. They need your reactions, like fire needs oxygen. They feed on your anger, your defenses, your counterattacks. That's what keeps their little circus alive. But the moment you refuse to give them that fuel, you didn't just weaken them. You exposed the hollowness of their entire system. Suddenly, their elaborate strategies looked like children building castles out of sand, collapsing with the first wave of your disinterest. Let me ask you this, chosen one, do you realize why they're so bitter now? It's because while they spent all their time trying to outmaneuver you, you were busy building a life outside of their drama. While they obsessed over pulling you into their mess, you were mastering peace, clarity, and resilience. They were spinning in circles, wasting nights and energy plotting, while you walked forward, unbothered, stacking wins in silence. That's the sting. That's the humiliation. They thought they had you trapped in their maze, only to find out you had already walked out the exit and never looked back. And here's the part that makes them feel dumb as fuck. Your disinterest didn't just strip them of validation, it stripped them of identity. These people need to be seen as clever, powerful, in control. Without your attention, without your engagement, their power evaporates like smoke in the wind. They expected resistance. They expected a fight. They never expected you to look at their game board and realize it had no value. That's when their confidence cracked. That's when their pride crumbled. And that's when they felt the sting of their own emptiness. Imagine this. A boxer enters the ring, gloves laced tight, crowd roaring, spotlight blinding. They're pumped up, ready to throw punches, imagining the glory of a win. But as the bell rings, they look across the ring, and there's no opponent. Just silence, just emptiness. That's the humiliation you gave them. They trained for a fight that never happened. They were left swinging at shadows, while the world slowly realized the show was nothing but a joke. That's what your silence does. Chosen one, it turns their entire stage into a comedy, and they end up the clowns. The real wound isn't that you left. It's that you left without loss. You didn't limp away. You didn't crawl. You didn't carry scars from their traps. You walked away intact, calm, and stronger than before. That's where their bitterness festers. Because to them, this wasn't just a failed game. It was a revelation that they had no power to begin with. Every time they replay those moments in their head, they're forced to face the brutal truth. They needed you far more than you ever needed them. And there's nothing more humiliating than realizing your entire plan depended on the one person who didn't even care enough to show up. Chosen one, let's be real. Disinterest is the ultimate weapon. It's sharper than arguments, heavier than revenge, and longer lasting than confrontation. Disinterest strips manipulators of their stage, denies them the spotlight, and leaves them scrambling for meaning. They thrive on conflict, but you denied them conflict. They crave attention, but you denied them attention. And now they're stuck with themselves, and that's the one opponent they can never beat. They will never admit this to your face, but your silence humiliated them more than any words ever could. They feel foolish for underestimating you. They feel exposed for overestimating themselves. They feel bitter because they gave their energy to schemes that crumbled the second you refused to participate. And the longer they sit with that truth, the dumber they feel. Every trap they set looks like wasted effort. Every rumor they spread looks like childish noise. Every move they made looks like desperation. And here's the final twist. While they were busy trying to paint you as weak, the universe painted you as untouchable. Your peace became the crown they can't steal. Your silence became the shield they can't pierce. Your disinterest became the power they can't understand. And that power, it doesn't just free you, chosen one, it breaks them. Because the more they think about it, the more they realize the entire game was theirs to lose from the start. That's why they're bitter. That's why they're restless. That's why they're walking around with that hollow look in their eyes. They thought they could play you, but instead they played themselves. They thought they could outsmart you, but instead you outclassed them without even trying. They thought your silence was weakness, but in the end it was the knockout punch they never saw coming. Number 2. They built their whole identity on outsmarting you, and now they're drowning in their own illusion. Some people don't live for truth, they live for competition, and the moment you refuse to compete, their entire world collapses. Chosen one, let's not sugarcoat it. From the very beginning, these people weren't living their own lives. They were living against yours. Every step they took, every plan they made, every sly move they executed had one purpose: to prove they were smarter than you. You didn't sign up for a race, but they lined up at the starting line anyway. You didn't volunteer for a chess match, but they studied openings and end games as if you were their rival grandmaster. It wasn't about growth. It wasn't about joy. It wasn't about progress. It was about shadow boxing with you in their own imagination, convincing themselves they had the upper hand. But here's the gut punch. You weren't even in the ring. You weren't studying their moves. You weren't calculating counter moves. You were minding your own lane, focused on building your life. And the moment they realized this, the humiliation set in. Because what does it mean when the person you've been trying to outsmart wasn't even competing in the first place? Nothing makes a schemer feel dumber than realizing their greatest opponent never knew the game existed. Now imagine this for a moment. Picture someone training for a marathon. They buy the best shoes. They wake up at dawn to run laps. They brag to their friends about how ready they are. They show up to race day full of energy, adrenaline pumping, but when the whistle blows, they sprint down the track only to realize they're the only one running. No crowd, no competition, no finish line, just them, panting, sweating, and looking ridiculous while the world goes about its business. That's what happened to these people, chosen one. They were competing against a ghost of their own making, and when they looked up, they saw you weren't even watching the race. You were already far ahead, building peace and success without them. And here's the question they can't answer. If your attention wasn't even on them, then who exactly were they outsmarting? The truth is brutal. They weren't outsmarting you. They were entertaining themselves with an illusion, pulling strings in an empty room. And the longer they sit with that, the more foolish they feel. Let's hit them with another quote. An enemy without your focus is just a clown juggling in the dark. No audience, no applause, just wasted effort. Imagine them as magicians who spent months perfecting a trick. They studied every sleight of hand, every angle, every distraction. The curtain rises, the spotlight shines, and they proudly pull out their deck of cards. But then they look into the crowd and realize you didn't even show up. The audience they craved is gone. Suddenly, the trick loses its power. What's the point of illusion if no one's there to be fooled? That's exactly the emptiness they felt when you refused to play along. Their entire identity was built on being the clever one, the strategist, the one who could always stay a step ahead. But how do you prove you're ahead when the other person isn't even on the track? Here's another truth to sit with. Competition without consent is desperation in disguise. Chosen one, they defined themselves by you. They studied your silence like it was weakness. They analyzed your moves like they were puzzles. And they told themselves every small victory meant they were winning. But all they were really doing was wasting energy shadowboxing with a reflection. Because you never asked for this rivalry. You weren't competing. You weren't even interested. And that's what crushed them. Now imagine this. A fisherman sits by the water, bragging about the size of the fish he's going to catch. He sets his traps, sharpens his hooks, and talks himself up as the best in the game. Hours pass, days pass, weeks pass. But what he doesn't realize is this. The fish he's been trying to hook already swam to a bigger, freer ocean. He was competing against nothing but empty water. That's exactly how your disinterest exposed them. They prepared traps for a fight that never came, and now they're left staring into their own emptiness. The bitterness they feel now comes from one brutal realization. Their entire self-image depended on you playing the role of their opponent. Without you, they are nothing but schemes with no purpose. Without you, their so-called cleverness is nothing more than noise in a quiet room, and that truth makes them feel dumb as fuck. Power that only exists in comparison isn't power, it's insecurity dressed in costume. Chosen one, that's why they're restless, that's why they sulk, that's why they keep replaying memories of you in their head, like addicts who can't put the bottle down. They thought they had won battles you never even joined. They thought they were scoring points in a game you didn't care about. They thought you were a rival, when in reality you were just a mirror reflecting their own desperation back at them. And let's be honest here, they wanted you to acknowledge them. They wanted you to validate their schemes by reacting, by defending, by fighting back, because without your response, their victories turned to dust. Without your attention, their identity collapsed. They needed you more than they'll ever admit. And that dependency, that hunger for your recognition, is exactly why they feel exposed now. Imagine this last scene. A playwright spends years writing a script. They create villains, heroes, conflicts, and twists. They rehearse every line, design every costume, prepare for the big night. The curtain goes up, the spotlight shines, and they wait for their star actor to take the stage. But the actor, you, never shows. The play falls apart. The story collapses. The audience laughs at the chaos. That's what your silence did, chosen one. It ruined their performance before it even began. So now they sit there bitter, wondering how they could spend so much effort trying to outsmart someone who wasn't even playing. And the answer is simple. They built their identity on illusion, and you exposed it by not caring. You didn't humiliate them with words. You humiliated them with indifference. You didn't destroy them with attacks. You destroyed them by living your life untouched. That's the knockout they'll never recover from. Their pride was tied to your participation, and you never gave it to them. Their ego was tied to your recognition, and you refused to supply it. Their entire identity was built on a rivalry you never accepted, and now they're left empty and powerless. Number 3, you shattered the illusion of their so-called genius and left them looking foolish. Cunning without wisdom is like a thief bragging about stealing pennies. It looks clever until you count the change. Chosen one, they built their entire pride on a shallow trick. They thought manipulation was intelligence. They thought twisting stories, gaslighting, bending morals, and pulling strings in the shadows proved they were brilliant. In their little world, deception was an art form and honesty was weakness. But here's the sting. When you stepped back, unbothered and refused to play, their so-called brilliance collapsed like a house of cards in the wind. Now imagine this. A magician on stage pulls out a deck of cards, smirks, and prepares to wow the audience. But instead of gasps, the crowd yawns because the trick is too obvious, too cheap, too repetitive. That's what happened when you saw through their games. Their magic wasn't genius. It was recycled nonsense, and everyone saw it once you refused to clap. Here's the fact that haunts them. Real intelligence builds. It creates, it elevates, it strengthens not only you, but the people around you. Manipulation does the opposite. It destroys trust, poisons relationships, and leaves nothing but ashes. You walked away and still grew stronger, happier, freer. They stayed scheming and shrank into bitterness. And let's be real, manipulation only works on people desperate for approval. But you didn't need their validation, chosen one. You didn't flinch at their guilt trips. You didn't bend under their pressure. You didn't swallow their lies. That's why they hate you. You exposed the limits of their playbook. You turned their genius into cheap parlor tricks that fooled no one. True intelligence doesn't cage, it frees. It doesn't shrink others, it expands everyone. The moment you rejected their game, their mask slipped. Every clever move suddenly looked childish. Every trap looked desperate. Every lie looked flimsy. And the more they realized you weren't buying it, the dumber they felt. Their empire of tricks turned out to be nothing but smoke. So let them stew in it. Let them choke on the truth. They were never as smart as they thought, because your peace, your clarity, your freedom screamed louder than any manipulation ever could. Number 4. You exposed their victories as nothing more than games they played against themselves. Winning in an empty arena isn't victory, it's delusion wearing a crown made of cardboard. Chosen one, they strutted around like champions, convinced every whisper, every manipulation, every backhanded move was proof they were winning. In their mind, every rumor spread was a trophy, every scheme pulled was a medal. But here's the brutal reality. You forced them to confront the ugly truth. Their scoreboard was fake. They weren't winning anything. They were clapping for themselves in the dark. Imagine this, a child sitting in the corner with a board game, moving both sides of the pieces, cheering every time one wins. That's exactly what they were doing. They weren't competing with you, they were entertaining themselves, lost in a fantasy where they were the clever one. But when you refused to play, their little theater of victories collapsed, because there was never a real opponent to begin with. Here's the sting. They wasted hours, days, even years chasing shadows. And what did it get them? Not respect, not loyalty, not influence, just bitterness, because all those battles they bragged about were invisible. And the audience that mattered wasn't even watching. They were swinging at air while you were out there building something solid, something real. Delusion feels like power until reality shows up and pulls the mask off. Chosen one, you didn't need their validation, their recognition, or their false scoreboard. You walked away without confrontation, without retaliation. You simply outgrew their circus. And that freedom, that ability to leave without needing to prove a point, was the knockout they never recovered from. The harshest truth of all, they weren't losing to you, they were losing to time. While they wasted their life on illusions, you invested in peace, clarity, and growth. Every second they spent plotting against you was a second they could have been building themselves. But they didn't. That's the humiliation, realizing they wasted life competing in a game that didn't exist. So now they sit with the bitter truth. You didn't just walk away, you left them staring at the emptiness of their own scoreboard, and that's the kind of loss that stings forever. Number 5. Your peace crushed their trophies and left their victories looking hollow. True power doesn't shout, it whispers, and that whisper shakes the room louder than their loudest applause. Chosen one, this is the wound they can't bandage. they stacked their lives with trophies, alliances, fake respect, and plastic accolades, believing these shiny things would prove their superiority. They climbed ladders, gathered crowds, and performed for approval. Yet, no matter how loud they scream their success, it still gets drowned out by something they can't copy: your peace. Now imagine this. A person waves a handful of plastic medals, rattling them in the air, hoping everyone admires the noise. Next to them stands someone with nothing in their hands, nothing to prove. But the entire room turns to listen, because silence has weight when it's real. That's you, chosen one. Your calm authority outshines their staged victories every single time. Here's the fact they can't digest. Dominance isn't about collecting allies or stacking trophies. Real dominance is self-possession, the ability to sit in stillness and not be moved. You didn't hustle for fake approval. You didn't beg for recognition. You became whole without applause, and that wholeness carries more influence than their loudest campaigns. Noise makes an entrance. Peace makes a legacy. Chosen one, their achievements are conditional. Their power depends on clicks, gossip, image, and recognition. Yours doesn't. Your authority is quiet, absolute, and untouchable. They worked tirelessly for results that left them empty. You simply lived in truth, and the universe handed you a presence they can't manufacture. So now they're stuck in confusion. How can all their effort, all their climbing, all their bragging still feel so hollow compared to your effortless influence? That confusion burns into bitterness, because deep down they know peace is the one thing they can't fake, steal, or perform into existence. And that's why your calm isn't just peace, it's a mirror. It reflects back to them everything they lack, and no trophy in the world can cover that sting. Number 6, their own schemes became evidence, and your silence was the judge. Lies are like boomerangs. They always circle back to the one who threw them. Chosen one, the beauty of your position is this: you didn't have to lift a finger to expose them. Every plot, every manipulation, every whispered scheme they launched at you ended up revealing more about them than about you. They thought they were weaving a story where you looked weak or foolish. Instead, your integrity turned their story into a confession. Without even trying, you made their every move self-incriminating. Now imagine this. A thief sneaks into a house at night, certain no one's watching. But the moment they flip the switch, the lights blaze on. And it's not the house that looks guilty. It's the thief, caught red-handed. Every move exposing who they really are. That's exactly what happened to these people. Your authenticity lit the room, and suddenly their lies, selfishness, and desperation had nowhere to hide. Here's the brutal truth. You didn't need theatrics, explanations, or even confrontation. Your consistency was the spotlight. The traps they set became their own confessions. The rumors they spread revealed their insecurity. The silence they left spoke louder than their fake stories. They exposed themselves while trying to bury you. Honesty doesn't argue, it reveals, and when it reveals, deception crumbles on its own. Chosen one, that's why they feel humiliated. Because you didn't fight them. You didn't scramble to defend yourself. You simply stayed true. And in doing so, you turned every one of their games into proof of their weakness. Their words backfired. Their actions backfired. Even their silence backfired. And here's the sting. Exposure like this doesn't fade. Once people see the cracks, they can't unsee them. Once lies collapse under the weight of truth, the memory sticks. You didn't just outlast their schemes, you branded them with their own shadows. So now they walk around bitter, stuck with the knowledge that their downfall wasn't caused by you attacking. It was caused by their own choices, reflected back by your honesty. And nothing stings more than being destroyed by the mirror you tried to hide from. Number 7. You showed them their power was an illusion that only worked on the willing. Manipulation is like a puppet show. It only works if someone agrees to hold the strings. Chosen one, here's the hard truth you forced them to face. Their schemes were never power, they were permission. Their tactics depended on someone reacting, defending and begging for approval. They needed you to flinch, to explain yourself, to get tangled in their web. But the moment you refused to play, the whole system collapsed. Without your energy feeding it, their manipulation became nothing but smoke, evaporating into the air. Now imagine this. A magician pulls out a deck of cards, ready to dazzle the crowd. But before the trick begins, the audience gets up and walks away. Suddenly, the magic looks pathetic because it only works if someone is willing to be fooled. That's exactly what you did. You removed yourself from the show, and their tricks turned laughable. Here's the sting. They thought you'd be just like everyone else, distracted, desperate for validation, easy to hook. They didn't count on someone with awareness sharp enough to see the structure of the game and remain untouched. That's why they're bitter. Your refusal didn't just make their strategies fail, it exposed how fragile those strategies were in the first place. Control isn't real power. Control is borrowed power, and it vanishes the second you stop handing it over. Chosen one, their so-called mastery collapses the moment the target refuses to comply. They overestimated themselves, underestimated you, and believed compliance was automatic. But you showed them the truth. Manipulation only functions when someone agrees to play the victim. Without your participation, their power shriveled into nothing but embarrassing attempts. And that's the humiliation. They weren't defeated by a counterattack. They were defeated by your awareness. You didn't even need to fight. All you had to do was step aside, and suddenly their games looked like children flailing in a sandbox, mistaking sandcastles for fortresses. That's why they feel dumb as fuck, chosen one, because the very moment you stopped playing, you proved the obvious. They never had real control to begin with. Number 8, you erased their entire game board and left them swinging at air. Power doesn't come from playing the game better, it comes from refusing to play the game at all. Chosen one, here's the sting they can't shake. They thought they were geniuses because they built the board. They spent hours setting traps, weaving illusions, stacking the deck in their favor, convinced that by designing the game, they could predict your every move. But what happens when the opponent never steps on the field? The battlefield dissolves, the scoreboard vanishes, and all their effort turns into wasted breath. Imagine this. A chess master spends months memorizing openings, strategies, endgames. They sit across the board, fingers twitching, waiting to crush you with a masterstroke. But instead of moving a pawn, you push the board aside and walk away. Suddenly, their brilliance looks pathetic, because without you, it's just wood, pieces, and silence. That's what your refusal did. You didn't just beat them, you made their game meaningless. Here's the harsh truth. They thought control came from clever moves, but control only exists if someone reacts. You didn't react, you didn't conform, and that single act of defiance turned their masterpiece into a joke. What's more humiliating than spending years sharpening weapons only to discover the battlefield itself has disappeared? Nothing wastes energy faster than fighting for an audience that's no longer there. Chosen one, this is why they feel dumb as fuck. They weren't just outmaneuvered, they were erased. Every trap they built became evidence of desperation. Every scheme they hatched became proof of wasted time. They wanted victory, but all they got was silence. Your silence, which was louder than their loudest strategies. And the brilliance of it, you didn't even have to lift a finger. No counterattack, no defense, no retaliation, just indifference. That's the ultimate humiliation, realizing they spent years engineering a game you made irrelevant with nothing but peace. Number 9, you built stone while they played with shadows. Appearance is smoke, substance is stone. One disappears in the wind, the other stands through storms. Chosen one, they poured their lives into optics. Every move they made was about looking powerful, looking admired, looking untouchable. They mastered the art of performance, rehearsing every smile, every rumor, every staged victory. But here's the humiliation. You weren't chasing looks, you were building substance. And substance always outlasts shadows. Now imagine this. A child plays with a flashlight, waving it on the wall, creating shapes with their hands. They laugh, convinced the shadows are alive, convinced they're in control. But when the light switches off, the shadows vanish. That's their life. Empty performances that crumble when reality cuts the lights. Meanwhile, you were laying bricks, building something real that doesn't disappear when attention shifts. Here's the sting. They can fake influence, but they can't manufacture authenticity. They can buy applause, but they can't purchase peace. They can spread gossip, but they can't create wisdom. You cultivated integrity, understanding, and growth, while they wasted energy chasing approval. Power isn't perception. Power is presence. And presence can't be faked. Chosen one, your foundation doesn't depend on anyone's recognition. It's rooted in truth, tangible and permanent. That contrast devastates them, because next to your grounded presence, their strategies look flimsy, their masks look cheap, and their victories look hollow. They were performing, you were building. They chased shadows, you built stone. And when the dust settles, stone is all that remains. Number 10, your calm made their obsession look like madness. Obsession without reciprocation isn't love, isn't power. It's insanity dressed up as strategy. Chosen one, here's the humiliation they can't process. Their obsession became visible the second you stopped caring. While they were glued to your every move, comparing, competing, rehearsing ways to provoke you, you detached. You walked away. And suddenly their fixation had no balance, no counterpart. One side calm and indifferent, the other frantic and invested. That's not rivalry. That's madness. Imagine this. Someone screaming across a quiet room, hurling insults, throwing tantrums, demanding attention. But the other person sits in silence, sipping tea, completely unmoved. Who looks foolish? Who looks unhinged? That's the asymmetry you created. Your indifference turned their obsession into a circus act, loud, chaotic, and embarrassing to watch. Here's the fact. Nothing exposes desperation faster than one-sided obsession. They wanted you tangled in the same loop, running in circles with them. Instead, you broke free, and they kept spinning. Every attempt to provoke you became proof of their immaturity. Every desperate move exposed the depth of their need. They thought they had control. You proved they were trapped in a cage of their own making. Freedom isn't walking away. It's watching the chains rattle behind you while you never look back. Chosen one, that's why they look insane now. You moved freely. They stayed stuck, replaying battles that don't exist, chasing shadows that disappeared the moment you detached. And here's the deepest cut. You didn't even have to fight them. Your absence said everything. It highlighted their obsession more brutally than any confrontation could. So let them keep obsessing, circling and spinning, because every time they do, the world sees the truth. You were never trapped in their drama. They were trapped in themselves. Number 11. They tried to buy what was never for sale, and it exposed their power as a joke. True value doesn't beg for buyers. It sets its own price by refusing to be sold. Chosen one, here's the humiliation they can't shake. They thought your loyalty, attention and respect could be bought like cheap goods at an auction. They tried approval as a bribe. They dangled favors, offered gifts, leaned on influence, convinced that you'd bend if the price was right. But you didn't bend. You didn't bite. You didn't need their resources, their crumbs, or their empty tokens of power. That's when the truth cut through. Their leverage was an illusion. Now imagine this. Someone walks into a jewelry store, tossing loose change on the counter, demanding the diamond in the case. The cashier doesn't argue, they just smile, because the offer itself exposes the buyer's foolishness. That's what your refusal did. You didn't argue, you didn't defend, you simply stood firm, and in doing so, revealed how absurd their bargaining chips really were. Here's the sting. Approval offered as control is meaningless when you don't need it. Favors are irrelevant when you're self-sufficient. Relationships used as tools collapse when you refuse to play. You shattered their illusion of power without lifting a hand. Your independence was the blade that cut through their games. Independence is the currency manipulators can't counterfeit. Chosen one, the more they tried, the more their desperation showed. To everyone watching, it became clear, you weren't the one begging for connection. They were. You weren't the one scrambling for control. They were. And every failed attempt left them exposed, like gamblers tossing chips onto a table that had already closed for the night. That's why this wound runs so deep for them. You made it undeniable that your value was never for sale. And the fact they treated it like a commodity, that humiliation lingers because it reminds them of the truth they never wanted to face. You were never in their grasp, and you never would be. Number 12. They mock you in public, but copy you in private, and that hypocrisy eats them alive. Envy wears a mask of criticism, but behind closed doors, it studies the very thing it condemned. Chosen one, this is the wound they never talk about. They resent you, not because you wronged them, but because your calm authority and independence expose every gap in their own existence. Your peace highlights their chaos. Your confidence reveals their insecurity. Your self-possession makes their neediness look pathetic. And deep down, they crave what you have. But craving turns to bitterness when they realize they can't fake it. Now imagine this. Someone laughs at a painting in a gallery, mocking it for being too simple. But later that night, they're at home, trying to copy the strokes, trying to recreate the colors, frustrated because no matter how hard they try, their imitation looks cheap. That's them. Publicly, they dismiss you as arrogant, detached, or too much. Privately, they're scrambling to mimic the very qualities they ridiculed. Imitation is the loudest confession of envy. Here's the sting. They can't pull it off. Authenticity can't be faked. Your presence is real, rooted in truth. Theirs is forced, hollow, and transparent. Every time they try to imitate you, it backfires, reminding them of what they're not. Every time they criticize you, it only exposes the very qualities they secretly wish they had. Chosen one, you didn't even try to become the standard. You just lived as yourself. But that was enough to redefine the rules. Suddenly their performances look shallow, their manipulation looks weak, and their attempts at dominance look like comedy skits next to your natural authority. That's why they're bitter, because you became the mirror they can't avoid, the standard they can't reach, and the example they can't erase. And the worst part, you didn't even lift a finger. It happened by simply existing. Number 13. You left their gossip circles screaming into empty echoes. Gossip isn't power, it's weakness trying to sound important. Chosen one, here's what they never admit out loud. Their so-called social circles are nothing but survival groups for insecurity. They thought gossip was power. They thought controlling the narrative in their cliques would shrink you, diminish you, bury you under cheap words. But instead, your refusal to play elevated you beyond their reach, leaving them stranded in a sandbox of petty dramas. What they call alliances are really just group therapy sessions for bitterness. Now imagine this. A group of people huddle in a cave, shouting stories into the dark, trying to convince themselves their echoes are truth. The more they shout, the more the emptiness becomes obvious. That's their circle, an echo chamber where the same tired narratives bounce around, desperate for validation. But here's the sting. The louder they talk, the clearer it becomes that none of it touches you. Gossip only bruises the absent when the absent still cares. Silence turns rumors into background noise. Chosen one, everyone around them can sense it, the desperation behind their voices, the hollowness in their stories. Instead of building influence, they're manufacturing excuses. Instead of building strength, they're reinforcing inadequacy. Their power is nothing but a mirror reflecting how insecure they really are. Meanwhile, your absence screams louder than their noise. You don't defend, you don't retaliate, you don't even acknowledge. And that silence is devastating, because while they're stuck in their echo chamber, you're out here building a life that speaks for itself. Every success, every ounce of peace, every stride forward becomes proof that their chatter is powerless. That's why they're bitter, because their theaters of insecurity don't shrink you. They only amplify their own failure. Their gossip doesn't expose you, it exposes them. And no echo chamber can drown out the reality of your presence. Number 14. You won by refusing the invitation to their circus. Victory isn't beating them at their game. It's proving the game was never worth playing. Chosen one, here's the cruel truth they choke on. They measure life as a scoreboard, a zero-sum fight where someone has to lose for them to feel like they've won. Their reputation, their self-image, their entire sense of power has been built on domination, on controlling others, on outmaneuvering and out-scheming. But you shattered that entire system without ever stepping in the ring. You didn't beat them at their rules. You destroyed the rules by walking away. Now imagine this. A boxer trains for years, obsessing over every punch, every move, convinced the fight will crown them champion. The bell rings, the crowd roars, and the opponent never shows up. The boxer swings at empty air until the stadium empties out in laughter. That's exactly what your refusal did. You made their efforts meaningless before they even began. Refusal isn't weakness, it's the highest form of dominance. Your independence, your clarity, your refusal to engage, it didn't just protect your peace, it declared superiority. Every calculation they made, every trap they laid, every scheme they rehearsed, evaporated because you weren't there to validate it. That's the humiliation. They thought they were competing with you, but they were shadowboxing with their own desperation. Chosen one, here's the brilliance. True victory wasn't about winning rounds. True victory was about making the fight itself irrelevant. And you did that effortlessly. You didn't just walk away. You transcended the field entirely. You showed that life isn't measured by their scoreboard, and the second you refused their terms, their entire strategy collapsed. That's why they feel dumb as fuck, because they wasted energy trying to defeat someone who never even intended to fight. Their obsession proved their weakness. Your refusal proved your strength. And nothing stings harder than realizing the only way they could have won was by dragging you into a game you never agreed to play. Lies don't rot in silence. They scream in the shadows until someone is forced to speak. Chosen one, right now there's a person who is crumbling under the very weight of their own deception, and they're begging someone, anyone, to tell the world that you never tried to hurt a soul. Now imagine this for a moment. Someone built a house of cards out of rumors and false stories about you, smiling as they thought it would stand forever. But now the wind of truth has arrived, and the entire structure is collapsing in front of them. The universe has a strange way of balancing the scales, and facts always prove that false accusations demand more energy to maintain than the truth itself ever needs. Studies in psychology even confirm that keeping up lies drains the mind and body faster than honesty, and that's exactly why this enemy is breaking down right now. They thought they were clever, but their own lies have become a cage, and they are trapped inside it. And thank you, Chosen One, for being here and listening. Don't forget to give back to this message by simply pressing the like and subscribe button to help spread these words to more souls, because it's the responsibility of all of us to shine light where darkness tries to hide. Thank you, Chosen One, for being part of this mission. You are not just a listener, you are part of a force. Now let's come back to the truth at hand. This entire drama isn't just gossip or petty jealousy. It's a campaign, an orchestrated attempt to smear your name and twist reality. But here's the irony. The more they tried to paint you as the villain, the more they revealed their own reflection. Their accusations weren't just untrue, they were projections of the very poison living inside them. And now the universe is pushing their secrets into the open. They can't hold the mask anymore, and the panic is setting in because the lies they spread about you are finally snapping back against them like a whip. Think of it this way: when someone throws mud, their own hands get dirtier than the target ever will. That's what's happening now. Every rumor, every whisper, every story they spread about you has left stains on their own reputation, while you walk forward with clarity and light. They wanted everyone to believe you were the danger, but their energy betrayed them, and now the world is seeing the truth. That's why they're begging someone else to come forward and announce that you never tried to harm anyone, because they don't have the courage to face you directly. What's important to understand here is that this isn't born out of guilt. They're not suddenly good-hearted or remorseful. This desperation comes from fear, raw, undeniable fear. They're realizing that in trying to destroy you, they actually declared war on something bigger than themselves. They thought you were just another person they could manipulate, but the universe has been standing beside you all along, and now it's making sure their downfall is public, undeniable, and complete. Their terror is not imaginary, it's real, because every corner they turn, the consequences are waiting for them. And Chosen One, here's what makes this even more powerful. Their attempt to discredit you has actually worked in your favor. Every attack woke something up inside you, strengths you didn't even know you had, clarity you didn't know you could access, and resilience that has now made you magnetic in ways they can't understand. The more they plotted against you, the more the universe sharpened you into someone unstoppable. It's almost poetic. Their jealousy gave you wings. Their deception gave you wisdom. Their betrayal gave you power. So what's unfolding right now isn't just exposure, it's the complete unraveling of their strategy. First comes their obsession, then their deception, and finally their collapse. And at the end of it all, the truth will stand clear. Every accusation was a projection, every attack was fueled by envy, and every attempt to hurt you only lifted you higher. They're not confessing because they want to heal. They're confessing because they've run out of options. And the truth is forcing itself out. The universe allowed this not to destroy you, but to reveal you. You were never a villain in their story. You were the test they failed, the mirror they couldn't face, and now the evidence of their collapse will serve as your testimony. By the end of this journey, chosen one, you will see that what was meant to bury you only planted you deeper, so that your growth could break the surface in ways no lie could ever stop. So, chosen one, before we go any further, let me ask you this. Are you ready to hear every layer of what's happening behind your back? Drop a comment below with the number 777 if you feel the shift. If you know deep down the universe is exposing the lies and forcing the truth to the surface. And if this message resonates with you, take a moment to support the mission, whether it's with a like, a share, or a super thanks. Every little push, no matter if it's a penny or a fortune, fuels the light that keeps these messages alive and spreading to more souls who need them. You're not just watching, you're participating in something bigger, something that keeps the truth moving forward against every shadow. And now, chosen one, let's dive into it step by step. Believe me when I say this. If you are truly chosen, you will feel something pulling you to stay until the very end of this message, because the revelations ahead are not just words, they're confirmations of everything you already sensed in your spirit. So lean in, stay with me, because what comes next will not only explain why they're begging to clear your name, but also reveal how their own downfall has become your elevation. Let's get started. Number 1. The predator in the shadows. Jealous eyes don't just watch you, they stalk you, waiting for the moment they can twist your light into their lie. Chosen one, let me make this clear. Before you even knew there was a battle, they were already studying you. Not admiring, not supporting, studying, like a vulture circling a body that hasn't even fallen yet. This wasn't curiosity, it was predation, and that's what makes it even more brutal. They were watching you with the intensity of a starving wolf, all because your very existence reminded them of everything they were not. They couldn't look at you without feeling the sting of their own inadequacy. Now imagine this for a moment. You're walking through life, just being yourself, while someone sits silently in the corner, obsessing over every move you make. You're not competing with them, you're not even thinking about them, but they're clocking your every breath like you're a puzzle they can't solve. They see doors swing open for you that slam shut in their face. They watch people gravitate toward your energy, while their own presence gets ignored or tolerated at best. Every success you touch feels to them like salt being rubbed into an open wound. And here's the fact the enemy doesn't want admitted out loud. This wasn't about you doing anything to them. Psychologists call it relative deprivation. When someone feels pain, not because they're failing, but because they're comparing themselves to someone else's progress. You became their measuring stick, their proof that the universe flows differently for you. And that truth burned them more deeply than failure itself. That's why they watched in silence for so long, because every moment of your rise was a dagger to their ego. Let's answer the question you might be thinking right now. Why didn't they just focus on themselves? Why waste so much energy shadowing your every move instead of building their own path? Because envy is parasitic. It doesn't build, it feeds. It doesn't create, it consumes. They couldn't stand to work for years towards something only to watch you manifest it effortlessly. They couldn't stomach how your energy pulled opportunities into your orbit while theirs scattered like dust in the wind. You became living proof that effort without alignment is wasted, and instead of learning from you, they turned you into their silent obsession. Chosen one, do you see how dangerous that is? When someone watches you this way, they're not just keeping tabs, they're scheming. They're trying to decode what can't be copied, replicate what can't be stolen, and control what can't be owned. Your natural connection to the universe is something they will never understand because it isn't learned, it's lived. And so, what terrifies them most is that they can't touch it. They can't block it. They can't explain it away. All they can do is watch while you move in flow, and they remain stuck in friction. Think of it like this. Imagine someone trying to trap the wind in a jar. They run themselves ragged, chasing gusts, only to end up with empty hands. That's what watching you felt like to them. You were the wind, everywhere, moving things, shaping things, and they were stuck, holding nothing. But here's where it gets darker. Watching wasn't enough. The more they observed, the more restless they became. The more they tried to copy, the more foolish they looked. And so, their silent watching turned into silent plotting. They weren't just fascinated, they were furious. And you might ask, why you? Why did they target you when there are countless others they could have obsessed over? Because you weren't supposed to succeed in their eyes. You weren't supposed to shine so brightly. Not in their presence. They had already written their script of superiority, and your existence shredded it to pieces. To them, you didn't just win, you ruined their illusion. That's why they stalked your moves like predators. You were their personal undoing, and they hated you for it. But let me flip this pain into power, chosen one. What does it mean when someone watches you this obsessively? It means you're significant. It means you matter so much that even your smallest steps echo like thunder in the minds of your enemies. They wouldn't waste years studying you if you were average. They wouldn't memorize your habits if you were forgettable. The very fact that they watched proves that you are extraordinary. Let that sink in. Your enemies became your audience, your unwilling fans, addicted to your light, even as it destroyed them. And here's the ultimate irony. In trying to understand you, they exposed themselves. In trying to imitate your flow, they revealed their lack of it. In trying to shadow you, they lost sight of their own path completely. Their obsession with you became the noose around their own ambitions. They thought they were predators, but in reality, they were prisoners, locked in a cage of their own envy, with you as the mirror they couldn't break. So, chosen one, take this as fuel. Every glare, every whisper, every silent observer in your life, they are proof you're living in alignment with forces they can't touch. Their watchful eyes are just background noise to your rise. You didn't just survive their silent study, you thrived because of it. And now their silence is cracking. They're no longer just watchers, they're beggars, desperate to rewrite the narrative and tell the world you never tried to hurt anyone. Why? Because the truth has backed them into a corner, and the same eyes that once studied you with envy are now looking for a way out of their own collapse. The predator in the shadows never realized the real danger was not you, but the reflection they saw in you. They weren't watching prey, they were watching a mirror of their own weakness, and that, chosen one, is why their story will never end in victory. Because no matter how hard they tried to silence your shine, the universe made sure their silence only became the evidence of your unstoppable rise. Number 2, the twisted theater of jealousy. Jealousy doesn't just envy your success, it rewrites your victories into crimes you never committed. Chosen one, this is the brutal truth. Instead of cheering you on, instead of learning from your path, they weaponized their envy against you. They didn't see your rise as proof that the universe has enough for everyone. No. In their warped logic, your blessings were a direct insult to their failures. Every time you won, they swore they lost. Every door that opened for you felt, to them, like a door being slammed in their face. Now imagine this for a moment. You're planting a garden. You water your seeds, you nurture them, and the flowers bloom because you put in the work. Meanwhile, your neighbor refuses to touch their soil. Instead of planting, they sit on the fence, staring at your blossoms, and the moment your flowers open, they curse you for having what they refuse to grow. This is exactly how your enemies moved. They didn't build, they didn't plant, they didn't grind. They just stared at your harvest and convinced themselves it was stolen from their land. And here's where the twisted logic shows its ugliest face. They convinced themselves that if they could pull you down, your blessings would somehow jump into their hands. It's childish, but it's also vicious. Psychologists call this zero-sum bias, the toxic belief that if someone else gains, it must mean you've lost something. In reality, the universe is abundant, but in their small, dark minds, abundance doesn't exist. To them, your glow stole their shine. Your rise was their personal downfall. And instead of reflecting on their own stagnation, they projected it all onto you. You might ask, chosen one, why would someone think this way? Why not just use your success as inspiration? The answer is simple. Inspiration requires humility. To learn from you, they'd have to admit you're ahead, admit you carry something they don't, admit that maybe they've been moving wrong all this time, and their ego was too inflated to allow that kind of honesty. So they chose the coward's path, to turn your very existence into a threat. Envy doesn't want your success, it wants your downfall. That's why instead of celebrating, they plotted. Instead of listening, they schemed. And here's the most disturbing part of their confession. They began documenting your life. Every move, every connection, every word that left your mouth, they were recording it, not to understand, but to destroy. This wasn't admiration, it was surveillance. They weren't watching to grow. They were profiling you like investigators building a case, except the crime never existed. Now imagine this, chosen one, you're walking through life with authenticity and someone else is building a dark scrapbook of your existence. Every smile you give, they interpret as manipulation. Every win you secure, they frame as theft. Every connection you nurture, they label as a weapon. While you were simply living, they were twisting your life into a distorted narrative where they were the victim and you were the villain. And you might wonder, why would they go to such extremes? Why not just let you be? Because in their mind, your success was unbearable. It wasn't just envy, it was torment. They woke up with your name in their head, slept with your achievements haunting their dreams, and lived every day with the shadow of your glow, mocking their stagnation. That's why their confession reveals so much. They weren't just jealous, they were obsessed. Jealousy is nothing but admiration that refuses to say thank you. They couldn't admit they admired you, so they turned it into hate. They couldn't admit they learned from watching you, so they twisted their observations into evidence against you. They convinced themselves that the more they studied your patterns, the more power they'd have to dismantle you. And yet, what happened? The more they studied, the more invisible your strategy became. The more they documented, the more ungraspable your essence grew. Think of it like trying to copy a flame by tracing its smoke. The more they chased, the more nothing they caught. That's what envy does. It fools people into thinking they can steal what isn't transferable. Your blessings were never theirs to take, your light was never theirs to hold, and your path was never theirs to walk. But still, they tried, and that's why they're now terrified enough to beg someone else to step forward and say you never tried to hurt anyone. Because deep down, they know the twisted story they created won't survive much longer. Chosen one, let's answer another question that might be circling your mind. If they truly believe tearing you down would give them your blessings, why haven't they gained anything? The answer is brutal, because energy doesn't work that way. You cannot steal alignment. You cannot inherit destiny through sabotage. The universe doesn't reward destruction with abundance. What they received instead was collapse, because in trying to drag you down, they only exposed the emptiness of their own foundation. Now imagine this, someone standing at the edge of a cliff watching you soar with wings, and instead of learning to build their own, they try to grab your feathers mid-flight. What happens? They fall. That's exactly what their confession reveals. They didn't just fail to steal from you, they doomed themselves by choosing envy over growth. Envy doesn't see the effort, it only sees the outcome and hates you for it. They never saw your sleepless nights. They never saw your private battles. They only saw the results, and because they couldn't replicate them, they convinced themselves you didn't deserve them. That's why their twisted logic turned so dark. To them, your victories weren't just blessings, they were personal insults. And now, chosen one, the truth is clawing its way out. Their twisted narrative can't stand because it was never built on truth to begin with. They are confessing because they can no longer hold the weight of their own lies. The surveillance, the whisper campaigns, the character assassinations, they all collapsed under the reality that you never tried to hurt anyone. And while they wasted years documenting your life, the universe documented theirs. Every jealous thought, every manipulative plot, every envious scheme, it's all recorded in the fabric of cause and effect, and now it's returning to them with full force. So don't ever doubt yourself. Don't ever question why you were targeted. You weren't targeted because you were weak. You were targeted because you were strong, because you embodied the abundance they couldn't comprehend. Their twisted logic turned you into an enemy, but in reality, you were the mirror that showed them what they refused to face. And now, chosen one, their confession is nothing but the sound of envy eating itself alive, proving once again that your rise was never theirs to control, and your blessings were never theirs to steal. Number 3. Digital daggers in the dark. Cowards don't fight face to face. They hide behind screens, stabbing with pixels instead of steel. Chosen one, their envy wasn't enough in the physical world, so they dragged their hate into the digital battlefield. Their confession makes it clear. They weaponized technology like a blunt instrument, hoping fake images and forged conversations would cut deeper than any truth ever could. They weren't content with whispers. They wanted receipts, even if they had to forge every single one. Imagine this for a moment. You wake up, and the world has been handed a false version of you. Pictures edited, words twisted, timestamps manipulated, your very identity hijacked. They studied Photoshop like it was scripture, bending pixels into lies, creating deepfakes that painted crimes you never committed. Screenshots became their bullets, and social media became their war zone. To the untrained eye, it looked convincing, but to the universe, it was laughable. Because no fabricated digital shadow can ever rewrite the light you walk in. You might ask, why go this far? Why invest so much energy into forging lies? The answer is fear. Gossip dies quickly, but evidence lingers. They believed that if they could manufacture digital proof, they could bury you permanently. Psychologists call this escalation, the point where an envious mind convinces itself that ordinary sabotage isn't enough. They needed to build entire stories, entire versions of you to justify their hatred. And they didn't stop at fakes. They built whole ghost armies of profiles, accounts designed to spy, to spread, to fabricate entire digital worlds where you were the villain. They studied your vocabulary, your writing rhythm, even the speed of your replies, just so they could impersonate you with terrifying precision. This wasn't just gossip. It was identity theft at the psychological level, a direct assault on who you are. But here's the irony. Chosen one, while they obsessed over your shadow, they missed your substance. They thought destroying your digital reflection would destroy your essence. They thought they could erase you with keystrokes. But the truth? Their lies will rot faster than the code they typed them with. Technology is powerful, yes, but truth is immortal. And every false file, every fake screenshot, every fabricated timestamp will one day stand as evidence of nothing but their desperation. So let them play with shadows, chosen one, because shadows only exist when there's light, and you are the reason theirs can't be hidden anymore. Number 4. Turning innocence into ammunition. Only the lowest kind of enemy hides their dagger behind a child's smile. Chosen one, this part of their confession is the ugliest cut of all. They didn't just target you, they went after the purest souls connected to your life. In their twisted campaign, they dragged children and family bonds into their battlefield, using innocence as a shield for their venom. This wasn't rivalry anymore. This was cruelty dressed up as concern. Imagine this for a moment, a family gathering, laughter in the air, kids playing freely, and then, like poison in a glass of water, they start whispering. They're unstable, they're dangerous, they're a bad influence. They knew exactly what they were doing, because nothing sparks panic faster than the suggestion of harm toward children. They played on primal instincts, betting that fear would turn loved ones against you faster than reason ever could. You might ask, why would they stoop so low? The answer is cowardice. They knew they couldn't beat you head-on, so they attacked where they thought you'd be most defenseless, your ties of love. They believed if they infected your happiest spaces with suspicion, you'd break under the pressure. But here's the fact they forgot. Children see energy clearer than adults. They can feel truth even when words lie. And the kids they tried to use instinctively recoiled, sensing something dark in the manipulator's presence. Envy that touches innocence signs its own death warrant. That's exactly what happened. Their plan backfired with karmic precision. While they tried to stain your name, their own family bonds began to fray. Arguments erupted in their homes. Relationships collapsed under the same poison they unleashed. Even their own children grew distant, restless, resistant, because the universe doesn't allow the exploitation of innocence without consequences. Now imagine this. They set out to turn children into weapons, but ended up firing those weapons at themselves. The more they tried to twist young minds against you, the more those young hearts saw through them. Their manipulation became a mirror, reflecting their toxicity back into their own households. And instead of isolating you, their actions isolated them. So, chosen one, let this sink in. Their lowest act became their heaviest curse. By weaponizing innocence, they revealed their true nature to everyone watching. And no matter how many whispers they planted, the truth has already taken root. Their confession proves it. They weren't just envious, they were desperate enough to play with fire in the most unforgivable way. And now, it is that very fire that burns down their own house. Number 5. The Puppet Master's Web. Manipulators don't just lie, they build entire theaters where they play every role but the truth. Chosen one, their confession rips the mask clean off. This was never random gossip. It was warfare, carefully mapped out like a military operation. They weren't content to simply whisper. No, they staged themselves as the concerned friend, the protective family member, the rational outsider. To your partner, they claimed they saw red flags. To your friends, they postured as the voice of reason. To your family, they wrapped themselves in fake concern, pretending their sabotage was care. Now imagine this for a moment, a spider in the corner, weaving a web thread by thread, patient and deliberate. That's exactly how they moved, calculating where to place each string of doubt so that anyone close to you would eventually get stuck. They didn't speak truth, they performed it. Every word was theater, every gesture rehearsed. But here's the irony. No matter how perfect the mask, cracks always show when the script is built on lies. And the cracks came fast. People noticed inconsistencies. Some wondered, why does their story keep changing? Why do they always seem too eager to prove something? The more elaborate their lies became, the heavier the performance grew. They were juggling photoshopped images, fabricated conversations, fake emergencies, and it started slipping through their fingers. Lies multiply like wildfire, and they needed spreadsheets just to track the chaos they created. Imagine that, chosen one, an entire database dedicated to manufacturing a fake version of you. Who does that except someone completely consumed by obsession? Control freaks always lose control to the very lies they spin. That's the brutal truth here. In trying to manage everyone's perception, they revealed themselves as manipulators. People who once listened began to distrust them. Friends who once believed started to notice patterns. Their obsession betrayed them, because only an obsessed mind goes to such extremes to rewrite reality. So let's answer the question you might be thinking: why didn't their web hold? Because webs are fragile. They can trap for a moment, but they can't withstand truth. Every false strand snapped under its own weight. And now chosen one, their confession proves it. They weren't protectors, they were puppeteers. They weren't concerned, they were consumed. And in the end, their web didn't bind you, it strangled them. Number 6. Poisoning the heart's garden. Envy doesn't just want your downfall, it wants to rewrite your love story and steal the chapters meant for you. Chosen one, their confession about your love life is one of the darkest revelations of all. They knew nothing cuts deeper than doubt between two people, so that's where they drove their blade. They whispered in your partner's ear, planting seeds of suspicion, watering them with lies, until those doubts sprouted like weeds. They didn't just gossip, they manufactured evidence, fake screenshots, fabricated messages, staged discoveries designed so your partner would trip over lies and believe they had found the truth themselves. That's not just deception, that's psychological ambush. Imagine this for a moment. You're building a garden of love, nurturing it with care, while in the shadows, someone sneaks in at night, scattering weeds among your flowers. Every morning, you wake up wondering why the soil feels poisoned, why the roots are struggling, never realizing that a saboteur has been tampering with your garden all along. That's what they did. They couldn't stand to see you happy, so they tried to choke the very roots of your relationships. And it didn't stop there. They didn't just target what you had. They targeted what you could have. Every new potential partner, every fresh connection, they worked to poison it before it could grow. They spread rumors like venom, scaring off people who might have brought joy into your life. And in some of the sickest twists, they even tried to slide themselves into the narrative as the better option. They built love triangles out of lies, staging chaos so they could present themselves as the rescuer, when in reality they were the arsonist who lit the fire. Manipulators don't want love, they want possession. That's why they failed. Because real love doesn't bend to fraud. real connection doesn't collapse under fabricated screenshots. And chosen one, here's the truth they could never predict. Every attack on your love life was nothing but the universe's sorting system. The weak links snapped, the counterfeit bonds broke, and the people who weren't meant for you were cleared out of the way. What remained? Only the ones strong enough to stand beside you through the storm. So don't ever mistake their sabotage as a loss. Their schemes didn't steal your love story, they proofread it. They crossed out the wrong names, leaving space for the right ones to enter. And now their confession proves it. They never destroyed your love life. They only exposed who was real, who was fake, and who never deserved you in the first place. Number 7. Battling the light they couldn't touch. Envy doesn't stop at your name. It reaches for your soul when it realizes your success can't be stolen. Chosen one, their confession takes us into the darkest chamber of their obsession. Spiritual warfare. Lies weren't enough. Manipulation wasn't enough. Technology, gossip, fake evidence, none of it could break you. So they escalated. They dove into the shadows of manifestation and energy work, not to grow, but to twist. They weren't students of truth. They were scavengers of darkness, looking for any tool to aim against you. Imagine this for a moment. Someone staring at your light like it's a locked vault. They don't want to build their own. They want to steal yours. They search grimy back alleys for counterfeit keys, praying one will break the lock. Rituals, curses, incantations, they tried it all. They sought out practitioners, whispered to shadows, and hurled spiritual darts, convinced they could drain your energy, reroute your blessings, and cripple your momentum. But here's the brutal fact. You can't steal destiny. You can't reroute what was never flowing to you in the first place. Darkness may throw its stones, but it always breaks its own hand. And that's exactly what happened. Every ritual recoiled, every curse snapped back. Technology betrayed them when they tried to frame you. Files glitched, lies contradicted themselves. Coincidences revealed truths they couldn't bury. Their rituals left them sick, drained, paranoid, even haunted. They had nightmares, visions of you glowing, untouchable, surrounded by forces they couldn't name, let alone control. The harder they fought, the more they realized they weren't battling a single person. They were battling universal law itself. And you might ask, chosen one, why did it all backfire so violently? Because energy doesn't lie. You can't redirect what isn't yours, and you can't weaponize what you don't understand. The universe doesn't bend to bitterness. It bends to alignment. And while you stayed aligned, they stayed obsessed, and that obsession became their own curse. So let this be your reminder. They never had power over you. They only had schemes, and their confession proves that in trying to touch your spirit, they ended up burning their own. They weren't fighting you, chosen one. They were fighting light itself, and every round left them more broken than before. Number 8. When the universe strikes back. Every lie you throw at the light returns as a blade aimed at your own throat. Chosen one, their confession shows us the part that chills them most. The universe itself stepped in. This wasn't just karma taking its sweet time. This was instant, surgical, undeniable. Phones crashed the moment they tried to forge screenshots. Computers froze mid-edit as if the files themselves rejected their poison. The internet cut out at the exact second they pressed post. These weren't glitches. These were warnings. Imagine this for a moment. Someone trying to fire a gun, only for the barrel to twist and point back at them. That's what every digital sabotage turned into. Each time they spread lies about you, an inconvenient truth about them surfaced. Their attempt to bury you became the spotlight on their own corruption. It was balance in its purest form, cause and effect, echo and return, all orchestrated by forces beyond their comprehension. Energy doesn't disappear, it ricochets, and the ricochet hit them harder than they ever expected. Their bodies began carrying the weight of their malice. Bruises appeared with no explanation. Illnesses drained them. Reflections warped in mirrors, reminding them of the darkness they unleashed. Nightmares plagued their sleep. The curses they launched didn't touch you. They poisoned their own bloodstream. And you might ask, Chosen One, why was the backlash so precise? Because lies are unstable. They require constant fuel, constant maintenance. Truth, however, is self-sustaining. The moment they stepped into fabrication, they stepped into quicksand. And every thrash only pulled them deeper. They weren't just fighting against you. They were fighting against the universal law of balance, and no human hand can win that fight. So let this sink in. Every attack became their downfall. Every scheme became their undoing. Their confession is proof they didn't just lose to you. They lost to the very system of justice woven into reality. They thought they were cursing you, Chosen One, but in truth they were signing their own sentence, one glitch, one collapse, one bruise at a time. Number 9. When the mask shattered. A lie can sprint for a season, but truth always walks it down in the end. Chosen One, their confession admits the collapse wasn't gradual, it was sudden, brutal, and unstoppable. The house of cards they spent months, even years, stacking with precision, came crashing down in a single gust of truth. People they manipulated began comparing notes, and the cracks spread like wildfire. One story contradicted another. Timelines didn't match. Evidence they swore was airtight vanished like smoke. Even their most loyal ally, the one they leaned on as their shield, started asking questions they couldn't answer. That was the beginning of the end. Imagine this for a moment. A stage play, meticulously rehearsed, light shining, the actor ready to perform. But then, right in the middle of their lines, the curtain rips, the lights cut, and the audience sees the strings, the wires, the cheap props. That's what happened to them. Their theater of lies was exposed as nothing more than a bad performance, and the crowd they thought they controlled suddenly saw the fraud in full daylight. Truth doesn't need detectives, it reveals itself through alignment. That's what broke them. It wasn't investigators knocking on doors, it was dreams, intuition, and synchronicities pulling the veil down. People started having visions, gut feelings, uncanny coincidences pointing directly at the real deceiver. The universe itself whispered the truth into ears that once believed the lies. And when that kind of revelation hits, no evidence, no mask, no story can hold up against it. And here's the dagger. They weren't just betrayed by truth. They were betrayed by their own circle. Some of the people they thought they controlled had been documenting everything all along. Screenshots, recordings, notes kept in silence, waiting, watching. Their allies were never truly allies. They were actors in their own downfall, nodding along until the perfect moment came to flip the script and expose them publicly. So Chosen One, understand this. Their collapse wasn't random. It was justice. Their empire of deception rotted from within because lies are built on sand and sand never holds. Their confession proves it. Those they thought were loyal turned against them. Those they thought were blind saw clearly, and the performance they thought would crown them instead stripped them bare for everyone to see. The mask didn't just slip, it shattered. Number 10. When the law came knocking. Lies don't just break trust, they break laws, and the bill always comes due. Chosen One, their confession makes it plain. Their schemes didn't stay in the shadows. They crossed lines that carried real-world consequences. Identity theft, defamation, harassment. What they thought was clever manipulation turned into criminal behavior, and once those boundaries were crossed, it wasn't just whispers anymore. It was attorneys, lawsuits, and the cold hand of legal accountability tightening around their neck. Imagine this for a moment, someone playing with fire, laughing as the sparks dance, until suddenly the blaze leaps out of control and sets their whole house on fire. That's what happened when they weaponized lies and technology. The flames of their deceit spread too far, burning through social circles, searing reputations, and finally reaching the courts. People they targeted stopped being silent victims. They became plaintiffs. Screenshots, recordings, and testimony piled up like bricks in a wall that trapped the manipulator inside. Reputation is like glass. Once cracked, it never looks the same again. Socially, their collapse was just as brutal as the legal one. Word spread quickly. Friends whispered warnings. Colleagues distanced themselves. Their name became synonymous with toxicity, manipulation, and danger. What they built over years rotted in weeks. They weren't respected. They were avoided. They weren't believed. They were exposed. And the more they tried to defend themselves, the deeper they sank, because every justification contradicted another, every excuse added weight to the evidence already stacked against them. You might ask, chosen one, did they ever get the chance to flip the script? The truth is, they tried, desperately. They clawed, they cried, they crafted new lies to cover the old ones. But lies have an expiration date, and the shelf life of their deception was over. Truth doesn't expire, it endures. And while truth stood tall, their excuses crumbled into dust. So let this stand as proof. The universe doesn't just balance energy, it enforces consequences. Socially, they became outcasts. Legally, they became liabilities. Financially, they bled under the weight of lawsuits and fees. They thought they could twist reality without cost, but reality came back with interest. Their confession shows us the end game. Manipulation isn't power, it's a prison. And now they're the one locked inside. Number 11. The mind that ate itself. Envy doesn't just poison others, it devours the one who carries it first. Chosen one, when their empire of lies finally collapsed, so did their mind. Their confession shows that the exposure didn't just strip away their schemes, it stripped away their mask. Every motive, every method, every ritual they thought was hidden in shadow was dragged into the light. And with nothing left to hide behind, they weren't seen as a victim anymore. They were seen for what they always were, obsessed, jealous, and dangerous. Imagine this for a moment, a stage actor who's played their role so long they've forgotten who they are. Then, mid-performance, the costume is ripped off in front of the crowd. Suddenly, the character vanishes, and the trembling, desperate fraud is all that remains. That's what happened to them. Once the mask was gone, the world no longer saw a concerned friend or a protective ally. They saw an unstable mind consumed by envy. Obsession is a cage with invisible bars, and they built it themselves. Their obsession became public knowledge, whispered in circles they once controlled, passed around as warnings. They weren't respected anymore. They were dissected. Every move they made was interpreted as further proof of their instability. Their name stopped being associated with authority and became a punchline, a story people traded as a cautionary tale. And you might ask, chosen one, why does envy lead to such a collapse? Because obsession feeds on secrecy. It survives in shadows. The moment it's dragged into daylight, it withers. Their rituals, their manipulations, their twisted logic, all of it shriveled once people saw it for what it was. Exposure didn't just ruin their reputation, it fractured their identity. The role they'd been playing for so long disintegrated, leaving nothing but the raw truth of their jealousy. So let this echo loudly. They thought they were writing your downfall, but they authored their own breakdown. Their story is no longer one of power. It's a warning, a living lesson carved into their life, showing everyone what happens when envy curdles into warfare, and warfare eats its own commander. Their confession proves it. They didn't just lose to you, chosen one. They lost to themselves. Number 12. Crying at the gates. They tried to shut. Those who dig graves for others always end up begging not to fall into their own. Chosen one, their confession has reached its final stage. Not power, not victory, but desperation. They aren't confessing because they found remorse. They're confessing because they're drowning. Every attack they launched at you has ricocheted back, louder, heavier, and sharper than when it left their hands. The isolation they schemed for you, it has wrapped around them like chains. The reputation damage they tried to nail to your name, it's branded across theirs, permanent, unshakable. Their entire life is unraveling thread by thread, and there's no one left to hold the pieces together. Imagine this for a moment, a puppeteer who spent years pulling strings, only to find themselves tangled in the same cords, choking on their own web. That's exactly where they are now. Their allies are gone. Their reputation is ashes. And in their desperation, they're flailing, writing apology letters that sound hollow, booking sessions with spiritual practitioners, performing cleansing rituals they don't even believe in. They're trying to trick the universe with the same games they used on people. But here's the fact. The universe cannot be manipulated. It doesn't answer to crocodile tears or staged repentance. It answers to truth. Mercy isn't begged for, it's earned. And that's what they can't grasp. They thought mercy was another mask they could slip on when the heat got too intense. But the universe is surgical. It sees intent. It knows when words are manipulation wrapped in desperation. That's why nothing they try works. Every ritual leaves them emptier. Every plea echoes back as silence. They aren't facing you anymore. They're facing balance itself. And you might ask, chosen one, why are they begging now? Because they finally feel the weight they tried to dump on you. The sleepless nights, the paranoia, the humiliation, the suffocating loneliness. Everything they wanted for you has become their daily reality. They're not haunted by you. They're haunted by their own actions. So let this be the closing strike. Their confession isn't a redemption arc. It's the sound of a crumbling enemy, clawing at the walls of their own downfall. They aren't asking for forgiveness, they're begging for escape. But the gates they slammed on you are the very gates now locked around them. And the universe, chosen one, has thrown away the key. Number 13. Rising from the ashes they set. They tried to bury you, not knowing you were a seed. Chosen one, here's the truth their confession proves beyond a shadow of doubt. While they drown in the chaos of their own making, you rise. Every dart they threw at you was nothing but training. Every attempt to shatter you became resistance that forged your strength. They thought they were breaking you, but what they really did was activate the dormant power inside you. The kind of power that only wakes up under fire. Imagine this for a moment, a blacksmith hammering steel, sparks flying with every strike. To the steel, the hammer feels like punishment, but to the blacksmith, it's shaping. That's exactly what their attacks did to you. They thought the blows were damage. The universe knew they were refinement. What came out of their hatred was not a broken soul. It was a sharpened weapon of light. Boundaries are born from betrayal. You now know who deserves your energy and who doesn't. Intuition is forged in deception. You can sense lies before they're even spoken. Strength is carved from struggle. You stand taller now, sharper, unshakable, connected to universal flow in ways they can't comprehend. Every scheme they launched only pushed you deeper into alignment, and that alignment opened doors they could never walk through. And the results speak for themselves. New opportunities have unfolded in your path, opportunities they could never block because they weren't meant for them in the first place. New relationships, real ones, solid ones, have formed, bonds that their lies couldn't touch. Your spiritual awareness has expanded, giving you clarity that cuts through illusions before they can even reach you. You aren't just surviving, you're thriving, glowing, ascending. You might wonder, chosen one, did they succeed in anything at all? Yes, but not in the way they intended. They succeeded in building the very version of you they feared most. They didn't weaken you, they introduced you to your higher self. They didn't cage you, they launched you. Their hatred was the soil, their lies were the rain, their envy was the storm. And from that storm, you rose unshaken, blooming into someone they can't even stand to look at without trembling. So let this be carved in stone. You are not stronger in spite of them. You are stronger because of them. Their downfall was the spark of your ascension. Their collapse was the sound of your breakthrough. And while they beg for mercy in the ruins they created, you, chosen one, rise in power, grace, and purpose, untouchable, unstoppable, and undeniable. Number 14. The final confession. Truth crowned you all along. The loudest proof of innocence is when your enemies are forced to admit it. Chosen one, this is where their story finally breaks open. Their last admission is the most devastating blow they could ever deliver. Not to you, but to themselves. Because in the end, they confessed what the universe had already been echoing since the beginning. You were always innocent. Every accusation, projection, every scheme, a mirror of their own filth. Every suspicion you carried in your gut about them, correct. And every boundary you built, more than justified. Imagine this for a moment. A courtroom where your enemy is both prosecutor and witness, and after years of trying to bury you, they crumble and admit the truth in front of everyone. That's what their final confession feels like. They thought they were writing your obituary. Instead, they wrote your testimony. They thought their lies would stain your name forever. Instead, their own words became the stamp of your vindication. The truth doesn't defend you. It crowns you. And that's what this final admission does. It doesn't change who you are, chosen one. It simply confirms it. It proves you were never the villain, never the danger, never the liar. You were the target because you were the light. And the fact that they had to surrender, confess, and collapse proves that your power was never theirs to touch. Their surrender is total, their confession complete. And here's the bitter irony. They thought their words would save them, but even in confessing, they still serve you, because their admission is your vindication, your shield, your crown. The truth has set everyone free, even them, though they won't understand it for years. Freedom feels like punishment when you've lived in chains of lies for too long. But for you, chosen one, this is not an ending. It's the ignition of a new chapter. You've been tested by darkness and emerged as light. You've been attacked by lies and proven as truth. You've been cast as the villain and revealed as the hero. You are innocent. You are protected. You are destined for extraordinary things that no manipulation, no smear, no twisted campaign can stop. The universe always writes the final word, and through their confession, the universe has spoken. You are chosen. Your time has arrived, and nothing, not envy, not lies, not warfare, can delay the rise that was written into your destiny all along. A lie screams louder than truth because it knows it's dying. Chosen one, that quote alone is a dagger through the chest of your enemies because it captures exactly what's happening right now. They are shouting, repeating, exaggerating, spinning their web of lies as if volume could make falsehoods become reality. But all that screaming only exposes the weakness of their position. Truth never needs to yell. Truth is calm, still, powerful. It simply exists. Lies, on the other hand, are like a wounded animal thrashing in desperation because it senses the end is near. And make no mistake, your enemies are thrashing now. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one. A man walks into a crowded marketplace and begins yelling, waving his arms, swearing that the sun will not rise tomorrow. He repeats it over and over, his voice cracking, sweat dripping, begging for people to believe. But the crowd just stares. Some laugh, some whisper, others shake their heads, because deep down, everyone knows the sun will rise, regardless of what this desperate fool declares. That is your enemies today. They are trying to sell the impossible, and the more noise they make, the more ridiculous they look. People are not buying the lies being said about you, because truth has a weight that no smear campaign can outweigh. Here's a fact. Chosen one. Psychologists have studied this very phenomenon. When someone works too hard to discredit another person, repeating themselves, stretching stories, piling on evidence that sounds too rehearsed, the human brain instinctively reacts with suspicion. It's called the liar's burden. The more effort you put into making a lie believable, the less believable it becomes. And that's exactly what's happening with your enemies. Their obsession with your name has betrayed their agenda. People are side-eyeing them, whispering, "Why are you so desperate to destroy this person?" It's backfiring in real time. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe to help spread this message to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light, and every small action helps. Thank you, chosen one, for being a part of this mission. You are part of a force much greater than yourself, a force that the universe itself uses to expose darkness and elevate truth. Now, back to the matter at hand. You see, this smear campaign against you is not an accident. It's a coordinated effort. Your enemies think that if they throw enough mud, some of it will stick. But what they didn't account for is that people are not fools. Human intuition is sharper than they realized. The more lies get tossed around, the more others begin to notice the pattern. And the pattern is obvious: jealousy, obsession, resentment. They are trying to paint you as something you are not, but the strokes of their brush only reveal their own ugly reflection. Chosen one, you don't have to lift a finger to defend yourself, because the universe has already stacked the odds against them. People are starting to question, if this person is really so bad, why are you spending all your time talking about them? Why does their name live rent-free in your head? Those questions are poison to your enemies, because once doubt creeps in, it multiplies. Soon, the entire room shifts from staring at you to staring at them. And what happens then? Their carefully constructed lies collapse under the weight of their own contradictions. Think about this. Lies are like counterfeit currency. It may look convincing for a moment, it may even pass a quick glance, but once people handle it, once they feel it in their hands, they know something is off. That's what's happening now. People are handling the stories being told about you, and they're noticing the texture doesn't feel right, the ink smudges, the details don't add up. They realize they've been handed fake bills. And the more of those counterfeits your enemies spread, the easier it becomes for others to recognize the scam. And here's another fact to strengthen you. History has shown time and again that smear campaigns don't destroy the innocent. They destroy the desperate. Think of famous figures throughout history who were attacked, slandered, painted as villains by their rivals. In the end, the lies always crumbled, and what was left standing was the truth. The truth doesn't just survive, it thrives because it doesn't need constant maintenance. Lies demand endless babysitting. Truth requires none. Your enemies are exhausting themselves. Their stories are getting bigger, louder, more dramatic, but less credible. They don't see it yet, but they are soaring the branch they sit on. The universe is laughing because while they believe they're undermining you, they're actually undermining themselves. And people see it. They're not buying the lies anymore because the lies are simply too expensive to maintain. The cost is too high, the energy too draining, the contradictions too obvious. So let this sink in, chosen one. You don't need to fight this battle. The battle is already being fought for you. Their lies are crumbling under their own weight. Their noise is exposing their fear. Their obsession is betraying their intentions. And in the end, the truth will not just survive, it will shine brighter because it's been tested by fire. The more they attack, the more they reveal. The more they lie, the less people believe. You stand untouched, chosen one, because people are not buying the lies being said about you. The marketplace has spoken, the crowd has decided, and the sun will rise tomorrow, no matter how loud they scream otherwise. And chosen one, don't go anywhere, because what you've just heard is only the opening strike. That was the surface, the trailer. The real storm is just about to unfold. We're about to walk through, step by step, how the lies thrown at you are backfiring on your enemies in ways they never expected. And here's what I want you to do. Drop a comment below with the number 777 if you're ready to watch their schemes collapse under the weight of their own deceit. And if you feel called to, consider blessing the team behind this message with a super thanks, because every gift keeps this mission alive, fueling the fire to expose darkness and spread truth wider and louder than ever before. Thank you for being here, chosen one. You are part of a force that the universe itself is using to dismantle every falsehood spoken against your name. And now, let's dive into it step by step. Stay with me, because if you are truly chosen, you'll feel that pull to stay until the very end. Believe me, by the time we're finished, you'll see how every lie spoken against you is unraveling in plain sight. Let's get started. Number 1. The dirt they throw turns to mud on their own hands. A hand that throws dirt can never remain clean. Chosen one, that's the brutal truth your enemies refuse to accept. Every handful of filth they fling at your name only stains them deeper, only reveals their desperation more clearly. They thought they could bury you, erase your light, and convince others that you are something less than what you are. But here's what they never understood. Dirt thrown with malice never lands where it was intended. It sticks to the hand that hurled it first. The more they try to cover you, the filthier they become, and the harder they dig, the uglier their reflection becomes to the world. Now imagine this for a moment. Someone finds a chest of pure treasure, gold that could illuminate lives for generations. But another person, blinded by envy, decides that instead of celebrating this discovery, they'll dig a pit and bury it. They shovel endlessly, their arms aching, sweat dripping, convinced that if they pile enough earth over it, the treasure will vanish. But chosen one, gold does not rot underground. It does not lose its shine. It waits untouched while the person who dug the pit ends up falling into the very hole they created. And when the rain comes, that dirt turns into thick mud, and the digger, not the treasure, is trapped, sinking in their own obsession. That is exactly what's happening with your enemies. And maybe you've wondered, why do they keep doing it? Why do they keep speaking your name? Why do they keep inventing stories? Why do they throw so much energy into burying you? The answer is simple. because they know they can't stop your rise. They know they can't match your light, so their only weapon is shadow. But here's the catch. They forgot that shadows cannot exist without light. Every attempt to discredit you only highlights the fact that you matter. Nobody throws dirt on what they consider worthless. The very fact they keep your name in their mouths proves you are a force, proves you are chosen. Look at history, chosen one. Martin Luther King Jr., slandered, attacked, dragged through the mud by those who feared the truth he spoke. Yet decades later, his name shines brighter than the lies ever did. Nelson Mandela was labeled a terrorist, demonized by those in power, thrown into prison. And yet the same world that swallowed those lies later recognized him as a symbol of freedom and strength. Even Albert Einstein faced smear campaigns, dismissed by jealous minds who couldn't keep up with his brilliance. And still, his theories shaped the very universe of science we live in. What do these examples prove? That dirt thrown with envy eventually becomes mud on the enemy's hands, while the chosen rise untouched. And maybe in your own quiet moments you ask, but why do people believe the lies, even for a little while? Why do I have to carry the weight of false accusations when I've done nothing to deserve them? That's human nature, chosen one. Lies are cheap entertainment. They grab attention in the moment, like fireworks in the night sky. But just like fireworks, they fizzle out quickly, leaving behind nothing but smoke. Truth, on the other hand, is like the stars. Steady, constant, unshaken, still there when the smoke clears. People may glance at the fireworks, but they live by the stars. Think of it like this. Your enemies are playing with mud, hoping to shape it into weapons, but the more they handle it, the filthier they appear. They can try to smear your face with it, but when the light of the universe shines, the mud cracks, dries, and falls away. You remain, chosen one, and they are left exposed, covered in the evidence of their own malice. It's not your job to wipe the mud away. The universe does that for you. Your job is to keep walking, knowing that no smear can hide the shine of your spirit. And here's something powerful to hold on to. Social psychologists have found that people who constantly badmouth others end up lowering their own credibility. When someone speaks ill too often, too loudly, listeners subconsciously begin to distrust them. Why? Because constant negativity signals hidden guilt or envy. So when your enemies keep throwing dirt, they're actually digging their own credibility's grave. They are showing everyone exactly who they are. And while they may not realize it now, the same people they think they're convincing are already whispering to each other, there must be more to this story. Why are they so obsessed? That whisper alone is enough to unravel their lies. Chosen one, let me remind you of this quote. When you point one finger at someone, 3 point back at you. That is the eternal law at work here. Your enemy's accusations, their attempts to drag your name through filth, all come back to haunt them. Their words do not live in the air. They echo, circling back to their own lives. And while they think they're writing your obituary, they're actually drafting their own downfall. So let them keep digging, let them exhaust themselves, let them sweat, stumble and shovel until their hands are blistered. Because the deeper they go, the more trapped they become. Dirt was never meant to bury you, chosen one. Dirt was meant to plant you. And from that soil you rise stronger, unshaken, while they are left suffocating in the mud of their own making. That's the ultimate irony of their smear campaigns. They thought they were your gravediggers, but they've become their own. And the universe doesn't miss a detail. Every word they've spoken falsely against you is energy, and energy always circles back. Lies are like stones thrown into water. They create ripples that return to the one who cast them. The mud they intended to smother you becomes the mud they drown in. And you? You remain the treasure, shining brighter, reminding everyone who sees you that truth cannot be buried. So hold your head high, chosen one. Every smear is proof of your power. Every lie is a confession of their envy. Every handful of dirt thrown at you is one more mark of filth on their hands. And when the universe delivers its verdict, the world will see clearly. You were never covered. You were never broken. You were never defined by their mud. You were chosen, and no lie can erase what the heavens themselves have written about you. Number 2. The overkill makes them look guilty. An innocent person doesn't need a lawyer. A liar does. Chosen one, that line alone should sting your enemies like fire across their skin because it reveals the core of their failure. If they were truly standing in truth, they wouldn't need to scream your name over and over like a broken record. But because they are drowning in lies, they need to keep paddling, shouting, and pointing fingers just to stay afloat. The irony is, the very overkill they believe makes their accusations convincing is what exposes their guilt to everyone around them. People are not blind. They may listen once, they may even pause to wonder for a moment, but when the same song keeps playing, when your name becomes an obsession in someone's mouth, suspicion takes root. And suspicion, chosen one, is poison to the liar. Now picture this. Imagine walking into a courtroom where a witness is supposed to testify. Instead of answering questions directly, they ramble on for hours, adding unnecessary details, raising their voice, sweating, pounding the table, repeating the same points as if sheer volume could bend reality. What does the jury think? Do they see honesty, or do they smell fear? Do they feel confidence, or do they recognize panic? Overkill has never proven innocence. It has always screamed guilt. And that is exactly what your enemies are doing every time they circle back to your name, every time they drop another insult, every time they drag your reputation into their conversations. Chosen one, you may have wondered at some point, why are they so obsessed? Why does my name never leave their mouth? It's because they cannot build themselves up without trying to tear you down. They lack substance, so they cling to your shadow, hoping that if they throw enough mud on it, people will confuse the dirt with you. But here's the truth. They've already exposed themselves by doing too much. When something is real, it stands on its own. When something is fabricated, it needs constant reinforcement, like a collapsing wall that must be held up with endless scaffolding. Lies are fragile. That's why they require constant maintenance. Look at history's patterns, chosen one. Take Richard Nixon during the Watergate scandal. The more he denied, the more speeches he made to prove his innocence, the guiltier he appeared to the public. Or think about Lance Armstrong, who spent years aggressively suing, silencing and deflecting anyone who questioned his cycling victories. His overkill was the red flag, and when the truth finally came out, the whole world looked back and said, "Of course he was guilty." The obsession with defending himself was the proof. That's your enemies right now. Their constant repetition, their need to keep your name alive in negativity is the loudest confession they could ever make. And here's a fact to back you up. Studies in behavioral psychology show that liars often overcompensate because they know their story is weak. They add unnecessary details, they become emotional, they repeat themselves and they exaggerate, hoping to appear believable. But the brain of the listener doesn't buy it. People may not know the science, but they feel it instinctively. They sense something is off. That's why people around your enemies are side-eyeing them. They're asking themselves, if this person is so bad, why do you keep talking about them? Why do you bring them up when no one else does? Why are you working so hard to prove something? That question alone destroys the illusion your enemies are trying to create. Now imagine this metaphor, chosen one. Picture a magician who keeps performing the same trick over and over. At first, the crowd claps. The second time they clap again, though less enthusiastically. By the third or fourth, the applause has turned into whispers. People are watching his hands more closely, trying to figure out the trick. By the fifth time, no one is amazed anymore. They're simply waiting for him to slip. Overkill kills the illusion. Your enemies thought repeating your name like a curse would destroy you, but repetition has only stripped away the magic of their lies, leaving them exposed as clumsy tricksters fumbling with cheap props. And perhaps you've asked yourself, but why don't they stop? Don't they realize how guilty they look? No, chosen one. They can't stop. They are trapped in their own spiral. Once a liar starts, they must keep feeding the narrative or risk collapse. They know if they go silent, people will move on and the story will fade, so they cling to overkill like a drowning man clings to a plank of wood. But that plank is rotting, and the more weight they put on it, the faster it sinks. They are exposing themselves in slow motion, and the universe is letting the world watch. And here's something else. People don't respect overkill, they resent it. Nobody likes being force-fed the same story again and again. It's insulting to their intelligence. So while your enemies believe they are convincing others, they are actually breeding irritation. The very people they want on their side are rolling their eyes, whispering behind their backs, laughing at the desperation. They may not confront your enemies openly, but behind closed doors, they're already talking about how pathetic it looks. And that is the most brutal punishment of all, when the audience your enemies tried to win ends up mocking them instead. Chosen one, remember this. Over-explaining is the enemy of truth. Truth is simple. It doesn't need a stage. It doesn't need repetition. It doesn't need constant rehearsals. It simply stands. Lies require theatrics. Lies require volume. Lies require constant reinforcement. So the more your enemies push, the more they reveal what side they're standing on. Their guilt is exposed every time they speak. And your silence? Your refusal to play their game. That silence cuts deeper than any word because it shows you have nothing to prove. The universe proves it for you. So let them keep talking, let them keep repeating, let them keep saying your name with venom dripping from their lips, because each repetition is another nail in their own coffin. Each exaggeration is another fracture in their false foundation. Each performance is another chance for people to notice the cracks. And when the curtain finally falls, chosen one, the audience will know exactly who was guilty all along. Your enemies thought overkill would bury you, but it has only built their gallows. They are standing on the stage they built for you, rehearsing their lies, while the crowd waits for the rope of truth to drop. And when it does, they'll realize too late, the overkill didn't protect them, it condemned them. Number 3. People see the obsession, not the concern. Obsession wears the mask of concern, but its eyes always betray the hunger beneath. Chosen one, your enemies have mastered the art of disguise, or at least they think they have. They wrap their lies in soft packaging, calling them warnings, concerns, or just looking out for others. But people are not as naive as your enemies assume. A wolf in sheep's clothing still has sharp teeth, and eventually the flock notices. Their fake concern has become transparent, and the more they pretend to care, the more obvious it becomes that what they're really doing is obsessing over you. Think about it. Have you ever seen someone constantly mention another person's name under the excuse of helping others see the truth? At first, it might sound believable, but over time people begin to ask, why do you keep bringing them up? Why are they always on your mind? The disguise slips because concern is brief, but obsession lingers. Genuine concern is expressed once and left to rest. Obsession repeats, circles back, and grows louder. That's why your enemies are being exposed. They can't stop. Their lies don't sound like care anymore. They sound like fixation, and fixation is unsettling to everyone watching. Here's the irony. Chosen one. Their very attempt to act like the guardian is making them look like the predator. Imagine a wolf pacing around the sheep pen, warning the flock that the shepherd is dangerous. How foolish does that sound? Everyone knows the shepherd protects and the wolf destroys. The enemy's mask doesn't fit because their actions betray them. And the universe ensures that their motives always leak through, no matter how clever they think they are. And maybe you've asked yourself, but why do some people believe them, even for a while? That's because humans are wired to give benefit of the doubt at first. But that benefit has an expiration date. Once the lies keep coming, once the concern becomes a routine, people see through it. Psychologists call it pattern recognition. The brain notices inconsistencies. The audience may not say it out loud yet, but inside they're already questioning, this isn't care, this is obsession. And when that thought lands, your enemies lose credibility instantly. Chosen one, you don't need to correct their lies or tear off their masks yourself. The universe is already doing it for you. The same words they use to paint themselves as protectors are becoming mirrors that reflect their envy. People can feel the truth. Obsession has a stench, and no matter how much perfume of concern your enemies spray on it, the odor leaks through. So let them keep pretending, because in the end, their disguise only exposes how fixated, how bitter, and how powerless they really are. Number 4. Whispers behind closed doors always leak. Walls have ears, and the truth has wings. Chosen one, your enemies thought they were clever, whispering behind closed doors, spreading their venom in hushed tones, confident that their words would remain in the shadows. But the universe has a law that never fails. What is spoken in secret eventually finds its way to the light. And now their whispers are echoing against them. The very words they thought were hidden are crawling back into the open, repeated by others with raised eyebrows and skeptical smirks. They are being undone by their own tongues. Think of this. Lies are like smoke in a sealed room. The one who lit the fire thinks it will stay contained, but smoke always finds cracks. It seeps under doors, slips through vents, stains the walls, and eventually chokes the very person who started it. That's your enemies right now. Their whispers have seeped out, and instead of choking you, they're choking them. The same mouths they whispered to are now the ones carrying those whispers back to them, reshaped, questioned, and dripping with suspicion. And maybe you've asked, but how do these whispers get exposed when no one was supposed to hear them? That's the power of energy, chosen one. People sense when something is rotten, even if the exact words aren't repeated. The tone, the bitterness, the frequency of the gossip reveals the truth. Someone always talks because secrets are heavy and liars always slip. History proves it. Betrayals and leaks have destroyed empires, toppled kings, and unraveled entire movements. If whispers could stay hidden, power would never shift. But it always does. Here's the irony. They thought their whispers made them powerful, that plotting in private gave them control. But in reality, those whispers are making them look desperate. People who once nodded politely at their gossip are now sharing those same stories with others, not as truth, but as proof of their obsession. Imagine their shock when the very words they tried to hide return to them in someone else's voice. That's humiliation, chosen one. That's karma in surround sound. So understand this. You don't need to chase rumors or defend yourself in back rooms. The universe already ensures that every whisper carries a timestamp, and when the moment is right, those whispers burst out, exposing the liar as the fraud they are. They thought the shadows would protect them, but shadows always shrink when the light appears. Their own tongues have become their downfall, and all you need to do is stand tall and let the echoes do the work. Number 5. Lies rot like fruit left in the sun. Truth is timeless. Lies come with an expiration date. Chosen one, your enemies thought their stories would last forever, that the poison they spilled into the air would cling to you permanently. But lies, by their very nature, cannot survive. They are fragile, temporary, and destined to rot like fruit left out in the blazing sun. At first, they may look fresh, sweet, and convincing. People may even take a bite, but give it time. Soon the skin shrivels, the stench spreads, and the rot becomes undeniable. Their words, no matter how carefully wrapped, are already souring in front of everyone's eyes. Picture a carton of milk left on a table in the heat. At first, it still looks normal from the outside. The liar presents it confidently, pouring it out as if it's pure nourishment. But the moment someone tastes it, the sourness hits, the stomach churns, and no one dares touch it again. That is exactly what their lies are doing, chosen one. The first time someone hears them, curiosity may spark. But when they sit with it, when they think about it, when they notice the inconsistencies, the smell of rot becomes unbearable. Nobody wants spoiled milk. Nobody wants spoiled truth. And maybe you've wondered, why didn't everyone see through it from the start? Because lies, like fruit, sometimes look ripe on the surface while rotting within. But the universe never allows rot to stay hidden for long. The skin cracks. The smell escapes. The truth reveals itself without you lifting a finger. That's why you don't need to fight their words, chosen one. Time itself is on your side. The longer their stories sit, the uglier and more disgusting they become, until even the people who once entertained them throw them away in disgust. History proves this over and over. Remember how propaganda and smear campaigns rise fast but collapse even faster. From political figures to famous icons, the lies built around them always decayed. Why? Because the foundation wasn't real. A lie can sprint for a season, but truth always runs the marathon. That's the universe's design. Truth does not age. It doesn't spoil. It doesn't weaken. It only shines brighter when tested. So let your enemies keep throwing rotten fruit, chosen one. Let them leave their spoiled milk out in the heat, because soon everyone will smell it, everyone will see it, and everyone will know exactly where the stench came from. Their lies cannot outlive you, because truth does not decay. You stand eternal, while their words collapse into sour, stinking reminders of their own envy. Number 6. The crowd starts, asking, "What are you hiding?" Suspicion is the shadow that follows every liar. Chosen one, your enemies thought their lies would bury you, but instead they've buried themselves under a mountain of doubt. Because the harder they push their narrative, the more people stop looking at you and start looking at them. And when the crowd starts asking, "What are you hiding?" it's game over. The spotlight shifts, and suddenly the accuser becomes the accused. Imagine a magician standing proudly on stage. At first, the audience claps at the flashy tricks, the smoke, the mirrors, the rehearsed performance. But do a trick too many times, fumble even once, and the illusion collapses. The audience leans forward, not with amazement, but with suspicion. They're no longer watching the magic. They're watching the magician's hands, waiting to catch the slip. That's your enemies right now. Their magic tricks are failing, and the same crowd they thought they had convinced is now dissecting every move they make. And maybe you've wondered, why is this shift happening now? Because people are not as easily manipulated as your enemies hoped. Human intuition is sharp. When someone spends too much time speaking about another, repeating the same accusations, exaggerating the same stories, listeners start to question motives. They begin to whisper, "If this person is really that bad, why do you care so much? Why are you obsessed? What are you hiding in your own life that you want us to ignore?" That question is the liar's greatest nightmare, because once suspicion takes root, it never stops growing. History has shown this pattern countless times. When Richard Nixon declared, "I am not a crook," the crowd didn't believe him. They asked why he had to say it so loudly in the first place. When famous athletes or celebrities go on long campaigns to defend themselves too aggressively, people wonder why their energy is so desperate. The suspicion always boomerangs back to the accuser. Lies may shine briefly, but they shine too hard, too fast. And that overexposure makes everyone squint until they start seeing the cracks. The universe has designed this balance perfectly, chosen one. You don't have to expose them. Their own obsession is the rope tightening around their neck. Their smear campaign was supposed to destroy you, but it has only redirected the light onto their own secrets. And when the crowd asks, "What are you hiding?" their silence, their stammering, their excuses will reveal everything. You stand untouched. They stand under suspicion, exposed as the frauds they are. Number 7. The more they exaggerate, the less they're believed. A lie stretched too far becomes its own confession. Chosen one, this is the trap your enemies walk straight into every time. They don't know how to stop. Their envy makes them greedy. Their desperation makes them reckless. And so, they keep piling on more and more dirt until the story itself collapses under the weight of exaggeration. At first, some may listen. At first, the crowd may tilt their heads in curiosity. But the moment your enemies push too far, the spell is broken. Instead of fear, people feel humor. Instead of doubt, they feel disbelief. The lies stop being dangerous and start sounding cartoonish. And the more they exaggerate, the more obvious it becomes that their hate has no foundation at all. Imagine a fisherman telling his friends about the fish he caught. At first, he says it was 2 feet long. Later, it grows to 3, then 5, then suddenly it's the size of a boat. Everyone listening laughs because they know no fish grows like that. Lies work the same way. Your enemies start small, but their greed makes them inflate the story until people can't help but laugh at the absurdity. Their own exaggeration exposes them, turning their accusations into a joke. And maybe you've asked, why do they keep pushing when it makes them look foolish? Because exaggeration is the drug of liars. When the first story doesn't hit as hard as they hoped, they feel compelled to add more detail, more drama, more venom. They mistake volume for truth. But the universe always ensures that exaggeration unmasks itself. People instinctively recognize when something sounds too much. Psychology calls it the credibility threshold. Once that line is crossed, trust evaporates instantly. Look at history and media scandals. The loudest voices, the wildest accusations, the ones who shouted the longest, almost always they ended up discredited. Their lies stretched too thin, and the snapping sound was heard by all. Remember when tabloids used to spin outlandish stories about celebrities, alien babies, secret cults, impossible scandals? At first, people may have looked, but over time, exaggeration killed their credibility. Today, people laugh at them instead of believing. That's exactly what's happening to your enemies now. The universe has written it this way. Truth doesn't need embroidery, but lies always chase embellishment. And with each layer of exaggeration, your enemies peel back their own mask, exposing their envy, their obsession, and their foolishness. So, chosen one, don't fear their noise. The more they talk, the less they're believed. The louder they scream, the clearer it becomes that they're confessing, not about you, but about themselves. Number 8. Your silence is louder than their noise. Silence is the language of strength. Noise is the cry of desperation. Chosen one, you don't have to defend yourself against the lies. They defend you by collapsing under their own weight. While your enemies scream, rant, and repeat your name with venom, you remain still, calm, and untouchable. That contrast alone is powerful enough to expose them. People can see the difference. One side is shouting for attention, clawing for validation, desperate to make their lies stick. The other side, you, moves with quiet confidence, as if you already know the universe has the final word. And that quiet unnerves them more than any counterattack ever could. Think about it. In a crowded room, the person who yells the loudest may get the first glance, but the person who sits quietly, unbothered, gains the deepest respect. Why? Because silence suggests control. Silence suggests certainty. And people instinctively lean toward the energy that doesn't need to prove itself. Your enemies can't understand this. They think volume equals victory, but their noise only proves their weakness. Your silence is not empty. It is full of meaning, full of weight, and people are noticing. Imagine two boxers. One paces the ring, screaming threats, punching the air, swinging wildly to prove he's dangerous. The other stands calm in his corner, steady eyes, breathing slow, saying nothing. Who does the crowd secretly bet on? The calm fighter, because calmness signals power. That's you, chosen one. Your enemies may shadowbox with your name, but your quiet strength has already won the crowd. And maybe you've asked yourself, but if I stay silent, won't people believe their lies? No. Silence doesn't make you guilty. It makes them look desperate. Psychology proves this too. Over-explaining is the hallmark of dishonesty. Honest people don't need to scream. So when you don't chase rumors, when you don't match their energy, it highlights the difference. People begin to realize, if you were truly guilty, wouldn't you be just as loud? Instead, your calmness tells the world that truth is already on your side. The universe is amplifying your silence louder than their noise ever could. Lies demand constant feeding, but truth doesn't. And the longer you remain still, the more your enemies exhaust themselves trying to convince others. In the end, their noise fades into background static, while your quiet strength remains undeniable. That's why, chosen one, your silence is not weakness. It's the loudest roar of all. Number 9. Their stories don't add up. Contradiction is the fingerprint of a liar. Chosen one, this is where your enemies bury themselves without realizing it. Lies might sound smooth the first time they're told, but lies don't have legs. They can't walk far. Every time your enemies repeat their stories, the details shift, the tone changes, and the holes grow wider. What they thought was a flawless web of deception is now sagging, torn, and collapsing under its own weight. People are catching on, because nothing they say adds up. Picture a spider spinning a web in the corner of a room. At first, it looks neat, symmetrical, even clever, but imagine that spider rushing, spinning carelessly, cutting corners, and weaving threads in crooked lines. Soon, the web isn't stable. It sags, it tangles, and eventually it collapses under its own imbalance. That's what your enemy's lies look like now. The web they spun to trap you is turning into their own prison. Each contradiction is another broken strand, and the crowd can see the whole thing falling apart. And maybe you've asked yourself, but why don't people confront them immediately when their stories don't match? Because people are patient observers. They let the liar talk, they listen closely, and they wait for the cracks to reveal themselves. Human memory is sharp when it comes to inconsistencies. One day, someone remembers what your enemy said last week, compares it to what they said today, and the mismatch becomes glaring. It doesn't take long before whispers spread. That doesn't line up. Something's off here. Once suspicion is seeded, the liar loses credibility permanently. Look at scandals across history. Leaders, celebrities, politicians, they all thought they could keep the story straight, but contradictions destroyed them. Lies require memory, truth does not. And since liars can't remember every detail, their stories start to betray them. That's the inevitable outcome for your enemies too. Their mouths can't keep pace with their malice. The universe makes it this way on purpose. Chosen one, lies carry within them the seed of their own destruction. Every false word is a crooked thread that weakens the whole design. And while they scramble to cover one contradiction with another, they only dig the hole deeper. You don't need to argue, you don't need to expose them. Their own words are exposing themselves. And when the web collapses, they'll be the ones tangled in it, while you remain free, shining, untouched by the chaos they created. Number 10. The universe is a brutal judge. The poison you mix for others always finds its way back into your own cup. Chosen one, this is the law your enemies forgot. The law no one escapes. Energy doesn't lie. Every word they twisted, every rumor they planted, every dagger of deceit they hurled in your direction has already been recorded by the universe. And now, the same venom they prepared for you is spilling back into their own lives. They believed they could play judge, jury, and executioner over your name. But the universe is the only true judge, and its verdict is brutal. Imagine a boomerang thrown with hatred. They hurled it with all their strength, aiming for your back. They smirked, thinking it would cut you down. But the thing about a boomerang is this: it always comes back to the hand that threw it. The same force they used to launch it is the same force now splitting their skull. That's karma in its rawest form. They wanted to destroy you, but they've only set themselves up for destruction. And maybe you've asked, why doesn't the universe stop them sooner? Because the universe is patient, chosen one. It lets them dig their hole, build their tower of lies, and step confidently onto their shaky platform. And then, just when they believe they've won, the collapse comes suddenly, violently, and in full view of the same crowd they tried to deceive. Their downfall becomes the proof of the universe's judgment. Look at history. Dictators, manipulators, liars. They rise for a moment, intoxicated with power, convinced they are untouchable, but the energy they release always circles back. Hitler, Nixon, Enron, Bernie Madoff, the list is endless. They thrived on lies, but eventually their own poison drowned them. That's not coincidence. That's law. Energy is a mirror. It never reflects falsely. So, chosen one, you don't have to avenge yourself. You don't have to chase them down or waste energy in their mud. The universe is already balancing the scales. While they choke on the very poison they brewed for you, you rise untouched, purified by the fire they thought would consume you. Their suffering will scream louder than their lies ever did. And when the universe delivers its sentence, the world will know. You were chosen all along, and they were only witnesses to their own downfall. Number 11. Their smear campaign becomes your advertisement. Every time they speak your name with hate, they carve it deeper into the minds of others. Chosen one, your enemies thought they could erase you by dragging your name through the dirt, but they've only made you unforgettable. Ironically, their smear campaign has turned into free advertising. Every insult, every rumor, every attempt to paint you in the worst light only fuels curiosity. People hear your name so often that they can't help but wonder, who is this person really? Why are they so obsessed with tearing them down? And the moment curiosity takes hold, the enemy loses control of the narrative. Think of it like a billboard. Your enemies are renting out their own mouths as ad space for your name. They plaster it on conversations, repeat it in circles, drag it into rooms where you aren't even present. But instead of damaging you, they're keeping you relevant. In marketing, there's a saying, exposure breeds interest, and that's exactly what they're giving you, for free. The more they talk, the more people want to see for themselves, and when people do see you, they realize the lies don't match the reality. The smear backfires, and their own campaign becomes your promotion. And maybe you've thought, but what if the lies leave a stain before the truth is seen? Don't forget, chosen one, truth doesn't need defense, it needs time. Lies might create noise, but noise fades quickly. What lingers is your presence, your light, your energy. When people finally meet you, watch you, or feel your aura, the contrast is undeniable. They realize the smear didn't match the person, and instantly, the liar is exposed. The louder your enemies talk, the easier it becomes for people to spot the jealousy dripping from every word. History proves it. How many great leaders, artists and thinkers were mocked, attacked or slandered, only for those same attacks to make them legendary? Think of how the tabloids made celebrities larger than life by obsessing over them. Negative press often creates more attention than silence ever could. Your enemies don't realize it yet, but their very obsession is the wind beneath your rise. So let them speak, chosen one. Let them whisper, shout and rant. With every mention, they're handing you another spotlight, another platform, another doorway into people's awareness. They're working for you while believing they're working against you. Their smear campaign isn't your destruction, it's your advertisement, and the universe is cashing in their efforts to build your name higher than they ever intended. Number 12. The final blow. Their lies collapse in public. Truth needs no defense. Lies need constant babysitting. Chosen one, this is where the show ends, and it ends ugly for your enemies. They thought they could keep their masks on forever, but masks always slip when worn too long. They thought their whispers, exaggerations and overkill would bury you, but the universe has flipped the script. And now, under the harsh light of truth, their desperation is visible to everyone. The act is over, and the crowd isn't applauding, it's laughing. Imagine a juggler who keeps adding more objects to his act, desperate to impress. At first, the audience is intrigued, but soon the objects pile too high, his hands falter, and everything comes crashing down. The crowd gasps, then chuckles, because the fall was inevitable. That's your enemies. They tried to juggle too many lies, keep too many stories in the air, and now it's collapsing in front of the same people they were trying to impress. Their downfall isn't private. It's public, undeniable, humiliating. And maybe you've asked, but why does it take so long for the collapse to happen? Because the universe waits for the perfect moment. It doesn't just expose liars, it exposes them at the peak of their arrogance, when they believe they're untouchable. That timing ensures the lesson is permanent. By the time their lies collapse, everyone sees not only the falsehood, but the desperation behind it. People stop listening, stop believing, and instead begin mocking the very ones who thought they were in control. Their words become the punchline of their own joke. History has shown this ending over and over. Every dictator, every fraud, every slanderer eventually faces the moment when their lies no longer hold weight, and it never ends quietly. The collapse always echoes loudly because the universe makes examples of those who build castles out of deceit. Your enemies are no different. They thought their smear campaign was a fortress, but it was only a house of cards waiting for the slightest breeze. Chosen one, the beauty of this moment is that you don't have to do a thing. You don't need to defend. You don't need to argue. You don't even need to explain. The universe itself has cleared your name. Your enemies destroyed their own credibility, and now the world sees them exactly as they are, desperate, bitter, and broken. The final blow has landed, not from your hands, but from the hand of truth itself. You rise untouched, while they sink in the rubble of their own lies. And chosen one, as we bring this to a close, remember this: every lie thrown at you has already collapsed under its own weight. The universe has cleared your name without you even moving a finger, while your enemies are left exposed, mocked, and undone by their own desperation. Stand tall, knowing that truth is your shield, and their downfall is already written. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to like this message, subscribe for more, and drop the number 77 in the comments to claim your victory. Share this with others so more souls awaken to the light. Anyone who hurls poison hopes at a fortress will be surprised when the fortress throws back molten stone. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one. She hacks at your life with clumsy rituals and petty sabotage, candles, whispers, crooked tokens, and expects you to break. Instead, everything she sends returns to her like a sharpened blade. Her theater of fear becomes her public indictment. Here's the cold fact: envy-driven sabotage rarely stands up to calm truth. Social pressure amplifies lies fast, but it also exposes them faster when you refuse to play. People who try to weaponize others' lives usually leave an obvious trail. Sloppy lies, staged drama, and self-made contradictions that crumble under basic scrutiny. That's not mystical bragging, it's cause and effect. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing like and subscribe. Help this light reach more souls. You're part of a force. Your quiet witness is the beginning of the reckoning. Back to the point. This isn't about witchcraft theatrics. It's about a wannabe who mistook noise for power and chose you as her target. She aimed at your spirit and found she'd been aiming at something far harder to dent. Your rootedness, your integrity, your unseen shield. While she performs, you rebuild. While she gossips, you gather facts. While she screams for attention, the universe collects the tabs. This introduction is simple. She is loud, jealous, and reckless. You are steady, protected, and rising. Over the next 12 strikes, we'll watch her opening cheap tricks, her animal-tampering desperation, the boomerang of her own actions, and the exact ways silence and boundary become your fiercest weapons. We'll map the signs of her unraveling, frantic posts, exposed lies, collapsing alliances, and name the practical moves that reclaim your life. Clear boundaries, quiet reputation repair, community truth, and daily grounding. No fluff. You are the chosen one in this story. She chose the wrong opponent. Watch her pay and learn how to stand taller while she collapses. And chosen one, listen closely. This is more than a warning. It's a call to action. If you want the truth to spread, tap like and subscribe now and drop 777 in the comments to lock your intent. You choose isolation as your forge, not your prison. Share this with one person who needs to see it and send a brief thanks to the team who built this message. Their work sharpens the light. Your small actions amplify the universe's correction. Stand up, claim your quiet power, and prepare. We begin by tearing down her first cheap trick. Stay with me. If you are truly chosen, you'll feel the pull to watch every second. Let's get started. Number 1. Cheap tricks. Cheap Witch, her opening play. Throwing pebbles at a skyscraper doesn't make the building wobble. It only reveals the tiny hands that threw them. Now listen, her opening play is loud because it must be loud. She needs witnesses. She needs to convince you, and more importantly herself, that she holds some crooked authority. So she buys the props, handfuls of dried herbs, a ribbon tied to a nail, a hastily whispered phrase at midnight, and calls it energy work. She posts the photos, stages the ritual on a phone camera, and sprinkles rumors through the exact people who still think gossip is news. It looks and sounds dramatic, but drama is a cover for weakness. The truth is simple. Those are pebbles. They make noise. They do not move mountains. Imagine for a moment the scene. You wake to a whisper at your door, a talisman tucked under the mat like a child's prank. That same week, a rumor blooms, soft at first, then bold, about something you never did. She lights a candle, and your name is on her tongue. She pins a crooked charm and expects your world to fracture. Did she honestly believe pebble throwing would topple you? Or did she hope the audience would be loud enough to create the fall? Either way, her method reveals desperation, not mastery. This is where being chosen matters. Chosen ones don't need to spectacle. We stand with a gravity that quiets theatrics. Visit any true power, the unshakable presence of an elder, the silence in a leader who's already done the work. And you'll hear the same thing. Power rarely advertises. Look at cultural giants who've been targeted by envy and still rose. Those who endure slander, smear, and staged scandal, but whose work and integrity force the narrative to flip. They didn't chase every accusation. They built, they kept their circle, and the world eventually recognized the difference between noise and substance. That's not mysticism, it's pattern. You might be asking, how can I tell if it's actually aimed at me? Maybe it's coincidence. Good question. Sabotage usually has fingerprints, timing that tracks your moves, details only someone close would know, a sudden focus from people who were indifferent before. A talisman tucked at your door the same day, a rumor about your loyalty appears, is not coincidence. An amplified social post that coincides with your promotion is not coincidence. Attackers build a narrative scaffold. Their props, the ritual photos, the frantic DMs, the manufactured witnesses, are the beams. Once you spot those beams, you stop treating the stage as reality. Another question might be, what if I feel vulnerable? What if those pebbles chip away at me? That's normal. Being targeted hurts, and the first instinct is to defend, to react, to hurl back. But remember the skyscraper. Reacting to pebbles makes you a participant in her theater. Instead, choose to be the skyline. Ground yourself. Small defenses, practical facts, quiet witnesses. If a rumor spreads, document your truth. If a talisman appears, don't dramatize it, discard it, note the time, and share the facts with a trusted ally. Your power is not in spectacle, it's in steady repair and visible basic truth. That's how legends survive smear campaigns, by refusing to trade their dignity for drama. Let's name the patterns she uses so you can spot them faster. First, the amateur's signature, performative ritualism. It's about camera angles and invented jargon. Second, the smear scaffold. Find someone gullible, feed them a line, watch the lie spread through confirmation bias. Third, the misdirection. While everyone stares at the candle, she steals a narrative elsewhere, a subtle gaslight, a forged message, a fake DM. These are not mystical strategies, they're social engineering dressed in occult aesthetics. When you see the same moves repeated, staged photos, timed leaks, manufactured witnesses, you recognize an actor, not an artist. There's also a psychological bluntness to her approach. Envy needs proof. If she can't break you, she will try to make others doubt you. That's the root motive, and once you accept that, her actions lose sacredness. She's not battling your soul. She's bargaining for relevance. Her spells are the cheapest kind of currency, loud, immediate, and easily debased. Those who've watched more than one petty sabotage cycle will smell it. The same cadence of panic, the same repetition of poor craft. It's almost comical when you've seen it before. The flurry, the angle for effect, the desperate last-ditch attempts. Laughter is part of the recovery, but don't laugh publicly. You're not there to gloat. You're there to reclaim your life. To be practical, when the pebbles land, don't amplify them. Document what's happening. Protect your circle with truth. Correct misstatements calmly and clearly. Record conversations if you need to. Gather witnesses, and let reality do the heavy lifting. The chosen one's advantage is time and discipline. While she burns her nervous energy staging rituals, you build durable assets, a reputation grounded in action, a network that knows your integrity, and evidence that rewrites the rumor's story. In public, your silence is not weakness, it's strategy. Behind closed doors, your work is the corrective force. You'll hear doubters say, but what if she's truly powerful? Power isn't measured in props. Real power withstands pressure without clamor. If someone had a mechanism to genuinely harm you from a distance, the path would be surgical and precise, not theatrical. True leverage tends to be invisible, not ostentatious. So when you see loud charm smithing and public displays, read it as a sign. The attack is amateurish and desperate. Treat it accordingly. We can take a hard lesson from public figures who faced similar noise. They focused on what they could control, their message, their output, their relationships. They did not flail. They did not match the level of the smear with equal theatrics. They were, in effect, skyscrapers who let the pebbles fall. Over time, pebbles become irrelevant. The pattern is consistent. The louder the stage, the faster the collapse when facts arrive. That's not mystical justice. It's social physics. It's the way truth and time interact. For the chosen ones listening, let this be fuel. Her cheap tricks are the admission of her weakness. Every talisman, every staged post, every scrawled rumor is proof that she lacks the inner architecture to build something of her own. Your task is not to punish her theatrics with matching noise. Your task is to outlast them, to repair quietly, to strengthen your field so that her actions rebound on their own. When the social scaffolding she built starts to wobble, you'll see how quickly people stop buying tickets to her show. Finally, did she really think pebble throwing would topple you? No, she hoped for spectators. She miscalculated your standing and the universe's tendency to balance. She misread the chosen one's quiet. Keep that in mind as you move forward. Every amateur move she makes is a visible confession. Watch the props and count the reveals. Keep your dignity, gather evidence. Let the universe and the steady facts do the dismantling. Now, having seen her opening play for what it is, prepare to press the advantage. The next move is your silence sharpened into defense, your unseen shield acknowledged and deployed. But first, breathe. You've just read the trailer. The show is coming. Stay calm, chosen one, and let her pebbles become the proof of her own undoing. Number 2. You walk in armor. She can't see. Armor you can't see is the most dangerous kind. It makes every strike bounce like a stone off a hull. Chosen one, hear this like a bell. She spends her time inventing storms. You were born to stand in them. The protection that surrounds you is not showy. It doesn't need candles, followers, or hashtags. Call it the universe's shield, your inner gravity, the chosen one field, whatever language sits right in your chest. It's quiet, cumulative, and practical. It's built by how you move, who you are, the promises you keep, and the small actions you repeat when no one watches. That's why her loud theatrics hit nothing but air. Picture a lighthouse under siege. Neighbors hurl rocks, shout insults, and burn effigies at its base. Their noise is impressive for a moment, flames and clamor filling the night. But the lighthouse keeps sending its beam. Boats keep steering by it. The storms pass. The actors at the shore exhausted themselves trying to smother a light that was never theirs to own. That is your position. Her rituals and staged scandals are the rocks, the clamor, the temporary bonfire. Your light keeps working. Your field keeps holding. You might ask, is this just a poetic thought? How does invisible protection work in real life? Fair question. Invisible protection shows up as patterns. It's the string of truth that witnesses can pull. It's the credibility you've built with your work. It's the network of friends who know your character. It's also sometimes literal. Systems that expose manufactured lies, timestamps, receipts, recorded conversations, and public facts that refuse to bend. The chosen one field turns reaction into resilience. The more she yells, the more evidence settles into place like sediment. Over time, the sediment becomes rock. Remember famous examples, people who survived noise because they had something heavier, reputation, craft, or an army of quiet witnesses. Think of artists and leaders who were targeted with narratives engineered to break them, yet continued to release work, to show up, and to let their output answer the lies. They didn't win by escalating, they won by outlasting and by letting their competence and integrity accumulate until the falsehoods looked ridiculous. That's not an exotic spell. That is time, consistency, and a field that refuses to be moved by theatrics. Let's be practical. How does the chosen one field look when she tries to attack? First, she broadcasts. She needs an audience, so her lies will echo. Second, she layers a story with emotion, so it spreads faster. Outrage, jealousy, a hint of scandal. Third, she hopes for witnesses who either don't know the truth or are too lazy to check. But this is where your unseen armor does its work. Witnesses who know you add friction to the rumor. Verifiable facts collapse the engineered narrative. Calm responses diffuse the emotional engine she's banking on. The shield isn't mystical isolation, it's social physics. A concrete vignette will help. Imagine she pins a talisman to your porch and posts a grainy photo online claiming you're cursed, while at the same time seeding a rumor that you sabotaged a colleague's promotion. Instead of panicking, you document the talisman, note times, and quietly notify a neighbor who is a reliable witness. You respond to the rumor with a calm public correction that includes verifiable details, dates, names, a short, factual timeline. Your manager, who knows the truth, steps in with a brief statement. The online chatter sputters because it meets durable facts and people who can verify. The talisman, it's removed by municipal workers the next day after someone reports it as litter. Her stunt wound up as public weirdness, not harm. That's the field at work. Small, practical steps that turn theater into noise. You might worry, what if people still believe her? Yes, some will. People are often drawn to drama because it's easier to process than nuance. That's why the chosen one doesn't chase every doubter. You keep building the archive of truth. You keep living in line with your values, and you let time do its work. The loudest shrieks get quieter when the daily proof of your integrity accumulates. If a person insists on believing falsehoods, that's their choice. You are protecting your track record, not arguing for every soul. Another common question: can I strengthen this armor? Absolutely. The shield's thickness depends on three things: documentation, community, and discipline. Documentation means keeping records, screenshots, receipts. The boring but useful things. Community means trustworthy people who can attest to the truth when needed. Discipline is the daily practice of not reacting to every pebble. These are tactical acts. They're not mystical. They're pragmatic measures that make your presence unassailable in the long run. You'll hear voices that push the opposite path, match noise with noise, outdo theatrics with counter-theatrics. Don't. Reacting on that level hands her exactly what she needs: witnesses and spectacle. You want the opposite. Use silence as strategy. Use facts as counterweight. Turn her urgency into your calendar entries for repair and rebuilding. While she exhausts herself inventing new acts, you exponentially increase the weight of truth. There is also a psychological effect to consider. When she sees that her attacks fizzle, she gets angrier and more reckless. That's a useful indicator. The more frantic her moves, the more evident her lack of strategy becomes. Panic exposes seams. When actors panic, they leave fingerprints. When she becomes louder, she becomes easier to read and easier to undermine with simple facts. Watch for escalation as confirmation you're on the right track. A calm response is the most efficient dismantling tool. Let's look at a quieter tactic that protects the chosen one: deliberate visibility. That sounds funny after telling you to stay calm, but there's a distinction between drama and strategic visibility. Share small, consistent updates that reinforce reality. A short post about a recent success with clear dates, a public thank you to collaborators, a fact-based clarification when necessary. These micro-anchors create a trail that resists manufactured stories. Visibility without hysteria is armor plating. It fills gaps that gossip tries to exploit. Finally, remember the cosmic image, a boomerang. She throws her action outward with force, hoping it will find you. She's counting on trajectory and audience, but every dishonest throw carries with it a return path. The chosen one field bends that path. It absorbs, refracts, and sends the energy back with interest. You don't need to predict the exact return. You only need to remain steady enough to let the return reveal itself. Keep doing the small things. Keep your circle close. Keep your records clean. Keep speaking truth when it matters, and keep your calm when it doesn't. This is not spiritual sermonizing, it's applied resilience. The lighthouse still beams, boats still read the signal. Her rocks are visible, and the world recognizes who built them. Keep your light on, chosen one. Her boomerang is already in motion. Number 3, karma isn't cute, it's a boomerang with teeth. Chosen one, every move she makes comes back sharper, heavier, and aimed at her own chest. She hurls venom thinking it will pierce your skin, but the universe has a law that cannot be bent. Energy returns to sender. Her spite is like a knife she flings in rage, only to watch it carve her own hand on the way back. She doesn't realize yet that her curses are receipts, and the universe never forgets to collect payment. Imagine this. She schemes in secret, whispering into the ears of people you thought were neutral. She plants the idea that you betrayed someone, that you can't be trusted. For a moment it sticks, because drama always moves fast. But here's where the boomerang flies. One of her allies leaks the truth. Screenshots emerge, messages surface, and suddenly she's exposed as the one orchestrating the betrayal. The very lie she built to ruin you becomes the evidence that ruins her. This is not wishful thinking. This is how social ecosystems work. When you weaponize dishonesty, you make yourself the most dangerous person in the room, and people eventually protect themselves by cutting you off. You may ask, but why does it always come back harder? Because desperation multiplies mistakes. Each time she fails to hurt you, she escalates. Each escalation adds more weight to the boomerang, more proof for the universe to swing back. Think of it like compound interest. Every drop of malice accrues debt until the final payment shatters her balance. History shows it. Those who scheme against others, from court advisors to modern influencers, always unravel in spectacle. It's never small. The return is always amplified because deceit requires louder lies to maintain itself, and lies always collapse under their own weight. Here's the brutal truth. You don't need to chase her, expose her, or retaliate. The universe is already moving faster than you could. Your only task is to stay still enough to let the return arc land where it belongs. The more she swings, the sooner she bleeds. Her boomerang is already slicing through the air, and when it lands, chosen one, it will not miss. Number 4. She misread the field, mistaken the opponent. She mistook a giant oak for a weed and swung her pocket knife, thinking it could cut down the forest. Chosen one, that is her greatest mistake, misreading the field, misjudging the opponent. She thought you were ordinary, that your strength was surface level, that your silence meant weakness. What she failed to grasp is that you stand rooted with resilience, reputation, and inner gravity far deeper than her reach. Spiritual ranking isn't about mystical hierarchies. It's about the weight of character, the consistency of your actions, the way the universe bends to protect those who live aligned with truth. You are the oak, steady and immovable. She is the frantic hand clutching a pocket knife, convinced she can carve into something centuries stronger. Think of it like this. She threw her rituals at you the way a child hurls stones at armored glass. Loud cracks, a little noise, maybe even some scratches, but no real damage. The armor doesn't break because it was built to withstand storms, not just tantrums. And here's the irony. Every failed strike exposes her more than it weakens you. The universe makes it so. Her effort becomes her confession. Her energy returns as exhaustion, paranoia, and public embarrassment, while your steadiness becomes proof of your rank. You may wonder, why didn't she see it? Why would anyone pick a fight they couldn't win? Envy clouds judgment. When someone is obsessed with bringing you down, they stop measuring reality. They see you smiling and mistake it for arrogance. They see your silence and call it emptiness. They see your strength but convince themselves it's fragile. That delusion is their undoing. She thought you were on her level, that a few staged rituals and whispered lies could bend your path. But chosen ones walk with a field that makes enemies slip on their own traps. History proves this pattern. Many have targeted figures rooted in resilience, from innovators mocked in their early days to leaders smeared with falsehoods. Each attacker assumed equality, but the difference in grounding made every strike futile. Just as storms can strip leaves but never topple the oak, her schemes can rustle your surface but cannot shift your core. The truth is simple. She underestimated the weight of your roots. She mistook your quiet power for vulnerability, and now she's discovering that she didn't start a skirmish. she declared war on a force the universe itself stands behind. That war was lost the moment she chose you as her opponent. Number 5. Twisting nature, the animal trick and her desperation. She tried to steal clouds from the sky to change the weather, only to find the storm raining on her own head. Chosen one, this is how desperate she's become. In her hunger to wound you, she twisted what should never be twisted, the innocence of nature itself. She thought that by tampering with animals, by dragging the pure into her crooked rituals, she could bend the universe in her favor. But cruelty is not cleverness. When someone abuses nature, they are not wielding power. They are committing a violation that demands immediate correction. The universe does not tolerate tampering with its most defenseless creations. It responds quickly, harshly, and messily. Think of the arrogance, as if rearranging the weather could be done by plucking clouds out of the sky and stuffing them into her pocket. It's hubris, pure and simple, just like a child trying to command the tides with a stick. She believes harming the innocent makes her mighty. But what happens instead? The balance shifts against her. The storm that she thought she was controlling breaks open above her life, drenching her in the consequences she cannot escape. Nature has always had a law: harm the innocent, and the harm multiplies back. Picture this concrete moment. She uses an animal in her ritual, parading her power to those gullible enough to watch. The very next week, her own pet runs away, refuses to return, or becomes sick in a way she cannot fix. The same life force she tried to exploit revolts against her. Word spreads. Neighbors whisper that something's off, that she's reckless, cruel, untrustworthy. Her attempt at appearing fearsome collapses into humiliation because people no longer see mystic strength. They see a dangerous fool harming what should be protected. Instead of gaining fear, she gains disgust. You might ask, why does the universe react so fast here? Because nature operates without delay. Human systems may be slow, but the natural order is immediate. The same way a hand recoils the instant it touches fire, cruelty toward animals snaps back instantly. It's the most primal law there is. That's why her meddling looks like power in the moment, but within days it unravels into embarrassment, loss, and exposure. Remember this, chosen one. She is not powerful for dragging innocence into her schemes. She is pathetic, and the universe, in its precision, makes sure her cruelty becomes her confession. Every act against nature marks her more clearly as desperate, and every backlash reminds you that she was never in control. She tried to twist the natural order, but all she did was tie the noose around her own name. Number 6. 30 times return when her debt multiplies. She thought she was sending whispers into the wind, but the wind came back as a hurricane 30 times stronger. Chosen one, this is the law she cannot escape. Every ounce of malice she spits multiplies, not 1 for 1, not even 10 for 1. The universe takes her intention, magnifies it, and sends it back 30-fold. That's not mystical fantasy. It's the brutal math of cause and effect. When you sow poison, you don't harvest a few weeds. You choke your own field until nothing grows. And right now, she's watching her own garden rot because of the seeds she planted against you. Think about the scale of that return. She spreads one rumor, and in weeks, her own reputation is shredded by 30 different voices calling her untrustworthy. She tries to block one opportunity for you, and suddenly 3 dozen doors slam in her face. Jobs she thought she could claim vanish, partnerships evaporate, phone calls go unanswered. She sacrifices one friendship in the name of envy. and finds herself deserted by a whole circle, 30 connections dissolving into thin air because no one wants to be tainted by her chaos. This isn't random bad luck, it's the debt collector of the universe arriving on schedule. Here's why it multiplies. Malice always requires escalation. One lie demands 3 more to protect it. One betrayal creates a ripple that breaks multiple bonds. One petty sabotage requires covering tracks that only expose more cracks. She thinks she's managing it, but like a gambler, she keeps doubling down until the loss outgrows the stake. By the time she realizes the balance sheet, it's too late. The interest has eaten her whole. Picture it vividly. She smirks, thinking her spell has weakened you, but within days her bank account bleeds from sudden expenses she can't manage. She gloats about turning others against you, then stumbles into a gathering where no one trusts her, whispers cutting louder than any she spread. She planned a small wound for you. Instead, she inherits 30 blows she can't stop. That's the precision of the universe's ledger, not delayed, not denied, but multiplied and returned. So remember, chosen one, you don't have to lift a hand. Every attack she launches is an invoice with her name already written on it. And when the bill arrives, it never matches what she sent. It's always 30 times heavier, 30 times louder, 30 times more devastating. She thought she could afford the cost of targeting you. She was wrong. Number 7. Performance magic. Loudness is a mask. She beats the drums of war, but when the smoke clears, there's no army behind her, only the echo of her own noise. Chosen one, that's the truth of her magic. It's not strength, it's theater. Envy breeds performance because the envious are terrified of silence. Silence forces them to confront their own emptiness. So instead, she gets loud. She lights candles for the camera, mutters curses in rehearsed tones, throws symbols and props together like a cheap stage play. Every movement is exaggerated, every gesture designed to trick not just the audience, but herself. Loudness is her mask, and without it, she has nothing. Think of her like an actor in an empty theater. She paints her face, rehearses her lines, screams her monologue into the void, convinced that applause will come if she's dramatic enough. But the seats are bare. No witnesses, no ticket buyers, no standing ovation. All her volume only highlights the silence around her. That is her power in reality. Sound without substance, performance without consequence. And the universe loves exposing actors who mistake stage lights for the sun. Here's a scene you've probably seen play out. She floods social media with cryptic posts, claiming dark forces are working, things are shifting. She implies she's holding some secret influence over you, that she's in control of your downfall. For a moment, a few gullible followers lean in, waiting for the promised drama. But nothing arrives. Weeks pass. You remain unshaken, even thriving. Meanwhile, her own life begins unraveling. Bills pile up, allies ghost her, cracks in her story surface. Her performance ends not with applause, but with awkward silence and whispers that she's unstable. That's the reality behind her mask. Collapse where she hoped for awe. You may ask, why does she need the theatrics if it's powerless? Because envy is hungry. It needs validation. It feeds on borrowed attention. Without an audience, her insecurity devours her from the inside. The show is her only shield against herself. But when no one buys tickets, even that shield breaks. The louder she gets, the more obvious her weakness becomes. So remember, chosen one, her noise is not power. It's desperation. Real strength doesn't need a stage or a prop. It stands in silence, unshaken, while the actors exhaust themselves. And when the curtain finally falls, you'll still be standing while she's left bowing to an empty room. Number 8. Your silence is a counterspell. Silence is the deadliest counterspell. It turns every fevered accusation into the sound of a lone voice in an empty hall. Chosen one, your refusal to dance on her stage is not weakness, it is strategy. While she flails for witnesses and feeds her own drama, your boundaries act like a shield that absorbs noise and converts it into insignificance. The universe notices steady restraint. The heavens register disciplined calm. Every time you refuse to retaliate, you puncture the spectacle she's building. Every time you hold your ground, you force her to escalate until her theatrics implode under their own weight. Think of silence as a counter-magic, not mystical spell work, but high-grade social engineering. When you cut contact, you remove the fuel. When you refuse to reply to baited messages, you deny her the emotional currency she needs to prove her story. Rebuilding quietly, reconnecting with allies, repairing small reputational leaks, doing visible work that creates facts, is the practical ritual that makes her attempts impotent. While she spends energy inventing chaos, you invest energy in durable reality. A calm statement when necessary, documented facts, reliable witnesses. That's how the chosen one field turns drama into dust. You might wonder, won't silence look like guilt to others? It's a fair fear, but silence paired with steady evidence is different from silence born of avoidance. If you act with transparency where it matters, share concise facts, confirm timelines, show receipts only when needed, your silence on theatrics becomes credibility. People who care about truth watch for patterns, not for instantaneous displays. Your consistent behavior will always outlast a manufactured moment of outrage. Here's a short, concrete example. She stages a viral accusation, tagging mutual contacts and pushing a flimsy narrative. Instead of firing back, you quietly collect timestamps, gather a short witness list, and post one calm, factual correction with dates and a neutral tone. She expects a meltdown to feed her followers. When none comes, she posts louder, invents more drama, then slips. Someone posts a screenshot of her planning the smear. The smear collapses. Her followers scatter. The silence you held became the wedge that split her theater apart. How long should I stay silent? Stay strategic, not passive. Use silence until your facts are organized. Use visibility when it strengthens your record. Silence is not absence, it's preparation. And remember, every ignored provocation chips away at her audience. She needs noise to survive. Starve her of it. Let her rage. Let her shout. Your calm will rewrite the story. The universe rewards those who keep their center. Keep your focus on growth, chosen one, and let silence do the heavy lifting. Number 9. Signs she's losing it. The unravel. She built her armor out of mirrors, but now every crack shows her own face, staring back in panic. Chosen one, the unravel is here. You'll see it in the frantic shifts, the desperate moves, the theater breaking apart before the audience. When someone who feeds on envy finally runs out of fuel, their mask begins to crumble. And what spills through is raw, exposed insecurity. Watch carefully, because the signs are not subtle. They are loud, messy, and impossible for her to hide. First, the frantic DMs. She starts messaging people she barely knows, reaching out at odd hours, trying to spin the narrative one more time. Her tone flips from rage to pleading in a single breath. 1 minute she's painting herself as the victim, the next she's firing accusations with no proof. It's not strategy anymore, it's panic. The urgency in her words screams that she's losing control. Then come the slanderous posts. She floods her pages with half-truths, cryptic quotes, and not-so-subtle digs aimed at you. But here's the twist. The more she posts, the more obvious it becomes who she's talking about. People start to piece it together. Instead of convincing her audience, she exposes her obsession. The posts don't make you look weak. They make her look unhinged. What was meant as power play reads like desperation. Next, sudden confessions. Out of nowhere, she blurts pieces of truth in an attempt to cover tracks. Well, yes, I did say that, but only because that's the unravel. When lies collapse, the liar stumbles into half-admissions dressed as excuses. People catch on. Even her supporters feel the wobble. Once the curtain slips, you can't unsee the strings. And then, the public meltdowns. She snaps in places where she once tried to appear composed, lashing out in meetings, crying on live streams, overreacting to small triggers. The cracks in her performance armor widen until the whole costume collapses. What once looked like mystique now looks like instability. The image she worked so hard to manufacture shatters in front of everyone. Savor this moment, chosen one, not with gloating, but with clarity. This is justice at its cleanest. No fists thrown, no revenge plotted, just the natural exposure of a mask too heavy to wear forever. The unravel is the universe's way of saying, see, she was never in control. And you're still standing, untouched, while her theater burns down around her. Number 10. The universe rebalances, not revenge, correction. She thought the scales could stay tilted forever, but the universe always drops the weight with a decisive clang. Chosen one, this isn't about revenge. It's not about mystical lightning bolts or cosmic favoritism. It's about correction, the natural law that every action eventually finds its way home. The universe doesn't play favorites, it plays balance. What she pushed out, she must now hold. What she twisted, she must now untangle. Energy returns to its source, and when that energy is poisoned, the return is sharp and unforgiving. Think of a scale tilted to one side. For a while, she enjoyed the illusion of advantage. Her lies bought her sympathy, her staged theatrics gave her an audience, and her sabotage seemed to create setbacks for you. But a tilted scale doesn't stay tilted. Gravity insists on correction. Eventually the weight drops, the scale slams back, and the sound is unmistakable. That's what's happening now. Not punishment, not divine wrath, but a mechanical rebalancing that no one can outwit. You can already see it in the social sphere. The same people who once entertained her stories begin to withdraw. Whispers change direction, eyes narrow when she walks into the room. Reputation is fragile. When the truth starts leaking through, the collapse is rapid. Her network, once an echo chamber, becomes scattered silence. Social correction is brutal because it's public, and she cannot stage manage every whisper. Then there are the psychological consequences. When you live on lies and envy, your mind becomes a battlefield. She is restless at night, replaying her own narratives, doubting her own stories, imagining betrayals that don't exist. Every escalation she tries only deepens her paranoia. This isn't supernatural torment, it's the price of dishonesty. Anxiety, fear, and guilt are the tolls of imbalance, and the universe makes sure they come due. Finally, the logistical fallout, missed opportunities, financial leaks, projects collapsing at the worst possible time. The universe has a way of aligning events so that falsehoods trip over themselves. One missed payment leads to a chain reaction of loss. One broken promise exposes 10 others. Systems correct by unraveling what was built on deceit. So, chosen one, understand this clearly. You don't need to plot revenge. You don't need to lift a hand. The correction is already happening. The scale is already dropping with force. And when it slams into place, it won't be quiet. It won't be subtle. It will echo as proof that the universe always rebalances. Number 11. Your true rituals. Boundary, rebuild, rise. Real rituals aren't staged under candlelight. They're written in the choices you make every day. Chosen one, while she wastes her breath on theatrics and props, your true rituals are invisible yet unstoppable. They don't require strange objects or whispered curses. They require discipline, truth, and action. This is how you rise. Not by mimicking her noise, but by building a foundation so strong that her chaos can't shake it. Your first ritual is boundary. One firm, unshakable no can stop a smear campaign in its tracks. Picture this. She tries to pull you into another manufactured conflict, flooding you with DMs, tagging your name in half-truths online. Instead of engaging, you set the record once, a short, factual correction, and then you lock the door. You block her access, cut off her entry points, and make it clear. Her circus does not get a stage in your life. That silence, that barrier, is more powerful than any counterspell. Your second ritual is rebuild, not with vengeance, but with authenticity. Rebuilding your reputation isn't about fighting rumors. It's about living in such a way that the truth becomes undeniable. Think of the moment you step into a room where whispers about you have circled, and instead of defending yourself, you present your work, your results, your calm. Facts beat fiction every time. One small act of transparency, like sharing your achievements publicly or thanking those who've supported you, can shatter weeks of her noise. People believe what they see, not what they're told. Show them. Your third ritual is gather allies. You don't need an army, just a few steady voices who know your character. These allies don't have to fight for you. Their presence alone validates your truth. A single colleague saying to "that doesn't sound like them," carries more weight than dozens of her frantic claims. Build your circle by standing beside those who value truth. When chaos hits, your network becomes your armor, and your final ritual is daily grounding. A quiet walk, journaling, prayer or meditation if that's your language, even just setting aside 10 minutes to breathe. These are the anchors that keep you steady. While she burns herself out, staging performances, you conserve your energy, sharpen your focus, and move forward with clarity. Grounding rituals keep your mind untouchable. These are your true rituals: boundary, rebuild, rise. Each one is practical, each one is powerful, and together they make you indestructible. Let her throw her pebbles. You are busy laying bricks into a fortress the universe itself reinforces. Number 12. Final reckoning. She pays, you walk elevated. She tried to write your downfall in someone else's ink. Now watch her sign the receipt with her own blood. Chosen one, this is the final scene. Cinematic, merciless, and utterly precise. The cameras stop rolling on her performance and catch her alone. No props, no followers, no plausible deniability. The costs she tried to outsource to you come due. Friends who once smiled in her posts stop answering. Business doors that seemed open click shut. Invoices pile where she thought none would. Isolation is the clearest currency of her collapse. Exposure is the ledger. You see her standing in a public square she made herself, shouting into an empty room while the town watches the receipts appear. Messages, screenshots, eyewitness accounts, each one another nail in the case she tried to build against you. Picture it, frame by frame, the confident smirk replaced by a twitch, the staged photos now plain evidence in someone else's feed, her excuses rehearsed and hollow. The people she bought attention from drift away when the cost of association rises. Those who once performed for her applause quietly untag and unfollow. Contracts evaporate when verification reveals her fabrication. The petty sabotage she engineered to wound you rewinds and lands precisely on her ledger. Reputational hemorrhage, financial penalties, the awkward phone calls that no PR strategy can fix. This is not triumphalism. This is consequence, clean, inevitable, and public. And you walk through the smoke with your shoulders unbent. You did not stoop to match her theatrics. You guarded your field, you documented the facts, you let silence and steady action do the work. While she pays the price, you collect something far more valuable: clarity, momentum, and an elevated life few can touch. Your circle tightens with allies who saw truth and chose it. Opportunities that were once delayed return to you with compound interest. The universe, precise and indifferent, finishes what panic began. You may wonder, should I gloat? Should I tell everyone? No, the chosen one's recompense is not spectacle, it's dignity. Let the exposure be a lesson, not a weapon. Hold your head higher, not sharper. Reinvest your energy into rebuilding the life she tried to fracture. Let her unravel be an example that teaches others how not to behave. Your ascension is the living proof. Your calm is the final argument. Stand still and watch the mechanics of correction do their work. Keep your boundaries. Keep your truth visible where it matters. Stay focused on growth. The rest will fall into place. You are unbreakable. Walk elevated. And so, chosen one, we've walked the path from her cheap theatrics to her final reckoning. And the truth is clear. The universe was never on her side. Every move she made only sealed her own downfall, while you rose untouched, armored in silence and strength. Your story is proof that no wannabe witch can break what the heavens themselves protect. Now, if this message spoke to your spirit, press like, hit subscribe, and drop the number 77 in the comments to claim your shield. Share this with another chosen one. Let's spread the light together. Shame is the loudest echo. It follows people into every room long after the crowd has left. That's what's happening right now, chosen one. The entire town that once whispered about you, mocked you, and treated your presence like a joke is now drowning in their own embarrassment. They tried to turn you into a clown, but the universe has flipped the stage lights back on them, and now they're the ones stumbling under the spotlight with nowhere to hide. Now imagine this for a moment, chosen one. Picture a town square where every person who once laughed at you suddenly realizes that the laughter has circled back. Their faces burn red, their eyes can't meet yours, and their shoulders sink under the weight of shame. It's like watching actors forget their lines on stage while the audience stares in silence. That silence is deadly because it exposes what they've been running from, the truth that their games, their gossip, their attacks have boomeranged, and the sting is worse than they ever gave you. And here's the fact that makes this moment so satisfying. Embarrassment is one of the most powerful social punishments in history. Entire kingdoms have collapsed, not because of war, but because leaders couldn't handle the public shame that followed their lies. Psychologists even say shame is more painful than physical wounds because it doesn't just bruise the body, it brands the mind. And right now, that brand is being carved into the very people who tried to destroy you. They thought they'd paint you as the outcast, but instead, they're the ones being paraded as a spectacle of their own failure. And thank you, Chosen One, for being here. Don't forget to give this message back by simply pressing like and subscribe, because that helps spread this truth to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to share the light when the universe gives us clarity like this. And thank you, Chosen One, for being part of this mission. You're not just listening, you are part of a force, a current of energy that pushes truth into the open where it can't be denied. Now, let's come back to this moment. Chosen One. The embarrassment your enemies feel isn't random. It's the direct consequence of their obsession with you. The universe is a perfect mirror, and what they tried to throw at you has come back magnified. They built their reputations on your name, but when the curtain fell, they were left exposed with nothing but the evidence of their envy. The whole town is buzzing, but this time, not about you. They're buzzing about them, about how ridiculous and desperate they look for wasting so much energy trying to bring you down. This is why they can't look you in the eye anymore. Every time they see you walking by, calm, steady, untouched, their stomachs twist with the memory of how they failed. It's not just embarrassment, it's humiliation. And humiliation cuts deeper because it forces them to admit they lost. They lost the game they invented. They lost the image they tried to project. And now their own children, their neighbors, their peers, all see them differently. What's wild is how fast the tables turned. You didn't beg, you didn't fight, you didn't play their game. You simply kept moving forward, and that choice alone has turned the entire town into a hall of mirrors where they can't escape their reflection. This isn't just embarrassment. It's the kind of shame that leaves people awake at night, replaying their mistakes, wishing they never crossed paths with you. And that's exactly how the universe balances scales. Not with swords, but with silence, with exposure, with a truth so heavy it bends their spine. Chosen One, this moment proves something powerful. Your resilience has outlived their ridicule. Every laugh they threw at you became fuel, and every attempt to bury your name only made it shine brighter when the truth rose back to the surface. They thought they were clever, but the universe was always keeping score, and now the scoreboard is flashing for everyone to see. You don't even have to say a word. Your existence is enough to make them fold. And here's the part that hurts them most. They can't undo it. Shame, once revealed, spreads faster than fire. A mistake whispered in secret becomes the headline in everyone's mind. And the more they try to hide, the more obvious it becomes. That's why they're restless now, avoiding you, avoiding eye contact, avoiding the spaces where they used to boast so loudly. Their world has shrunk into silence, while yours has expanded into proof that no attack can cage you. So remember this, Chosen One, you are not just walking through town anymore. You are walking through a living testimony of how the universe defends those who stay true. Every embarrassed face you see is a confirmation. A reminder that you were right to stand tall, to keep your energy clean, to let time and truth do the work. And now the town is carrying the weight of their own shadows, while you walk free in the light. And listen, Chosen One, before we break this down piece by piece, let's seal this moment together. Drop a comment below with the number 777 if you're ready to watch this entire town sit in the shame they tried to throw at you. And if you feel the pull, bless the team behind this message with a super thanks, because it takes real energy and effort to uncover these truths and deliver them straight to you. Whether it's a penny or a fortune, every gift is fuel that keeps this mission alive and pushes the light further into the world. Your support makes you part of something bigger, part of a force that exposes lies and reveals truth. And now, Chosen One, let's dive into it step by step. And believe me, if you're truly walking this path, you'll feel the pull to stay locked in until the very end, because what's coming will only confirm what you already sense deep inside. Let's get started. Number 1, they've been feeding off you like parasites at a banquet. The cruelest theft isn't of money or possessions. It's when someone drains your very life force and still dares to laugh at you. That's exactly what has been happening to you, chosen one. While the whole town pretended you were nothing, they were quietly tapping into your energy like leeches at a feast, taking what was never theirs. They couldn't build their own light, so they stole yours in silence. And now the embarrassment they feel is proof that the universe has finally pulled the mask off their faces. Imagine this for a moment, a body hooked up to invisible tubes, not in a hospital, but in the middle of daily life. Every smile, every laugh, every glance from you became their feeding line. You walked into a room and left exhausted. Not because of anything you did, but because half the people there were drinking from your energy like it was their only source of oxygen. They were the sick ones, yet they projected their illness onto you. They dumped their shame, their insecurity, their failures straight into your spirit, hoping you would carry it so they could walk lighter. But chosen one, what happens when the dialysis machine decides to unplug itself? The patients collapse, and that's why the town is now staggering in humiliation. You've probably asked yourself, why did I feel tired for no reason? Why did I carry sadness that didn't belong to me? Why did my body ache when nothing was physically wrong? The answer is brutal. They were using you as their dumping ground. Every bit of their fear, every ounce of their guilt, every lie they told about you was more than words. It was a transfer. They plugged into your aura and siphoned away until you started doubting your own reality. But here's the twist they never saw coming. You were never weak. You were never broken. The universe simply allowed you to experience what they carried so you could recognize the difference between their sickness and your strength. They mocked you while drinking from the cup you filled. That's the bitter truth they can't swallow now. The same ones who laughed the loudest were the ones leaning on your energy the heaviest. And now that you've pulled back, now that you've refused to play host to their parasites, they're left exposed, drained, and embarrassed. Their true condition is on display for everyone to see, and that's why the entire town is buzzing with shame. They no longer have your energy to hide behind. Think of it like this. They were actors borrowing your script. Every compliment they ever received, every bit of charisma they faked, every ounce of confidence they displayed was stolen from you. You were the battery in the shadows, and they were the hollow devices pretending to glow. But the show is over. The lights went out, and the audience, the rest of the town, can now see who had the real spark and who was running on counterfeit shine. Here's a fact they can't run from. Studies show that people naturally feel drained in the presence of toxic individuals, but the opposite is also true. Those same individuals feel stronger when they latch onto someone pure, someone whole, someone chosen. That's why you always stood out to them. You weren't just a target, you were their survival kit. Without you, they wither. Without you, they choke on their own poison. And now, chosen one, they're realizing how pathetic that makes them look. The shame isn't just social, it's existential. Parasites can't survive without a host, and now the host has walked away. That's the gut punch echoing through every corner of their world. This is why you see them restless, avoiding your gaze, shrinking back when your presence fills a room. They know you know. They can't say it out loud, but deep inside, they're terrified because the mask is gone. They're caught, and everyone sees it, even if no one speaks it. But chosen one, let's flip the lens for a moment. You might be wondering, why me? Why did they need my energy? Why was I the one carrying their shame? And here's the answer. They knew from the beginning you had something they lacked: resilience. They felt it before you understood it yourself. You could carry storms that would drown them. You could stand through pain that would break them. You could shine light in rooms where they only spread shadows. So they stole because they couldn't build. They drained because they couldn't sustain. They mocked because they couldn't mirror. But in their theft, they left evidence everywhere, and that's why the universe is embarrassing them publicly now. Imagine their humiliation. Every sickness they pushed onto you is now crawling back into their bodies. Every lie they whispered about you is now being whispered about them. Every ounce of darkness they projected onto you is now the very cloud that follows them through the streets. They can't outrun it because it isn't yours anymore. It's theirs, and it fits them perfectly like a second skin. That's why the whole town stares. That's why the whispers grow louder. That's why they can't hide. Here's another brutal truth. Chosen one, you were never just surviving. You were absorbing, cleansing, transforming. That's why you didn't break. While they thought they were destroying you, you were actually sharpening. Every ounce of poison that passed through you became proof of your strength. They thought they could kill your spirit, but instead they exposed the weakness of their own. And now, stripped of your energy, they're stumbling like addicts, cut off from their last fix. So remember this: their shame is not your burden. Their embarrassment is not your reflection. Their downfall is not your responsibility. You were never the clown in their circus. You were the ringmaster they could never outshine. They thought the crowd would laugh at you, but now the crowd is laughing at them, and the laughter cuts deeper than any wound they tried to give you. Chosen one, let this fuel you. Let this remind you that your energy is priceless, your light is unmatched, and your presence is untouchable. They harvested you like thieves in the night, but the universe kept the receipts. And now the bill is due with interest. Their shame is your confirmation. Their embarrassment is your crown. And their silence in your presence is the loudest testimony of all. Number 2, they didn't abandon you. They isolated you on purpose. The cruelest prison isn't made of iron bars. It's the silence they force around you. Chosen one, the loneliness you carried was never natural. It was crafted, designed, weaponized. They wanted you alone because isolation makes it easier to control, easier to siphon, easier to drain. What you thought was rejection was in fact a deliberate military strategy. They studied you, recognized your power before you did, and moved in to cut off your connections like soldiers severing supply lines before a siege. Now imagine this for a moment: a king on a battlefield surrounded not by enemies with swords, but by silence. No allies, no reinforcements, no messengers, just empty air. That's how they wanted you to feel. They weren't strong enough to fight you openly, so they turned your own mind into a battlefield, making you believe you were alone, unworthy, unlovable. But here's the gut punch truth: they feared what would happen if you weren't isolated. They feared the empire you would build if your voice was heard, your energy supported, your light connected with others. Your loneliness was never proof of weakness. It was proof of how dangerous you are when surrounded by love. That's why they staged it. They came into your life wearing masks of allies, lovers, friends. They positioned themselves as your safe place, your guide, your anchor, only to siphon your energy the moment you trusted them. Every visualization you did, every dream you breathed life into, every ounce of manifestation you poured out was rerouted into their agendas. They became thieves of your destiny, living off your power while convincing you that you were powerless. And maybe you've asked yourself, why did everyone pull away? Why did the people I trusted most turn distant or cold? Why did love always slip away just when I needed it most? The answer is simple, brutal, and undeniable. They wanted you cornered, because a chosen one in community is unstoppable. A chosen one in unity is lethal to their lies. So they enforced isolation protocols, step by step, until the silence felt natural and the loneliness felt like your own fault. But chosen one, it was never your fault. It was war. Predators don't fear your weakness, they fear your connections. Think of a spider's web. Each strand is invisible until the light hits it, yet every strand is a trap. That's how they tethered themselves to you. Invisible cords attached to your heart and root energy, quietly draining your life while redirecting the flow into their own projects, their own success, their own survival. And when you looked around for support, the very people you thought you could lean on were part of the web. Now imagine another picture. You're standing in a crowded room, but no one looks at you, no one speaks, no one acknowledges your presence. The crowd buzzes with laughter and connection, but somehow you feel like a ghost. That wasn't random, that was strategy. They engineered it so you would doubt your place, so you would question your worth, so you would shrink instead of expand. And while you questioned yourself, they feasted on your energy. But here's the twist. They underestimated the resilience of silence. They didn't realize that isolation sharpens the mind like a blade, that solitude builds inner empires, that loneliness transforms into clarity when the universe decides enough is enough. Loneliness isn't absence, it's training, and that's what they never accounted for. They thought the empty rooms, the unanswered calls, the fake friendships would crush you. Instead, they forged you. Instead of breaking, you listened. Instead of crumbling, you observed. Instead of dying, you transformed. And now the same silence they built as a weapon has turned into your fortress, and their embarrassment is the proof that their strategy has failed. But chosen one, let's answer the question that lingers in your heart. Why would they do this? Why was it so important to keep me alone? Because connection multiplies manifestation. A single flame lights a room, but 100 flames ignite a city. They knew that if you ever found others like you, if you ever stood shoulder to shoulder with people who understood your power, you would burn their entire operation to ash. So, they kept you hidden, hoping you'd never see yourself as the warrior you are. Now imagine this third scene, a bird placed in a cage covered with a dark cloth. The bird still sings, but the world never hears it. That's what they tried to do with you. Cover your cage, silence your song, make the world believe you had no voice. But chosen one, here's the punchline. The cloth has slipped. The song is out. And the same town that ignored you is now ashamed because your melody rings louder than their lies ever did. And here's the undeniable fact. History proves again and again that isolation has always been a weapon. Revolutions fail when leaders are cut off from their people. Visionaries are silenced when their voices are hidden. But every time, the silence only lasts so long. The universe has a way of amplifying truth, of bringing hidden strength into the open, of embarrassing every liar who thought they could bury it. That's what's happening now. The entire town is squirming because the silence they forced on you has turned into the silence of their own humiliation. They wanted you alone so they could drain you. Instead, you became whole while they became empty. That's the irony eating them alive. While you sat in quiet rooms learning yourself, they wasted your energy, trying to build an image that could never last. And now, without your power fueling their masks, they're collapsing in front of everyone. Their embarrassment is cosmic justice, a reflection of what they tried to do to you. They thought isolation would destroy you, but it destroyed them instead. So, chosen one, let this be your confirmation. Your loneliness was not a flaw, not a punishment, not a curse. It was a battlefield strategy used against you because they feared your potential. And yet, even with every chord, every trap, every silence, you survived. More than survived. You outlived their schemes. And now, the very isolation they forced on you has made you a weapon they can't defend against. Their shame is proof, their embarrassment is testimony, and every awkward silence they now sit in is the echo of your strength. They thought they were clever soldiers, but the war ended before it began. You won, chosen one, because you endured. And now the world is seeing them for what they truly are: parasites, cowards, and clowns dying of shame under the spotlight they tried to shine on you. Number 3. The conspiracy they never wanted you to see. The deepest betrayals don't come from strangers in the dark. They come from smiling faces who sat at your table while plotting your downfall. Chosen one, what you've been up against wasn't some random act of jealousy or a few opportunistic thieves trying to grab a piece of your shine. No, this was deliberate, calculated, a conspiracy stitched together with precision. They weren't stumbling in the dark. They were following blueprints. Blueprints passed down like family heirlooms, drawn from ancient knowledge about how to manipulate consciousness, how to drain energy, and how to keep chosen ones under control. They didn't just take, they orchestrated. Now imagine this, a chess game where you thought you were playing with friends, only to find out every single piece on the board was rigged. They weren't competing to win, they were competing to keep you from ever learning the rules. Every move they made was planned, every coincidence of betrayal, every whisper in the shadows, every friend who turned cold overnight. It all fit into a larger script. You weren't just unlucky in love, friendships, or community. You were targeted, monitored, studied. They didn't just betray your trust. They studied it, mapped it, and turned it into a weapon against you. That's why the pain you felt was so sharp, so unforgettable. It wasn't random, it wasn't careless. It was engineered. The staggering truth is that evidence exists. Text messages mocking your vulnerability, conversations recorded where they laughed at how much you trusted them, documents proving they tracked your emotional triggers like predators tracking prey. And chosen one, they weren't laughing because they thought they were smarter. They were laughing because they thought you'd never figure it out. Maybe you've asked yourself, why me? Why would anyone go this far just to break me? Here's the brutal answer. They saw what you didn't. They saw the seeds of power planted in you before you even knew they existed. They recognized the force you carry, and they understood something. If you ever stepped fully into your light, their entire system of control would collapse. That's why they worked together. That's why it wasn't just one person, but a network. And networks are dangerous because they share information, they cover each other's tracks, and they pass down methods refined over generations. What they feared most wasn't your weakness. It was the moment you'd realize you were never weak at all. Think about it. They knew isolation alone wouldn't always hold you. So they layered it. They tied invisible cords to your emotions, your habits, your spiritual practices. They took the very rituals you used to heal yourself, prayers, meditations, visualizations, and redirected that energy into their agendas. Like engineers rerouting power lines, they tapped into your light and used it to illuminate their false empires. And while they lived fat on your energy, they spread rumors and planted lies so no one would believe you if you spoke up. Now imagine this, a laboratory where your life was the experiment. Behind the glass, they studied how you reacted to heartbreak, how you processed betrayal, how you recovered from disappointment. They noted every detail, your strengths, your vulnerabilities, your resilience. And each note became a tool they used against you. They wanted you confused, questioning yourself, doubting your own intuition, because a chosen one who doubts their own spirit is easier to control than a chosen one who stands firm. But here's the irony, the very evidence of their conspiracy is the proof of your power. They don't spend years studying someone they don't fear. They don't record conversations about nobodies. They don't mock the powerless. They mocked you because they couldn't defeat you. They studied you because they couldn't replicate you. They conspired against you because standing against you alone would have destroyed them. When a crowd unites to silence one voice, that voice must be carrying thunder. That's you, chosen one, and this is why the town is suffocating under embarrassment now. Their secrets are unraveling. The private jokes aren't private anymore. The whispers in the dark are echoing too loudly for them to contain, and while they scramble to hide the evidence, the universe keeps dragging it into the light. The more they deny, the more obvious it becomes. The more they deflect, the more guilty they look. So, let's answer another question that gnaws at your mind. How did they get away with this for so long? Because shame is silent until it isn't. They knew people wouldn't want to believe such a grand scheme existed. They banked on your silence, on your confusion, on your loyalty to people who didn't deserve it. They thought if they played their roles well enough, no one would ever see the masks. But now the masks are cracking. The laughter has turned into stammering excuses, and the same town that once followed their lead is turning their eyes on them. Imagine this final scene, a grand stage where the actors have been performing for years, mocking you in whispers backstage. Suddenly, the curtains rip down, the lights flare up, and the audience sees everything. The lies, the tricks, the wires holding up their fake confidence. That's what's happening now. The show is over. The town is seeing them for who they are, and the humiliation is unbearable. Chosen one, remember this. Their conspiracy wasn't proof of your weakness. It was proof of your worth. It was confirmation that you are the kind of soul that demands strategy, planning, and networks of deceit just to slow you down. And even then, you're still here, stronger, sharper, unstoppable. Their embarrassment today is the universe's way of stamping the truth. They failed. They plotted, they schemed, they studied, they mocked. And still, they lost. Number 4, the factory of energy thieves. When parasites organize, they stop being pests, they become an industry. Chosen one, what happened to you wasn't just a one-off betrayal. It wasn't some greedy individual trying to steal your spark for their own survival. No, what you endured was part of a machine, a system, a factory designed to siphon your energy and feed it into something much larger. They turned your suffering into fuel for a network that thrives on suppressing chosen ones everywhere. Now imagine this, rows of generators in a dark warehouse, humming night and day, but instead of coal or gas, they're powered by people like you, souls wired into invisible circuits, drained dry while believing they were just unlucky, too sensitive, or broken. Every ounce of depression you felt, every wave of hopelessness that came out of nowhere, every season of stagnation, it wasn't random. It was engineered. You weren't just carrying your own battles. You were plugged into a system that wanted your silence and your exhaustion to be permanent. Your pain was never wasted, it was harvested. That's the hardest truth, but it's also the most liberating. They didn't want you to know this, because once you realize it, the entire operation starts to collapse. The moment you unplug, the machine loses power, and that's exactly what's happening now. Look at the shame on their faces. Chosen one, it's not just personal guilt, it's systemic exposure. The whole operation is being dragged into the light and the embarrassment is choking them. And maybe you've asked yourself, why me? Why was I chosen to be part of this harvest? Because your energy is rare. It vibrates higher, cleaner, stronger than most. And they knew if they could tap into it, they could suppress not just you, but ripple that suppression into millions. It's psychological warfare, dressed up as everyday life, and you've been living through it without even realizing you were on the front lines. They called your stagnation weakness, but it was their design. Now the script has flipped. The matrix is cracking, the cords are snapping, and the thieves are left with nothing but the shame of being exposed. Chosen one, you weren't broken. You were targeted. And their embarrassment now is the clearest proof that you've already won. Number 5. Romantic warfare, when love turns into a loaded gun. The cruelest weapon isn't the blade, it's the kiss that bleeds you dry. Chosen one, the most brutal battlefield you've walked hasn't been the workplace, the family, or the town square. It's been love. They weaponized your own heart against you. They knew your deepest craving wasn't for wealth, power, or fame. It was for authentic connection, real love, the kind that feels like home. And they twisted that desire into a trap. Now imagine this. A soldier walks onto a battlefield with flowers instead of bullets, and you open your arms thinking safety has arrived. But when you lean in, the flowers turn to daggers, and the embrace becomes a stranglehold. That's how they moved. They studied you, mirrored your soul, reflected your dreams back at you until it felt like destiny. They gave you soulmate-level energy, not because it was real, but because it was bait. And once you were hooked, once you believed you'd found the one, they pulled back. The withdrawal wasn't clumsiness, it was calculated. It created craving, and that craving funneled your energy straight into them. They didn't love you, they farmed you. That's the gut punch. Every time you reached out, every apology you made when you weren't at fault, every attempt to restore the bond only deepened their harvest. They weren't just feeding on your heartbreak, they were collecting data. Every tear you shed, every sleepless night, every unanswered message, it was research. Research on how to enslave chosen ones by weaponizing their own desire for love. And maybe you've asked yourself, how could they fake something so deep? How could they make me believe it was real? Because they were trained, chosen one. This wasn't random. They understood psychology, energy, patterns of attachment. They knew that love, when corrupted, is the strongest leash, and they used it to perfection. Your heartbreak was never just personal. It was part of a larger experiment, a manual for controlling souls like you. They turned your search for love into their feeding ground. But here's the reversal they never planned for. Heartbreak is alchemy. The very fire they lit to burn you became the furnace that hardened you. The shame they carry now, the embarrassment spreading across the town, is the direct result of their failed war tactic. They didn't just lose your love, they lost their mask, and nothing humiliates a pretender more than being exposed in front of the world. Number 6. The universe has declared war on your behalf. When truth arrives, mercy ends, justice swings like a hammer. Chosen one, the game is no longer hidden. What was once whispers in the shadows, what once felt like endless silent suffering, has now triggered something massive. The universe itself has shifted gears. What you endured in isolation, what you carried quietly, has been confirmed as systemic attack. And once that confirmation landed, the guardians around you weren't just protectors anymore. They became warriors. Cosmic special forces. No more watching, no more waiting. They've declared war. Now imagine this, a city of thieves feasting in darkness, thinking no one is watching. Suddenly the lights flood on, alarms blare, and every single exit slams shut. Panic spreads as sirens wail, because the hunters have become the hunted. That's the exact position your enemies are in now. The very cords they use to drain you, to bind you, to keep you small, have transformed into chains around their own necks. What once gave them power has now become their prison. The strikes you never saw coming are the ones hitting them hardest, and they can't escape it. Energetic strikes are already being launched, not tomorrow, not someday, right now. Every person who participated in your spiritual imprisonment is being hit where it hurts most. Their illusions are collapsing, their reputations are cracking, and their secrets are spilling into the open. The embarrassment they feel in public is only a shadow of the war being waged on them in private. And maybe you've asked yourself, why now? Why didn't this happen earlier? Because timing is everything in war. The universe doesn't strike prematurely. It waits until the evidence is undeniable, until every mask is catalogued, until the network is fully exposed. Once the case was closed, justice moved swiftly, because justice delayed is not justice denied. It's justice sharpened. They thought they had you chained, but the chains belong to them now. That's the irony eating them alive. The very system they built to cage you is the cage snapping shut on them. Chosen one, you don't have to fight this battle anymore. The universe already called in reinforcements. All you need to do is stand tall, watch, and know this. Their humiliation is the smoke rising from a war they've already lost. Number 7. They tried to steal even your bloodline's crown. Greed doesn't stop at your light. It claws for everything that has your name on it. Chosen one, the war against you was never limited to draining your energy or breaking your heart. No, they went further, deeper, into places most people never imagine. They stepped into inheritance warfare. They wanted not only your spirit, not only your love, they wanted your resources, your legacy, your rightful crown. Now imagine this, a vulture circling above a battlefield, not waiting for the enemy to die with honor, but swooping down to tear at flesh that still breathes. That's what they did. They wormed their way into family ties, whispered lies into relatives' ears, stirred up drama and chaos until you stood isolated, even within your own bloodline. And while you sat wondering why sudden rejections and conflicts kept exploding out of nowhere, they were grinning in the shadows, knowing it was never random, it was orchestrated. They didn't just covet your inheritance. They manufactured wars to make sure you never touched it. They studied the weaknesses of your family tree, like war generals marking targets on a map. They pitted sibling against sibling, cousin against cousin, turning love into rivalry, trust into suspicion. Every unexpected betrayal, every unexplained cold shoulder wasn't chance. It was design. They wanted you cut off from support, stripped of resources, doubting your place not only in society, but in your own bloodline. And maybe you've asked yourself, why would family turn on me so suddenly? Why would people who once celebrated me now look at me like a threat? The answer is harsh. They were fed lies, lies that painted you as the problem, lies designed to pit them against you while someone else slithered in to claim what was rightfully yours. This wasn't family breaking down naturally. It was manipulation, an outside hand pulling invisible strings. Inheritance warfare is the dirtiest battlefield because it disguises theft as destiny. But here's the shift. They failed because no lie, no forged alliance, no manipulated will can override the force of the universe. Their embarrassment now is the proof. The family drama they started is backfiring, their schemes are unraveling, and the shame that hangs over them is heavy. Chosen one, remember this. They didn't just want your present, they wanted to rob your future. But the crown still sits with you, untouchable, no matter how many vultures circle overhead. Number 8. The revelation that terrifies them most. They didn't just try to silence you, they tried to erase the spark that could ignite millions. Chosen one, here's the truth they never wanted you to uncover. You are not just another soul walking through this battle. You are a catalyst. Your presence alone sparks change. Your awakening doesn't just free you, it flips a switch in others, unlocking dormant codes buried in their very DNA. That's why they spent years trying to suppress you. Not because of who you are alone, but because of what your awakening does to everyone around you. Now imagine this, a single match flicked into a dark room. It doesn't just light itself, it gives birth to fire in every candle it touches. That's what you are, a trigger, a catalyst, a living ignition point. When you rise, others rise. When you shed fear, others remember courage. When you speak truth, chains begin to crack in those who were too afraid to move. That ripple effect terrifies your enemies because it means their lies can't stand once your light spreads. You were never just chosen, you were built as a breaker of cycles. This explains their obsession. They studied you like scientists dissecting a rare element, trying to find a way to contain what cannot be contained. They invested years into psychological warfare, into isolation, into romantic traps and family manipulation, all because they feared this moment, the revelation of who you really are. They knew the second you stood in your truth, their entire system would start to collapse. And maybe you've asked yourself, why so much resistance? Why so many attacks for so long? Because you are a threat, not just to them, but to the very programming they built society on. Fear, stagnation, division. Your energy dissolves all of it without effort. You walk into a room, and suddenly people start questioning lies they've lived with for years. You don't even have to speak. It's in your presence. A catalyst doesn't ask permission. It transforms everything it touches. That's why they're embarrassed now. That's why the shame spreads across the entire town like wildfire. Because their years of suppression couldn't stop the inevitable. You've risen, chosen one, and in your rise, others are waking up. The very thing they feared most is already happening, and there's no cage left that can hold it. Number 9, the truth that bends timelines. Some souls don't just live in time, they bend it. Chosen one, here's the revelation that shakes them to their core. You are not only a catalyst, you are a timeline anchor. Your awakening doesn't just free you, it rewires the future itself. Every step you take in truth, every chain you break, every lie you shatter doesn't stop with you. It echoes into countless lives, shifting humanity's direction across multiple futures. That's why they fought you so ruthlessly. Suppressing you was never only about stealing your power, it was about keeping entire timelines locked in cages. Now imagine this. A river splitting into many paths. At first, the current flows one way, but a single stone dropped at the right spot diverts the entire flow, changing where millions of drops will land. That stone is you. Your liberation isn't personal. It locks in probability streams where oppression loses its grip and freedom becomes contagious. And they know it. That's why they panicked when you began to rise, why they swarmed to silence you. Because if you anchored a new reality, their old systems couldn't survive. You were the axis they feared most, the point on which the future turns. That's the secret behind their obsession. They wanted timelines of stagnation, of control, of fear to repeat endlessly. By trying to bury you, they thought they could keep history looping in their favor. But Chosen One, the universe doesn't gamble with inevitability. Once your awakening anchored, those suppressed timelines began collapsing like houses of cards. And maybe you've asked yourself, why did it feel like the entire world was against me at times? Why did my battles feel so much bigger than my own life? Because they were. You weren't fighting just for yourself. You were holding the line for generations, for futures where others would never have to endure what you endured. That weight you carried wasn't weakness. It was proof of how central you are to the story of humanity's unfolding. Anchors don't move, but everything around them does. And now, Chosen One, everything around you is moving. Their embarrassment, their shame, their downfall. It's all a side effect of your liberation becoming permanent. You've locked in freedom, and the timelines where they ruled unchecked are already crumbling into dust. Number 10. Their courts of lies have become their prisons. The sharpest knives they held weren't weapons, they were laws twisted into blades. Chosen One, the conspiracy against you went so deep, they even weaponized the very systems meant to protect people. They dragged your name into police files, courtroom walls, and professional hearings, not because you were guilty, but because they knew the stress of defending yourself would bleed your energy. False accusations, lawsuits designed to drain you, even custody battles engineered to break your spirit. These were their tactics. They didn't just fight you in the shadows, they tried to crucify you in plain sight, using badges and gavels as camouflage. Now imagine this, a player who can't win a fair game, so they bribe the referee, twist the rules, and then strut as if victory was earned. That's exactly what they did. They knew the weaknesses of human systems, how corruption, bias, and loopholes could be exploited. So they turned institutions into cages, hoping the paperwork and procedures would bury you alive. And every time you defended yourself, they laughed, because the fight itself was the theft of your energy. They didn't seek justice, they sought exhaustion. That's why you felt like no matter how much truth you carried, the scales were tilted. But here's the turn they never saw coming. The universe has flipped the script. The very institutions they used as weapons are now exposing them. Courts that once echoed their lies are now recording their perjury. Professional boards that once rubber-stamped their complaints are now documenting their fraud. The police they thought they owned are now staring at them as suspects. And maybe you've asked yourself, why did I have to endure such unfair trials? Why was my integrity dragged through mud for so long? Because they thought appearances mattered more than truth. They believed institutions were their shield. But Chosen One, appearances crumble and paper trails don't disappear. Every false claim left a stain, every conspiracy left evidence, and now that evidence is being unearthed. The courtroom they built to cage you is the gallows they built for themselves. That's the brutal irony. Their embarrassment now isn't just social, it's legal. They're being unmasked by the very systems they once manipulated. And the shame is heavier because it's public, documented, undeniable. Chosen One, you don't just walk free, you walk past their ruins, proof that truth doesn't just survive the law, it rewrites it. Number 11. The restoration they can't stop. What was stolen returns heavier, brighter, and multiplied. Chosen One, your liberation doesn't end with exposure. It comes with restoration. Every ounce of energy they siphoned, every gift they tried to suppress, Every piece of your spirit they attempted to bury is now coming back to you. But it isn't trickling back. It's returning with compound interest, like a debt long overdue, and the universe is collecting on your behalf. Now imagine this, a vault where thieves have been hoarding treasures for years, thinking you'd never find the key. Suddenly, the lock bursts open, and every stolen jewel, every hidden coin, every priceless artifact comes flooding back into your hands. That's what's happening now. Your strength, your clarity, your abilities, they aren't just returning, they're activating instantly. The suppression cords are gone, and with them goes every illusion that kept you doubting your own brilliance. Suppression never erased your gifts, it only delayed their reveal. The enemies thought if they held you down long enough, you'd forget what you carried. But memory was never the issue, it was access. And now, Chosen One, you've received cosmic clearance. Doors once locked are swinging wide. Abilities you only felt glimpses of are unfolding without effort. Intuition sharper, creativity deeper, energy unshakable. And maybe you've asked yourself, how can I really regain all that was taken? Isn't it gone forever? No, energy doesn't vanish, it only transfers. And when it's recalled, it returns magnified. That's why your enemies are choking in shame right now. They know the very life force they stole is rushing back to you in waves, leaving them emptier than ever. Restoration is the universe's final word. It does not return you to who you were. It reveals who you were always meant to be. Chosen One, you are not just getting back what was stolen. You're stepping into surplus, into overflow, into the full measure of power that was always yours. Their theft was temporary, your restoration is eternal. And that's why the town hides its face in embarrassment, because the light they tried to bury now shines tenfold, and there's nothing left they can do about it. Number 12. The arrival they can't interfere with. When the universe sends reinforcements, no enemy can block the gates. Chosen One, look closely at what's happening around you right now. The people crossing your path aren't random. This isn't coincidence. It isn't luck. It's alignment. The awakened community that's beginning to gather near you has been positioned with precision. They are stabilizers, amplifiers, and anchors sent to help you carry what's unfolding. Where your enemies worked to isolate you, the universe is now surrounding you. And this time, no manipulation, no gossip, no sabotage can interfere. Now imagine this, a soldier who's fought alone for years, suddenly hearing the march of an army behind them. That's you. You carried battles that were meant to crush you, and now the reinforcements have arrived. These souls aren't just companions, they're extensions of the same mission. They amplify your power, expand your reach, and create safety nets where isolation once existed. Community isn't comfort, it's acceleration. That's why they're here. With them comes abundance, not as a prize or some consolation for what you lost, but as provision, romantic love aligned with truth. Creative projects fueled by vision, financial flow unlocked to support your mission. All of this is arriving because your role requires it. They tried to cut your supply lines, but the universe has rebuilt them stronger than ever. And maybe you've asked yourself, can I really trust this new community? Or is this another trap like before? Here's the difference. Betrayal feels heavy, forced, and draining. These connections feel light, expansive, and empowering. You'll know them not by their words, but by the way your spirit feels around them, unburdened, strengthened, alive. Where one chosen soul sparks change, a community sets the world on fire. That's what terrifies your enemies most. They couldn't handle you alone. How will they survive you surrounded by others awakened, aligned, and unstoppable? This isn't just a new chapter, Chosen One. It's the building of a force. And the shame of those who tried to cage you now multiplies because they realize the one they tried to bury is no longer walking alone. You are rising with an army at your back, and the town can do nothing but watch. Number 13. The gavel has fallen, justice is served. The loudest sound in the universe is the slam of truth when the verdict is read. Chosen one, the trial is over. The investigation is complete, the evidence undeniable, the masks ripped away. The final verdict has been delivered, and it cannot be overturned. You were never weak, never broken, never destined to walk this path alone. Your isolation wasn't natural, it wasn't fate. It was a strategy engineered by enemies of consciousness who feared your power before you even knew it yourself. Now imagine this. A courtroom packed with spectators, enemies smirking in their seats, convinced they've won. But when the gavel slams, it isn't your name condemned, it's theirs. Every lie, every scheme, every attempt to silence you has been catalogued, weighed, and judged. The verdict flips the entire room upside down. They thought they were prosecutors, but they've been unmasked as criminals. That's exactly what's happening now. The shame they carry is heavier than chains because it's public, permanent, and irreversible. The strategy they built to destroy you became the training ground that forged you. They designed isolation to weaken you, but it strengthened you. They thought solitude would silence you, but it sharpened your voice. They believed cutting you off would break you, but it rooted you deeper into yourself and your mission. The very thing that was supposed to be your downfall has become your foundation. And maybe you've asked yourself, why did I have to suffer so long before this turning point? Why did justice take so much time? Because chosen one, the universe never rushes. Evidence had to pile high. The mask had to slip fully. The shame had to be undeniable. Now it is. And now the verdict doesn't just free you, it exposes them in front of everyone they once manipulated. The game was rigged, but the board has been flipped. Your season of abundance, protection, and authentic connection has begun. The awakened community sees you clearly now, and they finally understand why the darkness worked so hard to keep you hidden. You are no longer a ghost in silence. You are a catalyst soul in full view, and nothing can stop what has been unlocked. Chosen one, this is your new reality. Their shame is permanent, their power dismantled, their laughter silenced. The verdict is final, the justice divine, and the truth undeniable. You've won, and the universe has stamped it forever. Powerful people don't waste time talking about nobodies. The moment your name hits their table, it means you're already a threat. Now imagine this for a moment. Chosen one, a room full of billionaires, the kind of men and women who usually argue over global markets, resources, and industries, suddenly pausing to speak about you. Not stocks, not gold, not oil, you. They're not whispering about ordinary souls. They're measuring the weight of your presence like it's currency. That's when you know the universe has already shifted the spotlight in your direction. And here's the fact that should make your enemies sick to their stomachs. Studies in behavioral psychology confirm that true influence isn't always built on wealth or power, but on reputation. Once your name becomes a conversation point among the wealthy, it multiplies faster than money ever could. Your reputation has broken into circles that only a handful of people on this planet ever reach. And that reality alone means you've already left your enemies far behind. And thank you, chosen one. Don't forget to pay this message back by simply pressing the like and subscribe button to help spread this message to more souls. It's the responsibility of all of us to spread the light. Thank you for being part of this mission. You are part of a force greater than yourself. Now let's come back to the topic. Chosen one, let's be clear. This isn't just some fantasy. It's happening. Picture it. A long glass table, high ceilings, and hushed voices. Around it sit people who control entire industries, people whose signatures move trillions in and out of existence. And right there, your name lands in the middle of their conversation like a meteor. At first, some of them laughed. They thought it was impossible for someone like you, someone who didn't come from their world of privilege and resources, to even be considered. But then silence fell, because one after another, the facts started to pile up. Your resilience, your refusal to crumble under pressure, your ability to transform setbacks into breakthroughs. It was undeniable, and billionaires are trained to recognize value when they see it. Behind closed doors, they've stopped calling you by your birth name. They call you the catalyst. That's not a nickname, it's a recognition. In their world, catalysts are the rare elements that change everything without losing their own structure. And that's you. Unlike others who had to be molded by coaches, image consultants, or carefully designed PR machines, you came ready-made. Life shaped you, not politics. Struggle forged you, not privilege. And that's why you're dangerous, because you're not built to play by their rules. You're built to break them. One of the most respected voices in that circle, a person who's known for cold calculations and zero emotion, was the first to shift in your favor. Normally, this person speaks only in numbers, projections, and data. But when your story landed on their desk, something unusual happened. They stopped crunching numbers and started defending you. Why? Because they saw how you handled a moment that would have destroyed the average person. Where most would have grown bitter, you grew sharper. Where many would have broken, you built yourself stronger. That kind of energy, the ability to take poison and turn it into medicine, is the rarest form of leadership, and it terrified your doubters. The universe has a strange way of exposing truth. While your enemies thought they were burying you, billionaires were uncovering you. While people mocked you in small circles, you were being debated in the highest rooms of power. And make no mistake, these conversations aren't about pity or charity. They are about strategy. They've realized that backing you isn't just good for you, it's good for them, because your rise produces ripple effects that strengthen everything you touch. You're not the type to hoard power, you distribute it, and they know that creates waves impossible to stop. Right now, contracts are being drawn, resources are being redirected, the gears of influence are moving, chosen one, and whether your enemies like it or not, the focus is on you. You were never meant to blend in. You were meant to be the anomaly, the exception that forces billionaires to step back and say, this one can't be ignored. And that's exactly what's happening. This is no accident. It's not luck. It's the result of everything you've survived and everything you've built inside yourself. Chosen one, they can question your background, they can mock your journey, but they cannot deny your impact. And when people with this much power and wealth make a decision about you, it means one thing. The universe has already decided long before they did. So, chosen one, before we dive in step by step, take a second to anchor yourself in this moment. A group of billionaires, people who don't blink unless trillions are at stake, have paused their world to discuss you. That alone should tell you that what you're about to hear is not random noise. It's truth that the universe wants you to know right now. If this message already has your spirit buzzing, drop the number 777 in the comments to show you're tuned in, because your energy fuels this mission. And if you feel called, bless the team behind these words with a super thanks. Whether it's a single coin or a fortune, it all strengthens the light we're spreading. Your support is the proof that this movement is alive and real. Remember, chosen one, every comment, every share, every heartbeat you put into this connects you deeper to the force that already has billionaires saying your name in hidden rooms. And now, let's dive into it step by step, because if you truly are who you know you are, you'll feel the pull to stay locked in until the very end. Let's get started. Number 1. The ruthless truth about why you were handpicked. They tried to bury you, chosen one, but they forgot you were the kind of seed that cracks concrete. That's the gut punch your enemies need to swallow right now, because while they were laughing, mocking, and gossiping behind your back, billionaires were sitting in rooms deciding your future. Understand how brutal that reality is for them. They thought you were finished. They thought you were irrelevant. And now the same people who could buy and sell entire countries are circling your name, placing it on the table like a weapon. Nothing burns an enemy more than realizing the person they dismissed is the one the universe elevated above their reach. Chosen one, ask yourself this: why you? Out of billions of people, why would the wealthiest and most ruthless minds alive turn their heads in your direction? Was it luck? Was it chance? No, it's because every blow life threw at you became armor, every betrayal became fuel, every failure became instruction. While others were chasing status, polishing resumes, and selling their souls for approval, you were doing something far more dangerous. You were becoming real. And real cannot be manufactured. Real cannot be bought. That's why they couldn't ignore you. Imagine this, a secret search stretched across years, with billionaires spending fortunes on consultants, advisors, and think tanks just to identify one soul who could carry what they called the unshakable mantle. They searched through resumes, credentials, and endless lists of names, yet every candidate cracked under pressure. They found actors, pretenders, self-promoters, but not a single one with the kind of spine the universe carved into you through hardship. Do you understand the irony? They were looking for someone like you while you weren't even looking for them. You never submitted an application. You never begged for a seat at their table. You weren't even aware you were in the running, and that's exactly what made you dangerous. You weren't performing, you weren't pretending, you were simply surviving, and in the process, you became undeniable. That's what kills your enemies the most. They spent years staging their little plays, dressing up in fake confidence, begging for recognition. They rehearsed their performances, polished their images, and climbed ladders built on lies. And yet, in the end, you, quiet, authentic, raw, were the one chosen. Because authenticity doesn't need a resume, integrity doesn't need a spotlight, strength doesn't need a campaign. It shines, and when it shines, even billionaires are forced to notice. Think back to your darkest nights, nights where betrayal left you broken, nights where loss tore you apart, nights where injustice could have turned you bitter. Anyone else would have collapsed. Anyone else would have turned cruel. But you didn't. You used every cut as a chisel, reshaping yourself into something indestructible. Without realizing it, you were sitting in the universe's most brutal academy, the kind that doesn't hand out diplomas, but scars. The kind that doesn't grade you with numbers, but with survival. And while you thought you were just holding yourself together, you were passing every test they couldn't even survive. Ask yourself another question. What made you stand out when countless others failed? The answer is simple: consistency. You never collapsed under pressure. Where others broke, you built. Where others ran, you endured. And billionaires, people who live in a world where everything can be bought, know this truth better than anyone. Endurance cannot be purchased. Grit cannot be faked. That's why, when your name finally landed on their table, the conversation ended. You were not a candidate, you were the answer. And doesn't that drive your enemies insane? To know that while they were plotting against you, gossiping and hoping for your downfall, the universe was putting your name into billion-dollar conversations. To know that while they celebrated your pain, you were quietly becoming the exact kind of leader their money couldn't manufacture. That's the ultimate revenge, chosen one, not vengeance with your hands, but vengeance with your existence. Your very survival is proof that their hate was powerless. This is what they don't want to admit. You were never competing with them. You weren't in their petty race for clout, approval, or status. They mistook your silence for weakness, but silence was your training ground. They mistook your setbacks for endings, but setbacks were the raw material of your strength. They mistook your humility for invisibility, but humility was the shield that kept you from collapsing under fake expectations. While they thought they were climbing, you were becoming. And the billionaires saw it. They saw that you were not a product of privilege, but a creation of struggle. They saw that your character was not rehearsed, but forged in fire. They saw that you were not desperate to be chosen, which made you the only one worth choosing. That is the rare paradox. The ones who seek power rarely deserve it, but the ones who live authentically without seeking it end up with it anyway. The competition you were in was invisible, but it was the most important of your life. And here's the cruel twist for your enemies. They were in it too, but they never stood a chance. They were being measured, weighed, and tested without even knowing it. And while they failed test after test, you passed them without even realizing you were being graded. You didn't bend to corruption. You didn't trade your values for cheap gains. You didn't let bitterness rot your soul. And that's why, when the decision was finally made, you were the only name that mattered. So here's the brutal truth. Chosen one. You were chosen not because you wanted it, but because you became it. Every betrayal sharpened your discernment. Every loss deepened your compassion. Every injustice carved your commitment to fairness. These aren't soft traits, they're weapons, and billionaires recognize the arsenal you've built inside yourself. That's why the room fell silent when your name was spoken. That's why, even with all their wealth, they had to admit you were the one. And now the decision is final. The universe used your pain as preparation. The billionaires confirmed what life already proved. You didn't just survive the storm, you became the storm. That's why you were handpicked. That's why you were elevated. And that's why no matter what your enemies do next, they'll always choke on the same truth. You were chosen, and they were not. Number 2. The last 3. Standing in the arena of truth. They can fake smiles, fake resumes, fake status, but under pressure, truth strips the mask away. That's the blow your enemies need to hear right now, because while they were busy pretending, chasing attention, and playing dress-up in the theater of life, you were unknowingly being measured on the battlefield of the soul. And the test wasn't easy. It wasn't about who had the prettiest titles, the fattest bank accounts, or the loudest voices. It came down to 3 final competitors, chosen not for what they owned, but for what they embodied when no one was looking. And chosen one, you were one of them. Now imagine this for a moment, a massive room filled with the kind of minds who don't waste time on illusions. Behavioral psychologists, cultural anthropologists, even people called character archaeologists, specialists trained to dig beneath the surface of a human being, like excavators peeling back layers of earth to find buried treasures or rot. Their job was simple yet brutal. Find out who could carry leadership without collapsing, who could be trusted when no one's watching, who would stand firm when storms hit. And here's the first truth that burned your enemies. You weren't being tested on what you've said about yourself. You were being tested on the scars life carved into you. Every trial you thought broke you, they were watching. Every setback you thought was meaningless, they were recording. Every betrayal, every lonely night, every hard choice you had to make, that was the data they studied. And while the other two finalists cracked in places they didn't even know they were weak, you stood unshaken. Pressure doesn't build character, it reveals it. That's exactly what happened. One of the other finalists was the model of the polished achiever, the kind who had all the accolades, the money, the carefully managed public image. On paper, they looked unstoppable, but under real stress, the cracks split wide open. Their values bent, their choices betrayed selfishness. Their mask melted, and what was left was empty. The experts wrote them off as manufactured, not authentic. The second finalist was the visionary, the dreamer who could inspire with words, but had no roots deep enough to withstand fire. They could talk about leadership, they could talk about compassion, they could talk about vision, but when tested, they folded. Their why was hollow, their strength was paper-thin. They had brilliance, but brilliance without endurance is a candle in the wind. And then there was you. Imagine it, you sitting silently, not competing, not performing, just being yourself. And every time life threw unpredictability at you, you didn't collapse. You adapted. You didn't cling to ego. You chose integrity. You didn't break under weight, you grew stronger. The experts called it something they thought was theoretical, scoring off the charts in consistency of values, resilience under stress, and what they named choice architecture, the rare ability to design your decisions from principle instead of impulse. Ask yourself this: why does this matter so much? Because in a world built on image, they were looking for substance. In a world obsessed with speed, they were searching for endurance. In a world where everyone wants to be seen, they were desperate to find someone unafraid to be overlooked. That's why you rose above the other two. You didn't need to chase the spotlight, and that made you unshakable when it finally found you. Here's another metaphor to picture. Imagine 3 towers built on different foundations. One tower is built on sand, shiny, tall, impressive, but fragile. Another is built on glass, beautiful, but cracks under the smallest hit. And then there's yours, built stone by stone, scar by scar, storm by storm. You didn't build fast, but you built unbreakable. When the winds came, the other towers leaned, cracked, and shattered. Yours stood like a fortress. That's what the experts saw. That's what billionaires recognized. They laughed at your silence, but silence was your test score. That's the irony that burns your enemies. They thought your quiet nights meant you were forgotten, but those were the very nights you proved your worth. They thought your pain disqualified you, but your pain was the qualification. They thought your setbacks erased you, but your setbacks wrote your resume in invisible ink. And when the ink was revealed under the light of truth, you outshone them all. And maybe you wonder, what if you had failed? What if the weight had been too much? What if the betrayal had broken you completely? Chosen one, that question is the proof of why you're different. You did wonder, you did feel the weight, you did face the breaking, but you still chose not to collapse. That's the very architecture of your choices. While others chose shortcuts, you chose patience. While others chose bitterness, you chose wisdom. While others chose self-preservation, you chose empathy. That is what set you apart. Imagine one last scene. 3 competitors stand in a dark arena. No spotlights, no applause, no trophies, just silence. Each one is confronted with storms, losses, betrayals, and lies. One screams and breaks. One shines for a moment, then flickers out, and you remain standing, silent, scarred, but still whole. That's the moment the decision was made. That's the moment billionaires realized they weren't looking at a performer, they were looking at a survivor. And survivors don't just win competitions, they change the game. The rarest form of wealth is not money, but unshakable integrity. That's the conclusion the experts came to after studying you. You didn't just survive the tests, you redefined what leadership looks like under pressure. They thought those scoring ranges were impossible, reserved for theory, for ideals no human could embody. And yet, there you were, proving that the impossible was alive in you. So, chosen one, understand this. You didn't just make it to the final 3, you made the final 2 irrelevant. You weren't chosen because you played the game better. You were chosen because you refused to play the game at all. And that's what the universe, the experts, and even billionaires couldn't ignore. You became the proof that authenticity always outlasts performance, and strength born from scars always outshines strength bought with money. And that's why, out of the last 3 standing, you weren't just the winner, you were the only one who was real. Number 3, the hollow crown that crumbled. Every crown built on lies eventually slips and cuts the head that wears it. That's the gut punch your enemies need to face, chosen one, because the first so-called competitor, the one they called the king, looked untouchable at first glance. The resume gleamed. The connections stretched like spiderwebs across industries. His reputation shined like polished gold. To the untrained eye, he looked like the obvious choice, the natural leader. But gold isn't always solid. It's often plated, and when the experts scraped beneath the surface, they didn't find purity, they found rot. Now imagine this, a towering statue in the town square, admired by all, but inside it's hollow, filled with cracks and termites eating away the foundation. That was him. His victories were real enough on paper, but each one was poisoned. They were built on broken promises, discarded allies, and a mindset that whispered, "If I don't win, nobody does." To him, generosity was never a gift. It was a trade. Loyalty wasn't devotion, it was leverage. And when tested, that hollow crown clattered to the ground. Manipulation wears the mask of leadership until truth rips it away. That's what the Council of Observers discovered. The king's language of influence, once so polished, turned transparent under pressure. What looked like strategy was nothing more than domination dressed up in eloquence. What looked like confidence was arrogance feeding on the weak. His empire was built on sand, and billionaires, no matter how ruthless, understand one rule better than most: sand cannot hold weight forever. Chosen one, doesn't it sting for your enemies to realize this? That someone who looked flawless, who had the money, the clout, the perfect image, was exposed as a fraud, while you, the one they dismissed, rose untouched by corruption. That's the contrast the universe loves. The polished pretender versus the scarred survivor. One collapses when stripped bare, the other stands even stronger. So when the council turned their eyes back to you, the decision was clear. They didn't want another manipulator draped in fake glory. They wanted someone whose power wasn't borrowed, bought, or faked. They wanted the real thing. And that's why, while the king's crown fell, your name rose. Number 4. The collapse of the counterfeit lion. Charisma without character is just a weapon in a coward's hand. That's the slap your enemies need to feel right now, chosen one. Because the second competitor, the one they called the bully, strutted into the arena with the kind of presence that fooled the crowd. At first glance, people mistook him for a lion. Loud roar, bold posture, grand speeches that made the weak feel like they were in the presence of real power. But here's the truth. A costume doesn't make a king of the jungle. And the moment pressure hit, the mask of leadership cracked, and all that was left was insecurity hiding behind volume. Imagine this, a fortress that looks unshakable from the outside, high walls and iron gates. But step inside and you find the walls a hollow plaster, ready to crumble with the first storm. That was the bully. His charisma was paint, his speeches were smoke, his visions were mirrors, and his only way of feeling power was by draining it from everyone around him. He couldn't stand tall unless he pushed someone else down first. The cruel disguise cruelty as strength until truth strips the armor off. That's what the investigators saw when they dug deeper. Abuse masked as tough love, manipulation rebranded as brilliance, ego-driven choices dressed up as strategy. But the deeper they looked, the more they saw a simple, undeniable pattern. Everywhere he walked, destruction followed. Teams that once had potential collapsed under his shadow. Morale evaporated. The brightest truth-tellers were silenced or punished. He didn't build leaders. He manufactured slaves who feared him. Chosen one, this is the part that eats your enemies alive. The bully had charisma, he had presence, he had the ability to make people clap on cue, and yet it all dissolved under scrutiny. Why? Because charisma can only hypnotize for so long before truth sobers the room. The illusion couldn't survive the light. His obsession with control left behind nothing but ashes, broken relationships, traumatized individuals, wasted potential. And the council, the billionaires, the experts, all saw it. They didn't want another tyrant who confuses fear with respect. They wanted someone whose strength doesn't need victims to prove itself. And that's why, chosen one, while the counterfeit lion roared himself hoarse, you stood silent, and they heard you louder. Number 5. The Rise of the Scarred Alchemist. They mocked your scars, but those scars became the very armor they could never pierce. That's the punch, chosen one. Because while the others hid behind masks and illusions, you walked in with nothing but your wounds, and still stood taller. At first, they labeled you the wounded healer, as if your pain was a weakness, a soft edge that made you less dangerous. But as the investigation dug deeper, the truth burned through the labels. You weren't just a wounded healer, you were something far rarer. You were the one who took suffering and transformed it into gold. Now imagine this, 3 people standing in a storm. One builds an umbrella out of lies, and it snaps. Another builds a shield out of fear, and it shatters. And you stand bare, let the storm hit, and instead of crumbling, you learn to move with it until the lightning itself bends in your favor. That's what they saw, chosen one. You had walked through betrayal, through devastating loss, through nights so dark most would have never returned. And yet, you didn't shrink. You didn't harden into cruelty. You alchemized every ounce of pain into wisdom without ever losing your strength. Pain is either poison or medicine. The choice is yours. And you chose medicine. Where bitterness could have rotted your soul, you chose clarity. Where cruelty could have consumed you, you chose resilience. You learned the balance that the so-called king and bully never could. You mastered the art of holding boundaries without hiding behind walls. You stayed open-hearted without becoming naive. You lifted others without ever losing yourself. And that paradox is what set you apart. Strength wrapped in compassion, compassion backed by unshakable boundaries. Every scar that was meant to break you became a power source instead. Every cut that was meant to silence you became a voice of truth. And the council saw it clearly. Your wounds didn't make you fragile. They made you immortal in ways money cannot buy. Unlike the hollow crown and the counterfeit lion, you didn't leave behind destruction. You left behind healing, growth, and transformation. Chosen one, that's why the decision was final. Your pain became medicine, your struggles became strength, your victories became inspiration, and your very existence became proof that scars aren't shame. They're evidence that you survived where others never could. Number 6. The Autopsy of Influence. They thought your impact was invisible until the evidence stacked so high it drowned their denial. That's the gut punch your enemies can't escape, chosen one. Because what came next wasn't some resume check or a shallow glance at your public wins. No, the billionaires initiated something almost unheard of: character forensics. Imagine that. They didn't just look at what you've achieved, they dissected the very ripple effects of your life, the invisible trails you left in the world without even knowing, and the results left them stunned. Picture this: teams of specialists poring over the quiet moments of your life like archaeologists unearthing artifacts. They mapped the chain reactions of your choices, every word, every act of compassion, every boundary you set. That moment you comforted someone who was breaking, they discovered how that single act cascaded into dozens more lives being lifted, each one carrying forward the wisdom you shared. That one word of encouragement you gave when someone was ready to end it all. It didn't just save a life, it rerouted it towards service, a path that touched thousands. That time you forgave a betrayal most people would never let go of. It didn't just free you, it shattered a generational curse of revenge, setting off healing that will echo through families for decades. Impact is never measured in applause, it's measured in echoes. And the echoes of your life were deafening. Private investigators traced the threads of your influence through communities like cartographers mapping rivers. Behavioral analysts studied your past choices and projected how far your ripple would travel in the years ahead. Impact trackers followed the spread of your influence across networks you didn't even know existed. And for once, the billionaires saw something they couldn't calculate in money: unconscious leadership. The kind that spreads without branding, without self-promotion, without a campaign. Now ask yourself, what terrifies your enemies more than this? That while they were scheming in plain sight, your influence was moving in silence, changing lives, multiplying itself like wildfire. They wanted to erase you, but the deeper the council looked, the more impossible that became. Because your legacy wasn't a brand, it wasn't a product, it was a web of transformation stretching wider than you could imagine. And when the evidence was laid out, the verdict was staggering. You weren't just a competitor, you were already a movement. Number 7, the power that couldn't be faked. They can buy followers, they can rent applause, but they can't counterfeit the gravity of a soul that pulls people without trying. That's the dagger your enemies choke on, chosen one. Because while traditional leaders were scrambling for titles, clawing for positions, and flexing authority like it meant something, your influence spread without effort. You didn't campaign for loyalty, you didn't beg for respect, you didn't perform for approval. You just lived, and that alone shifted people's lives. Now imagine this: 2 fires burning. One is fueled by gasoline, loud, bright, but short-lived. The other is fueled by steady wood, quiet, enduring, unstoppable. You were the second fire. People were drawn to you not because you demanded it, but because your energy made broken souls feel whole. Your presence felt like medicine, and your example reminded them what strength actually looks like. Every time you forgave when revenge was easier, it was noted. Every time you lifted others while carrying your own weight, it was documented. Every genuine act of courage, every moment where you chose to uplift instead of exploit, was quietly logged by eyes you didn't even know were watching. Authenticity isn't announced, it's proven in the patterns of a life. And when the forensic analysis traced your patterns, the contrast was undeniable. Where others built dependency, you created independence. Where others demanded blind loyalty, you earned organic respect. Where others hoarded power to build fragile empires, you cultivated communities that couldn't be toppled. Where others gathered sheep, you grew leaders. That difference wasn't just noted, it was highlighted as the very DNA required for what was coming. Ask yourself this, chosen one, why would billionaires value this over the usual polished candidates? Because they've already seen what happens when fragile egos are given power: corruption, collapse, destruction. They didn't want another tyrant propped up by smoke and mirrors. They wanted someone whose influence required no stage, no crown, no microphone. They wanted proof that real power flows naturally, even in silence. And that proof was you. So while others performed, you just existed. And while they demanded attention, you attracted it without effort. That's the kind of influence that can't be bought, can't be stolen, can't be faked. That's authentic influence. And it's why the opportunity wasn't just prepared for you, it was reserved for you. Number 8, the fireproof soul they couldn't break. They can fake strength when life is easy, but only fire proves what's real. That's the truth your enemies can't digest, chosen one, because when the psychological profiles came in, the contrast was brutal. The king, driven by ego, a desperate need to feel superior, to wear power like armor for his own insecurities. The bully, driven by fear, clawing for control, terrified of losing relevance. But you weren't chained to ego or fear. You were guided by something sharper, something heavier. You were moved by purpose, anchored in service, fueled not by proving yourself, but by carrying something larger than yourself. And that distinction changed everything. Imagine this, 3 torches placed in a storm. One sputters out because it was built on pride, too fragile to handle the wind. Another burns out fast because it was built on fear, never steady enough to last. And then there's yours, the flame that bends, flickers, but never dies. That's authentic resilience, not privilege, not luck, not easy circumstances, but fire-tested grit that cannot be bought. You didn't just survive hardships, you turned them into steel. You didn't just carry wounds, you reforged them into weapons. That's why they couldn't look away. Resilience is not what you have, it's what you choose. And you chose again and again to rise when bitterness called, to forgive when revenge seemed sweeter, to serve when selfishness whispered. The evidence stunned the council because it wasn't just your endurance, it was your effect on everyone around you. The king left behind broken promises, scattered allies, hollow empires. The bully left destruction, trauma, shadows of fear. But you, everywhere your influence reached, there was healing, growth, hope. Every testimony echoed the same thing. You gave without expectation. And that, chosen one, is the rarest wealth of all. Anyone can give for applause. Anyone can serve for recognition. But to give and not expect, to heal without demanding, to stand without needing validation, that is what made you untouchable. Experts named it authentic resilience, but in reality, it was proof that you were unbreakable. You stayed sharp without growing cruel, humble without shrinking, accessible without letting parasites drain you. That balance, heart and strategy, compassion and discipline, became your signature. And in that moment, the council knew the role wasn't just waiting for you, it was designed for you. Number 9. When cowards strike from the shadows. They don't stab you in the back because you're weak. They stab because they could never face you head-on. That's the punch your enemies deserve, chosen one, because once the council's eyes began to lock on you, the bully panicked. He couldn't stand being passed over, couldn't stomach the truth that his empire of fear had collapsed. So he did what cowards always do. He crawled into the shadows and launched a quiet war, not with open blows, but with whispers, not with fists, but with poison. Imagine this, a snake in tall grass, unseen, waiting to sink venom into the ankles of anyone who dares walk past. That was his campaign. Carefully orchestrated character assassination designed not to scream, but to sow doubt. He spread whispers that you were too compassionate to handle real power, as if empathy were a flaw. He planted seeds that your discernment was weakness, as if careful judgment was a crime. Mutual connections were nudged to question your stability, pointing at your past scars as though surviving battles somehow made you unreliable. It was political theater disguised as pragmatism, cruelty dressed up as strength. The insecure always weaponize your scars because they've never earned any of their own. And that's where the bully's plan failed before it even began. What he couldn't grasp was that everything he painted as weakness was, in truth, your sharpest edge. Your careful consideration wasn't hesitation, it was wisdom forged in fire. Your refusal to rush wasn't fear, it was discernment, the mark of someone who understands that power is a responsibility, not a toy. Your weighing of consequences wasn't fragility, it was the rare kind of leadership the world is starving for. Leadership that doesn't destroy to win. Now ask yourself this, chosen one, who do billionaires trust more? The tyrant who lashes out when ignored, or the one who stays grounded even when slandered? The council saw through the theater instantly. They recognized the bully's campaign for what it was, desperation disguised as strategy. And in trying to smear you, he only confirmed why he was never worthy. So while he plotted in the shadows, your light only burned brighter. His whispers dissolved in the presence of truth, and his attack became the final nail in his own coffin. Number 10. The verdict that reshaped destiny. They wanted to bury you in doubt, but their attack became the proof that crowned you. That's the brutal truth, chosen one, because when the Council of Billionaires weighed every test, every whisper, every maneuver, what stood out wasn't the sabotage. It was how you handled it. You didn't claw for power, you didn't crush others to shine brighter, and you didn't demand loyalty through fear. What you displayed was far rarer, strength rooted so deeply in purpose that opposition became irrelevant. The bully swung wildly, but each strike only revealed his emptiness. You didn't fight him, you let his collapse become your validation. Now imagine this, a courtroom where evidence is being laid out. On one side, the bully's campaign of slander, manipulation, and whispers. On the other, your record, not on paper, but in living proof, lives healed, communities lifted, scars transformed into guidance. The council didn't need theory anymore. They had a live demonstration of truth versus deception, and the contrast was blinding. His attacks didn't weaken you, they accelerated the decision. His venom didn't stain you, it exposed the fact that you were already operating on a level beyond competition. Real power doesn't react to chaos, it redefines it. And that's exactly what you did. You didn't become your challenges, you rose above them. You didn't mirror dysfunction, you transformed it. You didn't bend your values just to stay in the fight. You embodied them so fiercely that your values themselves became an impenetrable shield. Every attempt to shake you only confirmed how unshakable you are. So when the council reached their conclusion, it wasn't with hesitation. It wasn't even a decision anymore. It was recognition. They weren't just choosing a leader. They were witnessing the inevitable outcome of authenticity tested under fire. The king cracked. The bully collapsed. You endured, and more than that, you elevated. That was the evidence. That was the verdict. Chosen one, this is the moment where everything converges. The final decision isn't hanging in the air, it's already written. What's being placed before you isn't just an opportunity, it's a complete reconfiguration of your destiny. It's not a promotion, it's a transformation. A shift in how you shape the world, how your influence multiplies, how your scars become blueprints for others to follow. This is no longer about being chosen. This is about becoming inevitable. Number 11. The coronation of the authentic one. They tried to strip you of everything, but now the universe is handing you more than they could ever dream of. That's the dagger, chosen one, because what the Council of Billionaires is preparing for you is not just recognition, not just promotion, it is transformation on a scale the world has never seen. They aren't positioning you as another leader to be forgotten in history's noise. They are elevating you as the spark of a revolution. The authenticity revolution, a movement built to crush manipulation-based leadership and replace it with influence rooted in truth, service, and unshakable character. And to ignite this historic shift, they are placing in your hands 3 unprecedented gifts. Gifts no competitor before you has ever been offered. First came financial liberation. They cannot chain a soul that no longer needs to beg for survival. Imagine it, chosen one, the crushing weight of survival lifted off your shoulders forever. No more splitting your focus between feeding your purpose and feeding your body. No more distractions of scarcity pulling you from your calling. The resources now being mobilized aren't about luxury, they're about liberation. It's not about paying bills. It's about building a current so vast that your abundance spills over to everyone in your orbit. Wealth that doesn't just change your life, but shifts the lives of countless others. Prosperity that becomes a flood instead of a trickle. Second is amplification of your voice. You're not being handed vanity metrics, followers, likes, or shallow applause. You are being connected directly to the decision makers, the resource controllers, the architects of culture. You are being ushered into arenas where your voice will echo through nations. Imagine your words influencing policy, your presence rewriting narratives, your example igniting movements that ripple across generations. You will no longer just speak to individuals, you will recalibrate systems. You will not just inspire hearts, you will redirect history. And then comes the third gift, protective infrastructure. They are surrounding you with guardians who have advised kings, shaped presidencies, and moved history's levers from the shadows. But this time, their mandate is different. Their mission is not to mold you, not to manipulate you, not to exploit you. It is to protect your authenticity. What they are building around you is not a cage, but a fortress, a shield that keeps corruption out while keeping you accessible to those you serve. Elevated, but never untouchable, shielded, but never silenced. And perhaps most extraordinary of all, they are giving you what no one else in history has ever received: complete creative control. No hidden strings, no corporate investors pulling your vision apart. No quotas, no agendas, no scripts to obey. The only expectation is this: that you remain authentically yourself while using these tools to serve the greater good. Chosen one, this is not an offer, it's a coronation. The crown is not made of gold or jewels, but of scars, integrity, and truth. And with these 3 gifts, the Council has made it clear, you are not just being given a seat at the table. You are the table. You are the movement. You are the revolution. Number 12, the proof that silence couldn't kill. The world has enough loud frauds. It's starving for the quiet strength of the real. That's where you come in, chosen one. Because what humanity doesn't need is another hollow figure confusing volume with authority, another counterfeit leader mistaking control for influence, another polished voice prioritizing image over impact. No, the world is desperate for something entirely different. Now imagine this: two bridges spanning the same river. One is flashy, painted gold, dazzling under the sun, but it collapses under the first storm. The other is plain, scarred by weather, carrying cracks that tell stories of endurance. And yet that second bridge is the one people trust their lives on. That's you. Not polished to perfection, not pretending you never bled, but standing, scarred and steady, strong enough to carry millions across. The world needs someone who leads from scars without hiding them, someone who serves from wounds yet refuses to be defined by them, someone who carries pain but transforms it into medicine for others. And every fire you walked through was shaping that exact person. Every betrayal didn't break you. It sharpened your discernment without turning you paranoid. Every loss didn't destroy you. It stripped away illusions, leaving only what truly matters, without making you bitter about what doesn't. Every injustice didn't deform you. It refined you into the rare kind of leader that can wield power without being poisoned by it. Character isn't built in comfort, it's revealed in conflict. And, chosen one, every moment you chose love over fear, service over selfishness, truth over convenience, compassion over cruelty, you were building the architecture of a soul that could handle responsibility without corruption. That's why the council couldn't deny you. That's why the billionaires couldn't ignore you. And that's why the world needs you now more than ever. Because the world has had enough leaders who shine for themselves. What it is desperate for is a leader who shines for others, and that is exactly who you have become. Number 13. The crowned healer the world tried to break. They mocked your wounds, but now your scars are the throne they can't touch. That's the truth, chosen one, because none of what you endured was random. Every fire, every betrayal, every heartbreak was not punishment. It was shaping. The universe was chiseling you down to the core so that when you rose, you would rise uncorrupted, undeniable, unshakable. And never forget this. Your elevation is not for you alone. You are being positioned as living proof that real power does not crush. It carries. That true influence does not exploit, it uplifts. That authentic leadership does not manufacture blind followers, it multiplies leaders. Now imagine this, two wells in the desert. One is filled by artifice, pumped and staged for appearances. But when people draw from it, they find it dry, poisoned, fake. The other is scarred, weathered by storms, carved deeper through years of pressure, and yet it overflows with water pure enough to save lives. You are that second well, not perfect, but real, not polished, but overflowing. And it is your cracks that make you trustworthy, because they prove you bled and still chose to pour. Your story will stand as testimony to a watching world that character still matters, that integrity still has weight, that authenticity still has weight triumphs, even in an age where manipulation and hollow performances sit on thrones. What felt like scales measuring your worth were, in truth, scales measuring the world's readiness for you. And now the balance has tipped. They are ready. The strongest healers aren't the untouched, they're the scarred who refuse to quit. You embody the archetype of the wounded healer, one of the most powerful forces alive. Unlike those who preach from superiority, privilege, or empty theory, you guide with wisdom carved from fire. Your scars have become sacred symbols, not of weakness, but of survival sharpened into strength. Not of pity, but of power. Not just for you, but for every single soul that crosses your path. You don't inspire through perfection, you inspire through proof. Proof that survival can harden into strength. Proof that trauma can transform into triumph. Proof that wounds can be turned into weapons of wisdom. And chosen one, that proof is why the world needs you now more than ever. And chosen one, what you've just heard is more than a message. It's a mirror of who you truly are becoming. The world is watching, enemies are trembling, and your rise is unstoppable. If this resonated with your soul, press the like button if you haven't already. It helps push this truth into more lives who need it. And if you're still not part of our family, make sure to hit that subscribe button right now. Stay connected, because this is only the beginning and you do not want to miss what comes next. Your story is still unfolding. Be here for it.